Hello. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Alright, lighting seems good. Everything seems to be okay. Cool. Wonderful. Delightful. So why don't we just jump straight into it? What if I do this? Click. And then that one. There. So Stationeers has been and continues to just own my brain. So I'm going to play a little bit more Stationeers. Now tomorrow will be another day off, and then, well, that'll be Sunday game dev time. And the question will be, do we do the... I guess we should do the Try Jam. Might break traditions when we instead just add to them. So tomorrow will be, and then, yeah, so tomorrow day off, then a Try Jam, and then on Monday, the long-term game project. I was thinking about starting it today, but then I realized it would be mostly just be me, like, spitballing ideas, drawing things on paper, so on, so I might as well do that just on my own time. And save the stream time for, proper stuff. Something slightly more entertaining. Because I do have, like I said before, I do have some of these ideas already. I mean, rattling around in my brain for a while. They just need to be so chiseled down. Makes sense. So now I do, hopefully... I was wrong. It didn't work. Tried to do a... Oh, it worked. Lovely. Let's jump on into the good old Stay Frosty 2. Load the latest. Alt tab out again into the other music. Actual music software. And we'll enjoy some good old, the playlist. Okay, so we'll log it out in our usual logout spot, which is the greenhouse, which, it's getting a little dark. Might as well actually leave the light on. Because I mostly turn this off so I can have a more clear visual of is that thing on or not. I kind of don't care. And I think, I read somewhere like, what exactly does the drought feature do? And I guess it has, drought. It should be draft, I think. I would agree with those people. So this one tries to maintain 100 kilopascals. When it achieves that, these stop working. One is an input, one is an output. In theory, one should be an input and output, but I guess the two vent design makes more sense for the draft system. So we're gonna have like one on one side of the room, and the complete opposite have the another. One of them would be an input that keeps on continuously pushing out gas. Other one then keeps on continuously sucking out gas, and then we can have, the input be the perfect mixture for plants, and the output go through a filtration system, removing excess oxygen and pumping it back to the input side, pretty much. And that way you have a circular system. Oh, right. Cooking. That was what we needed to do. I got excited. I'm going to figure out little centrifuges and whatnot, and sure. But also we need to do the cooking. The cookination. We've been doing a whole bunch of soybeans lately, so how about we just grab a few things. Okay, let's do the cooking first. What was my gas situation? Is acceptable. Not ideal, but it's acceptable. I'll put you away. I'll do those on the way back. Now these actually allow all individual. They must be individual. Man, we have so many seeds. Oh. Hey, nice. Wait. 79 soybeans. Is that all my soybeans? I think so. Alright. I like how the refrigeration doesn't work like in some games where, you know, they kind of freezes time. And instead things are, you know, just, they degrade a lot slower. But the spud is, no, but the B, there we go. And if I do split half, so we got, no, we got 5 and 5. We split half. This one's like about to be done. But you know what? I'll just farm it all out. Well, this is my other soybeanie. What are you doing? What did you plant? Soybeanies. I have enough soybeanies. So we're gonna do same one for this one actually. Now we've got a couple of spuds and 4 soybeanies. Soy, Benini. Ooh, and now we can actually vent out the mouth parts while we're here. Replace good old battery. Celebrate. Get confused. Push the button. Get ready to go. And we're heading back to the living room. Well, living area. We double check. Do we have a pump on us? Because it would be inside this one. What's that one? Inside this one. Valve, pressure, analyzer, volume pump. 12 of these, some of those. Because I have a problem there. You might have noticed. Cycle, please. You see, it warms up too much. And with Windows, apparently it warms up faster than this radiator can cool us down, which I find, honestly, a little surprising. And as such, well, looky here. Mow, mow, mow. What do I need to make? Gold, copper, steel, Constantinople, and solder. I think that'll be faster than actually cooking all that bullshit with a microwave. But if the thing was, I think if we have the gas like flowing through here, the inside here will be cooler and hopefully they'll snag away more of the heat from here. So if an output pipe goes out here, we can have it. Let's do it so we can visualize. I'm going to use the insulated pipes because otherwise, well, no reason really. The more I think about it, well, then the pipes may cool shit down. I'm like, yeah, but is that a bad thing? I don't think so. And my idea is simple. Okay, so this side would definitely benefit from being insulated. With a pump here, we just have that pump on constantly. That way the pump keeps on like sucking shit out through here. And if this thing closes, well, it'll vacuum out this area, and then this will stop cooling us down. Will this actually work? Let us find out. In the only way possible, by building stuff and hoping for the best. This one does. Oh, and even like, that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's how we can put a 3 in there. But, well, let's just put it that way. It'll be okay. Let me open this one now. The left one should. Yes, I remembered my reorganization. Heckin' worked, friendos. Heckin' worked. And you go there. Now it's minus 130. Temp inside here is... Pressure is going down. Temperature outside is actually, also going down. Temperature inside here is at 27. 140. Now we're gone down to 26, 27. Almost at our target. Because the idea was to make sure this place is livable. It is. Excellent. We reached 26 Celsius. You should be closed off, which means... the pump doesn't do much. Oh well. Because even the pump off the radiator will still work as usual, so that's not a thing. Not too big of an issue. Multiple radiators would be more efficient, I guess. Well, that's about it. I think you're the one I need to see here, friend. So we need the automated oven. Needs constant and solder. I know they existed here somewhere. The solder's been snagged. Oh, you got fuck all apparently. Oh, near here then. That's Invar. Invar. Well, cool. I could have sworn we had some freaking solder at least, but well, apparently I spent it all. Fudge. Well, that means the cooking project will have to wait. Yep. Maxed out stack of this nonsense. If nothing else, we can turn these into those bars very easily. Now let's see. Guess I should just brought with him some spuds. Hey there, Aurelia. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. I guess if I do it this way around, it's not quite as bad. Doing alright? Glad to hear it. Wow. There we go. I'm just cooking a whole bunch of soybeans. Not what we were supposed to do, but, you know, that's okay. How's you? I'm doing quite okay. Having a pleasant enough morning. And, yeah. See, there you go. Trying to figure out what to do next, you know, streaming life this year. And the plan was to then start a larger game dev project. But I'm gonna still have to take tomorrow off, as I usually do. You know, spend time with the family, real life needs and all that. And... oh, he's maxed out at 10. The plan was, first I was thinking, like, should I start, like, the game dev project today and everything? Should I start it tomorrow? I mean, the day after tomorrow? And I came to the conclusion, like, nah, we're gonna do it on Sunday, the Troy Jam as usual, and then on Monday, well, same start for the stream as Troy Jam, but instead we'll be then focusing on it. Hey, there's Elion. Real life then is an illusion? Perhaps. Ow. And yeah. But otherwise, I'd say doing okay. Having a nice enough start for the day. How about you, Zelion? How's you? Hope you're doing well. Because we have the one trader we've had trapped at the trading platform now for quite a while, and the plan was to just, you know, oh, it shouldn't be too hard to, like, make a whole bunch of these canned edamame beans. But I keep on then doing everything else except these, so each one of these requires 15 of these. We need, for a small cardboard box, we need 6. Okay, that's good. So we can leave these here, actually. So 3 of these makes 2. Right. Hopefully we'll have enough. So 30 of those makes 2 of those. So then we'll need another set of 30 and then 15. Yeah. So 45 plus 10, so 55 more. Which we should have more than enough beans for. We have more than enough cans for and more than enough oil. I think we can do then the canned fries for our, you know, own personal survival. Yeah, this takes a while. Definitely need to go out and build the automated oven. That's 3 cans. Oh god, no. Yeah, I'm thinking we do all the like beans first. Then we do the canning of everything. Because otherwise I'll get too confused in the, in the middle of it all. And we'll have a quick look, see if the trader has something to sell that we want. No, after we sold him his beans. Come on, no, no. Oh no, we broke it. We're putting too many beans. And that is something, I understand the problem is most likely something to do with the engine and how it was at its core sort of built. But if something goes into the microwave, oh no, we put in too many ingredients. You can't get them out anymore. It's gone. Which is another reason why I want the automated oven. Because I think we can just yank a lever like the other machines and it'll spew out, hopefully spew out its content. Ooh, fellow's getting a little hungry. You'll need 20. That'll be okay. But there's more in here. Another 40. Bean maxing. Oh yeah. Who needs my winter card? Or monotonous, repetitive behavior gaming? Wait, you can just cook beans in a microwave. For your robot trader friend you trapped. In the infinite loop of, I don't know, politeness. Wait, are you telling me I might not actually have enough? Oh, there's 10. Yeah, we should have enough. As long as I don't fuck it up. We need 10 more for this one. Then 20. And then we need 35. And we got 38. So hopefully we won't be able to, fuck it up too bad. Hopefully. An automated packaging machine. An automatic one of these. I was thinking maybe I should make an entire SDB silo just to fill with empty cans. Especially because once we make then, canned foods, because canned foods at least should kind of like last forever, so we can have an entire freaking silo filled with 600 like stacks, but they don't stack, so it'll be 600 cans in there. Silos upon silos of canned foods. Wait, but can a silo then also have a container inside? Like, could I put not just canned foods, but boxes of canned foods in a silo for all my exportation needs. Alright, that's one stack done. We need 15 more. 10, 10. Yeah. God dang it. There we go. Coffee time. The music is far too pressing, Chris. So if I do that, oh, we got the next track. How about this one?
Hydration critical.
Oh no. Underneath the good old watery bottly. There we go. Five. Okay, a few more. Only a few more. One empty, one oil. I believe that would be the last one. Yeah. 30 would make 2 cans. As long as I don't fuck up too bad somehow. Which should hopefully not be happening in the near future. There we go. So we got them oils. We got them beans. There we go. We can do a split half. So we then like spam click. There we go. 1 cardboard box full of canned edamame beans. Edamame beans. Beans. Chat. Heckin' beans. Big old stack of flour. Some oil. Now, I do believe there's a bread loaf recipe. 5 oil and 200 flour. There we go. I just want to see how this works. Microwave forth a bread loaf. We're not even that hungry yet. Nice, put it in the fridge. The raw beans. Actually, the raw beans. Only 14 of them. Stack them together into a slightly larger. Where'd these guys come from? Oh well. Nothing I can do with just pure wheat, other than, well, this. For wump. Let's make some cereal bars. This because also they're handy like small food that doesn't really, you know, rot. There you go. Yeah. So this space now pretty much only needs more access to fresh water. The heating is currently mostly fixed. I don't know. Has another day passed while I was mucking about here? I think it did. Now my original gas processing, which is happening beneath here, would need some work. You know, we need water to come up here for dealing with some stuff. There we go. So now we need water for drinking. At a shower, we'll need... Well, guess we're not heading out. That's okay. I believe I fixed the wall in the furnace room, so that'll also be okay. And we do have a bunch of pipes and some resources. And one of the things I needed... What? Oh, that's what I thought. I'm like, that can't be right. I shouldn't be leaking anymore, and it wasn't. Lovely. Minus 143, minus 140, minus 137. What exactly is warming up this space? Shouldn't be anything here that leaks. Except maybe the battery room, but no, that doesn't leak either, because there's... Maybe the doors leak temperature? Oh well. So we're gonna need a system for pulling in our well, atmosphere. Removing gases we don't want. And then pushing in a atmosphere that we do want. Trying to maintain that perfect ratio for it. Now, we could either have different pumps pumping in the gases as is, or we have a separate system that is maintaining that ratio in a sort of tank and pumping from that tank into this space. That is for, if we wanted to use like the automated system for like the draft and so on. Maintains a nice 100 kilopascal pressure. Quite doable. We would want to look at powered vents for making these airlocks more efficient. We can make the airlock bigger that way. And we'll still like vent super fast. And seeing this makes me kind of like think like, an airlock with window walls is actually kind of fun, isn't it? Except we then need to do something about this. Because, well, bad stuff happened and then the walls that were here were disintegrated. So, I'm thinking. See, that's a block. That's a block. Well, that means we should put a frame here. Which means then we'd have a sort of an excess of frames, but that's not really that big of an issue now, is it? Also, we can still do the wiring sort of inside the frames, which would be okay. See, the power is coming in through here. Now, this was went into an APC that was powering the airlock, which never happened. So we're just mainly powering a single door that did fuck all. This wire can come out into here, and from here go to an APC. You get two separate APCs to isolate the systems from each other. So we have one for purely for controlling the furnace, and one for lamps and sensors and whatnot. And we could do a tiny little emergency detection script, which simply reacts to things like I want to have an LED that turns red if there are volatiles in the air. We can have a little bit of an LED, and then it's reacting to different kinds of compositions. So if a pre-made states, if any of them is achieved, then there will be a hierarchy of colors it tries to change into. So we'll have... We could have low pressure. Not that I care about that one too much. I think the simplest system would just be something that, reads. We can use logic chip for that even. No, for now, let's see here. I think one of the issues was that I literally had zero, So this one is the ice one. And we sort. We need to deal with those eventually. I was thinking, because frames apparently can hold an if not an absolutely infinite, then a near infinite amount of pressure. So we're gonna make a room with chutes leading inside, made out of just freaking frames on all sides. And we'll just dump in ice. We'll have, I don't know, wall heater. No, then we need multiple passive vents. One for an input, one for an output, and so on. Now... in the name of funny shenanigans, we could even use the draft system, so they would automatically try to bring it down to 100 kilopascals, because we don't really care about how high the pressure gets, as long as it doesn't break shit. We use the automatic vents. It's a slow but steady process kind of thing. and its input gas would always be heated to where we want it. Because we don't want stuff to happen like what happened inside the auto scrubber. Because I realized what happened. I made super fuel, and I do believe its auto ignition is like 50 degrees Celsius or something. So yeah, it's a tricky mixture, that NOS and volatiles. Because there was NOS in there, because I removed it from the other atmosphere, didn't vent it. I came in here, and one of the things I was actually removing was pollutants, and the other was volatiles. So yeah, we literally made a super fuel in there at a temperature that was heavily above 50 degrees Celsius, and that is why the pressure freaking spiked in there. Anyway, releasing it ignited everything, because then, heat had spiked as well. So yeah, mystery was very much solved there. Now I have a large amount of, I have an amount of mining backpack. Let's see how we've gotten so far. Actually, we do this yoink. What's in you? That's honestly a little surprising. Like, gold is what we'll be filtering out, but the auto miner has hit nothing. Apparently, same as the ogre, but that can't be true. No way, yeah, the ogre hit some stuff, but I grabbed it and snagged it. And now everything else is going through the same freaking silo, and my centrifuges are not keeping up. Right. Alright, well, mystery solved there, eh? So now we have a gold backpack and general backpack. I mean, a gold backpack feels nice, though. Because there are traders who will buy gold. We're gonna want to put up the weather system as well. And put up some code for that. So, number 1. We need silicon so we can make more insulated tanks. So we can rebuild our, this system. Because it worked. It worked just absolutely heckin' fine. Nigh perfectly. Then, we want a system for making fuel. Now, with everything that happened here, I've learned my lesson. But I'm very glad I didn't have the fuel tank here, and now absolutely no, do not store your fuel tank anywhere close to this guy. And in fact, I was thinking of what if we built walls around here? And vents, and fed chutes into here. I mean, for one, then feeding it will be slightly faster. Things inside chutes shouldn't melt unless there's a window. And yeah, we're not going to do that. And then we can have a vending machine or a refrigerated vending machine even to hold ice if we want to use ice. And so we drop stuff in the chute. The chute puts it inside the furnace. And the output could, for example, just, for now, just come out here. It'll be fine. And that way, we can have this one actually operating inside a vacuum. This pump no longer leads to anywhere, so I'm going to snag that one. Oh, very important. I'm going to put that one there so I'll hopefully remember it. Those tools are fine. We're going to need more. I'm going to need more cardboard boxes. Wrong one. This one. There we go. Let's go talk to that trader man. I'm thinking, should I be using money to buy silicon? Maybe. Oh, I forgot about that. Now, I know I've been stuck in here for a while. So you want one available? A box of cardamom. Oh, you want 2 mining drills for 100 buckaroons. I do believe I have my old one. And making another shouldn't be too hard. The inside and the outside being are currently pretty similar, so it's fine. Now, the tool machine mining doril. Iron and copper. Ah. Ooh, thirst. See, I saw it this time. I did. I keep on getting distracted, and then I get distracted by my own distractions. So that I can be distracted while I'm distracted. Now, if I'm going to put a cube here, which I absolutely will, can I like... Oh yeah, you need to be supported when you put you down for... Okay, so you'll be fine here for now. We'll put in a new... How dare you? There, that'll be slightly easier. I'll put down you, and from here we do... And then we'll have... You know... Come on, open up. We'll have an airlock into this space. There we go. So your gases come out here and it'll be fine. They can freeze in here. It'll be A-okay. And then I don't need to worry about, you know, all this gas escaping. There we go. See? Gets the job done. Okay. Now the angled ones are feeling a little weird. Because I like them the way they look and the way they sort of seem, but they don't seem to illuminate quite as well as some other lamps, which is odd. And top down seems almost like better. So I think the wall light classics are like almost the best, like general illumination compared to this one. Okay, and one of the things is because it has its own shadow going up because of the shape. Now these also fit well with the sort of curved walls, so because they have an indentation and everything, which is something I want to make use of in at least one hallway at some point. Now the other guy we needed was not gold, but the copper. Oh, you're done. Hecking noise, friend. Here, have some of this. There's no gas. Oh, because these okay, I just happened to apparently pick stacks that have gone through the centrifuge. Because the centrifuge degasses bullshit. So degassing shit in the main base was not the best idea, perhaps. Meh, still worked. I want to say we needed like 4. So we do this quick on off, and then we have whoop whoop. There we go, and I'll just back off. What am I'm making new? And oh, that's my old welding torch. The hell? I saw you. And then, hold on, Q. Slam dunk. What? Oh, come on. We can do this. What? Yeah. 10 points. 58 points for fucking Gryffindor, bitch. There we go. Amy. Also, I really want to figure out how the hell Amy works, because she seems fun. She seems possibly incredibly annoying. Did I just... Oh, thank God, I only made 1. Well, we're not that hungry, thanks to all the eating that we've been doing. Which is, noise. Well, let's go deal with the hydration. Possibly some nomification. But first, must enjoy, yes, our libation in the form of, well, first is Cerealis Baros, drinking from the Fountain. Temperature is going up a little bit because we don't have anything to automate it. We're just chucking in ice, and the ice is cooling down the water, and then all the excess heat is being absorbed by the water, which is also being produced by the fact that our entire ceiling is made of windows, because I'm a heckin' moron. No use for having empty cans in here. So when I bring those empty cans with us to the upstairs. Eventually. Here we go. So we're gonna do that. Then we do this. Then we go sell these things. Now, in order to build any of the other cool things we might want to build, I would need the furnace to work. The furnace to work, we need to tell that guy to go fuck himself. No, good thing is that getting a couple of batteries, small ones for these, is easy enough, because I've made so many for these. No, this needs to be built. We'll get there. There you go. 100 buckaroons for those. Rice puddings and pumpkin soups. Yeah. No, ain't gonna happen. Now, silicon. How much money is worth the 200s? It's 280 monies. It'll save us a little bit of time. So I'm gonna say yes. Now, as soon as I head out, the first thing I'll see most likely is just a whole bunch of silicon everywhere, so... We have... never enough. 124 buckaroons, I can buy 124 irons. There we go, we're done. Goodbye, my friend. Goodbye. And good riddance. There we go, and we click on the vend. We do that. You know, the more the base advances, the more I feel silly for some of these earlier choices of, oh, iron, that ain't that important, and all that nonsense. I like how there's uranium in the game, but it's kind of heckin' pointless. Like, I like the idea, you know, the future, nuclear power, all of that's good stuff. But I also very much do understand that, you know, it's kind of tricky working with games and adding things like uranium, and then you might want to, you know, consider adding things like nuclear power, because nuclear power is, while at the same time very complicated, it is also very simple. Because there's two ways to make electricity. Only two ways. One is solar panels, or essentially that technology where you have two, you know, layers of material, and the photons or other high energy particles, because I think the same one is used in a certain a certain nuclear power, this sort of like thing that is fueling like the Mars rovers and stuff, and nuclear submarines, where the higher energy particle makes electrons move back and forth. Boom, 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 boom. And electricity is electrons moving, pretty much. Hey there, Tiger Lily! How you doing? Hope you're having a good time. How's the My Winter car going? I think I saw you sadly had a tragic accident while I was lurking. It's going. Sounds like a MSC NBC kind of game situation there, yeah. Yeah, as you do. It is the way. We learn from our deaths in that game. This game is cool. I love it. It is super fun. Like, I would agree with the only like real criticism I've heard about this that I would 100% agree with is that, you know, the art style isn't for everyone. It looks very flat and clean. Now, of course, these are like flat plastic walls that I have here, so they're supposed to look, you know, flat and plastic. Now that one's like, this is like made of iron and so on. Wait, oh god, I was there for a reason and I forgot about it, which was to talk about with this guy. Because I'm smelting some silicon, so I can turn this machine on, and then I can make insulated. Ooh, excellent! It was at the ready. Ooh, I can make a single one, and I need at least two. But otherwise, you know, it's cool. It's My Winter Cars in the way that there are many ways to accidentally and hilariously kill yourself. I'm playing it, you know, also My Winter Cars in a sort of self-imposed permadeath mode, and you know, because the wait, was it you? Yeah, you. Usually when you die, you just, you know, respawn with, you know, and you might sort of lose your gear kind of thing. Which is a more fun way to play if you're playing multiplayer and so on. But I'm doing a single player and doing my best to, you know, be ready to learn the hard way. Okay, we're gonna need more silicon so we can make another tank so we can get our furnace operation back in order. Then we can make more complex alloys, which we'll need for things like the automated oven and packaging machine. Okay. What else were we doing? The centrifuges. Good call. Yeah. Okay, Dogo? Yeah, he's good. But yeah, it's you know, it's fun. There's, you know, automation, there's building, there's you know, building crafting. If you like my like vintage story, you might enjoy this one. So much going on. It is, but I'm sort of like progressing pretty well. And then there's automation systems, there's sensors, there's logic you can actually code, there's logic you then can build with these like logic chips instead. So you don't have to, you know, learn about coding. There's like pressure plates. Yeah, there was a bit of an explosion. That's why there's no wall or roof here, because yeah, I accidentally ignited the air in there and some tanks exploded. But we survived, and that's the important part. Now we need a little bit more silicon, which... Ooh, so I can turn it off and on again, and it'll keep what it's melted so far. I'm using that sort of beginner arc furnace. Not the most efficient, but it gets the job done. And coding-wise, one of our projects will be trying to figure out how to get the centrifuges. This one we'll probably have to like unmake and move at some point, but currently it's here. There's two more down there, but they keep on filling up and they're not keeping up with the workload they have. And I will need them manually go and check on their situation and empty them out. So we want to code that instead goes check on their states, and if they're empty, and if they're full, I mean, it'll empty them into the network, and currently the network then is through a set of chutes, sends it up here into this device, where I put some mining backpacks and fills those up. How long is this game going? This run has been going on now for quite a while. My first run I was doing pretty okay until I put like an entire stack of like volatile gases into a furnace or ice. I was thinking, oh cool, I can melt it all in one go, and instead, well, they all caught fire and it very quickly exploded in my face, killing me. So that ended my run on the moon. Right now, I'm doing my sort of a new run on a moon of, what is it, Jupiter? I'm on Europa. So this one actually has an atmosphere. It even has the atmosphere is actually pure oxygen. It's just at minus 140 degrees Celsius, as you can see over there on the right, which starts turning many gases liquid. And then outside here, the base, see we have a large tunnel that goes that way, where you have an automated deep miner, which then sends in dirty ore through these chutes, where it temporarily gets stored in this silo, and then it should be like sorted out into centrifuges. And I have other mining devices also hooked into this thing, so there's more than just dirty ore in here, and that's a little bit of a problem, because the dirty ore has now, like, has all it... I'll put on that light. There we go. That's going to see that one clipping through a little bit. So this dirty ore is currently just... What's the word? It's queued up. It can't get into the centrifuge. The centrifuge is fast enough. So that's why we need more centrifuges. And then a system to automate to detect when this thing is full, which is around 400 grams, I think. And when it's full, it'll stop centrifuging, stop spinning, and then it empties itself into this chute, and then, like I showed you inside, it goes into the container thing. In fact, what I need to do is build silos for all the different ore types, to build more deep miners, and so on. And I was thinking of building this entire like space underneath the base into this sort of like new processing area, which is why I'm using this auto miner, which digs down for all the way to the bedrock to make a nice deep hole. We don't have to worry about digging too deep. No balrogs here. And I need to go check on the ogre, which is a similar machine, but it digs sideways. But that one can't go on forever. Yeah. So, like I showed you, there was the logic chips on the ground there. Okay, yeah, and we have survival mechanics. Oh, and my hygiene is going down. So this is the tunnel leading to the ogre. See, there's some gold ore here, and we can see gold ore sort of hints in the ground as well, because it's all yellow. I built some flooring here. And I might have to move this entire chute network up by like one piece of grid, because I can't walk beneath it anymore on account of it and the floor being just a little bit too close to each other, and there is no crouch button. And here's an opening to the outside, and here is the ogre machine. It has returned, so I'm assuming it finished, because this one digs like 200 blocks to the front. And I'm using this one just to help me, like, dig the straightest tunnel I can. And then when it's working with the battery, which has run out. Okay, well, if nothing else, we can just move this one since we're here. And yeah, like many of these games, it is an absolute and incredible ADHD trap. And I'm going to disassemble this bad boy. Let's see if I can maintain my inventory management somewhat. This one wouldn't have to have space. A little bit. I'll use that one. Next one is wrench. Different tools for different tasks. And we deconstruct the ogre itself. And then we'll see how far did that tunnel go. In fact, we can put the ogre here. Bring out my tablet. I got a very messy inventory. Atmo, configuration, deep miner cartridge. This is the one I want. I know the atmosphere here. Previous, this one. Because we want the region to change, because we go far enough this way, there should be a region that has iron and gold and silver. The other one has pure gold at 0.3 efficiency. This one is lead at 0.2, which is... There we go. Gold and silver already here. Okay, so we don't need to make the tunnel any bigger. We could make... I wonder if we go far away enough... Okay, yeah, so we can see here. Signs of ores. But I kind of want to maintain these tunnels for, cool, fun tunnel building purposes. Okay, so we're not going to build the ogre now. I think it was under green. We have chutes and things, so we can do... Where did I put the ogre? Oh, no. There you went. You can live inside here. We got some basic chutes. Some solar panels, and inside this one is where we have the kit for the floor grating. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of, potentially pointless but aesthetic choices here as well. Looks like for sure, yeah. Thank you. Well, the base is growing, and also I'm still learning. I've less than 200 hours in the game, and there's so much to do. Like this year's survival and learning to make alloys and advanced alloys, and then more like advanced tools and so on. All of that is its own challenge. And oh right, we're gonna have to disassemble this. That's okay. Now we do that way. Now, do we need this floor? Absolutely not. I just think it looks nice. And I built so much of it for this very reason of being able to, put floors in the tunnels. And the music is from, currently, Dwarf Fortress. The game doesn't have much music in itself, though it does have an inbuilt system for making your own music, which is kind of neat. Alright, so this would be... Actually, this is pretty perfect. So then from here, we probably have to mine to the side a little bit. And then we're probably going to use the auto miner first, because that picks up all ore as well, and we save all of that. And then we can use put the deep miner. Because I don't know if the deep miner picks up any ore it hits, because I know the deep miner drills essentially a hole deep underground, and until it gets to the bedrock, pretty much. Alright, before we put that one, the split one, so we have one of the ready. Number 5, open up an extremely convoluted system of storage. Nope, wrong way around. There we go. We need... Close that one. I don't need anything from here. That's the music machines. That is where also we need the furnace to work, so we can make more of the heavy cable. So we can finally put the shitty music I made with the in-game music system, because I built an elevator, and what elevator does not have elevator music? So I made some shitty elevator music, and now I just need to, put speakers in the elevator shaft and then build a logic that detects, is the elevator moving? If yes, play the elevator music. So we'll get there, slowly but surely. And then build the whole solar power station above. Man, I keep on forgetting how many projects I have going on at the same time, because I have no self-control. But goddamn, I love this game. Now, you are an SDB silo, SDB hopper, powered chutes, sorter, stacker. I'm gonna need more cardboard boxes. You are a weather station. Yeah, we need to build that one too. So then we change here from that tool to not the arc welder, but the hand drill. And I'm not, if you're wondering why I'm not putting down the piece of flooring here, it's because it'll go on top of the cable, which is usually a good way of hiding your cables. And this one you can see through it a little bit, so it's a good thing, so you can see the cables. But I don't want this cable here, because unlike the other one, the other side, we're not going to build I don't think, at least the plan is to not build a power station on this side that is like generally usable, but just a power station that is enough to keep the deep miner going, and then for it to send its shit back, pretty much. in here? You know, we can put the APC here because there's these power stuff. Transformer.
Hunger critical.
Yeah. We'll make it. Then. Oh well.
Juise islus. I repeatti Juise islus. Oi has broken containment.
Oh, Jet. Hot damn. Hey there, Reaper. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, our friend here is running low on oxygen, power. He's thirsty and is very, very hungry. So we're gonna move that.
Get the rifle.
Oh no! Now this game does actually have guns. There's nothing to fight other than, you know, other players. But I guess I'm assuming players asked for it, so they put it in the game. Because it makes no sense. There is no antagonist in the game. Air tanks at 93 kilopascals. This one's just at swamp. We do a quick little in-betweeny. That should be more than enough. Players are nuts. That's very true. I'm having in between like this little like bubble there, just as an in between tank. A pressure regulator, which regulates the pressure on this side of this thing, will never go above what I set here to be 18,300 kilopascals, which is sort of the. These are like smart canisters, which have a visual indicator for how much pressure they have, and it's around 18,300 where it turns blue. I think it can tolerate slightly above 20,000 kilopascals, so it's really up there on the. There we go, top end. There we go. Oxygen dealt with. I don't have any food down here, so we're gonna do a quick run for more food. She brought potatoes. Oh well, we'll do it next time. Hello, happy second New Year. Well, hello there, Sankira. Hope you're doing well. Hope your second New Year is going well. I'm glad I made you laugh. I just came out with that. Wait till OJ gets here. Oh no, we got OJ hunting. Sadly, there's no OJ in this game. Be fun, you know, with all the shenanigans. And yes, I do know who you're referring to, but I was just saying now. OJ hunting being orange juice hunting. We'll leave the. No, we'll grab the canned fries with us because we leave one cereal bar, so we can make more. Yeah, no, we don't have a fridge down there. And I really need to do my waters. The idea was with this to be the sort of living area quarters where we'd have our, you know, sanitation, food production, water, and so on. But none of that is linked here. Currently, the place I still have a link with water is in here, which is my greenhouse, which also needs to be expanded because we have now gotten in contact with trader. Thought I heard something bad. It's okay. Let's change the batteries. Open up our mouth farts canister. Open that one up, and just vent everything into this room because we're exhaling carbon dioxide, and we're pumping. We're using a breathable atmosphere which also contains nitrogen. So that's why we have a nitrogen filter here, because nitrogen doesn't do anything to us, but it will slowly build up in the suit, and then it'll crowd out the oxygen, and that will end up harming our dude. Oh, we're taking health damage. We're that hungry now. So first we get naked, because that's the only way to eat your canned fries. Then we drink the water from a drinking fountain. And all of those needs are done, and then we get awkwardly here onto this here shower. So we have a separate water tank to collect all our dirty water. The showers allow our hygiene to go above 100% all the way to 150. There we go. Maxed out hygiene. Maxed out hygiene gives us movement speed and tool speed bonuses. Lovely. And the dirty water is, well, eventually we're probably gonna have to then build a water cleaning system, because then this one can't be used for anything, the dirty water. But if it's once cleaned, it can be used again for, you know, whatever. Now, currently, clean water is used for drinking, for plants, and for showering. And that one can go there. Oh, these were supposed to... You know what? Fuck it. We'll deal with that eventually. No rush. And we can do... What was it? Yeah, look at that. Naked in space. Oh, in our tidy whities. As you can see from the anatomy here, it's no wonder our characters enjoy digging and mining so much, because these are obviously space dwarves. Okay, my dip and sleep, homie. Yep, thanks for coming by and saying hi, Reaper. And I hope you get some excellent rest, some good sleep, and you get ready for a wonderful upcoming weekend. Now, so our dude needs... Oh, what the hell were we doing? Well, we're getting distracted from whatever it is that we're supposed to do. That's what we're doing. That's how it goes. Now, I went to show you the base a little bit, and in doing so, we dismantled the ogre, because the ogre doesn't need to continue in its current path. Our oxygen has been refilled, waste tank has been emptied, and our life support battery has been changed. Our CO2 filters are doing acceptably. And you know what we could do? If I remember correctly, wrong one, here we go. So this one is filled with all kind of waste gases, but it still has 237 Celsius worth of heat. This one is the problem because it has nitrogen. Now we could either filter out the nitrogen or just empty it. Because we empty it into the atmosphere itself, the room has nitrogen in it too. You know what, friend? No. Yes, no. Oh, God dang it. I usually have 2 tanks. At least we can get... So we got that done. Good, you're off. Now if we look at our nitrogen filters, can we make a medium? No, because we don't have the constant titanium. We can make some basic bitch-ass ones. Which will be okay. It'll keep us going. It was the last of the iron. Wonderful. Because that thing is, running out. And the thing is, if it'll be easier if we just breathe in oxygen. So the thing is, I think I might have an atmospherics in my pockets. Because thanks to figuring out the secrets... Oh, sorry about that. Or some of the logic in the game. Yeah, we do, actually. I have successfully made a sort of a quantum pockets, if you will. Okay, so this will be not the filtration system. So how... Now the filtered stuff comes out from the side. It won't fit though. Because this is where this was open space. Then I eventually walled it all up. In the middle was my very first sort of base, tiny room where I desperately hid to survive from the horrors of the environment. But, as the game progresses, we've built more and more cool stuff. Now you really have no excuse for existing. At least not here. Oh. Your basic furnace. Or old furnace. It's something we could muck about with at some point, because it'll be interesting to see like how much of the complexities, if you will, of the advanced furnace could we essentially just replace. Now this place has That actually makes more sense here. So we got vents here as well. Medium radiator liquid. Normal valve. Liquid drain. Portable liquid tank would actually hang out here for now. Only took me in-game few hundred days until I properly got rid of that shit. There. I actually have more use for valves every now and then, so we're gonna unmake this one. Replace it with that. Wump. Because I'm never gonna not have hot air pumping through here. And we've had hot air being headed somewhere here. Oh, because once I tried to close this one off, and then the hot air stopped going in here, and then eventually stuff cooled down enough to start freezing. And when gases freeze in pipes, that's not very good for the pipes. I mean, first, when they turn liquid inside gas pipes, gives the gas pipes enough, stress to start breaking. If they freeze, well, that's an instant freaking breakage, and we don't want this stuff to break. I mean, we want to dismantle this entire setup eventually, but for now, it's just a sort of cheap and easy way to, warm up really cold gas. Would you recommend metalwork as a career? There, Jock412. That depends on what you mean by metalwork. And also depends on your own country and your local industries. Like, I wanted to become a blacksmith more than anything. But in Finland, blacksmithing is very much a dying career. It's not very supported by anything, and everyone... It's a lot of, I want to say, monopolies and large businesses. If you can find a niche to fit in with your blacksmithing, like making knives, jewelry, that kind of stuff, or wrought iron work, or like gates and things, and you find the correct clientele, yes, absolutely. If you're talking about welding, become a welder, very much so. Welders are always needed. It is a vibrant industry. Things are being built everywhere around the world, and a good welder gets well paid. It can feel a little monotonous, but if you can, enjoy the art of doing good work, it can be very rewarding as well. And blacksmith will be cool as fuck. Yeah, I work in the corporate world and absolutely hate it. I enjoyed metalwork at school. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you don't have to make a career out of everything you kind of enjoy. I think some people are lucky and they get a job that they really enjoy and that they love to do, It's rare. Other people, like, say, because very few people, say, make money out of being like mountain climbers, for example. But a lot of people really freaking love mountain climbing. So you have to find the balance there. If you work to work, you work to make sure you have enough money to then do what you love on your free time. And that way, many people can find, a lot of happiness and fulfillment in doing, custom working in a store kind of thing. The career doesn't have to be the point of what you're doing in your life. It can be just a way to finance your life. In that way, yeah, find something you really enjoy. Find a way to do it. If you can find a way to make money out of it and be able to live off it, even better. But that shouldn't be the end goal. The end goal is to enjoy whatever you're doing. But I do know, yes, the corporate world can be soul-crushing. In ways many people don't always fully appreciate. So, I'm not like talking down to you on that one. Like, I found myself really enjoying being a streamer, freaking loving this, and also discovering things about how much I love being a performer that I didn't know. And, I would not normally be able to do this the way I am doing it if I wouldn't have my most wonderful and amazing spouse, who is currently my sugar mama, and financing me through this. And if I could find a way to properly live off of doing this or other things, that's the thing. You should also have multiple income streams. Like I grew up with in a farm, so a sort of what's the word, entrepreneurial environment. Let's put it that way. So I'm just sort of used to thinking, well, you might have to do this for money and that, and then it all sort of balances out in the end. And I also know that is a fuck ton of work. Especially if you do, and if you do anything that has to do with deal with animals, that means you never have a day off ever. You're on call 24/7, 365, because the animals don't care about your holidays. They need to be fed. If something happens, you need to be able to deal with it now. That kind of stuff. Sorry. Wow, that's true. Ooh. And welcome back to the ads. Hopefully, at least someone heard my random rants. But other than that, but again, back to the original question. Would I recommend metalworking as a career? That is like saying, would I recommend IT as a career? It's like, well, in what do you mean? There's a lot of forms of metalwork. And there's a lot of ways to do metalwork. And now I'm gonna look at my... The thing is, I don't want to move this for my stupid setup. I just want the freaking nitrogen to be gone. So... And it needs to be happening before stuff goes in here. Oh. I'll just get rid of that one. Easy peasy. But that is true for like any and all careers usually. Unless you're asking for a very specific one, like would I recommend welding and so on. And for that, usually I'd say yes. Any industrially useful skill, well, the industries will never truly disappear. They might be shrinking sometimes growing. And as a welder, you'll have the industrial production, you'll have work in plumbing, you'll have work in construction, and even within that, you can then specialize even further. And just like machining, you can have that machining manual one. CNC is very much a skill used in, again, multiple industries, and even within that, you can then specialize further to dealing with certain kinds of materials, certain kinds of structures, well, how many dimensions are you used to working with your CNC machines, and so on. And even from them, you can then pivot with your machining skills from metals to, say, woodworking, or other products that are also built on CNC machines, and then all the way back to then looping around to 3D printing and house building using 3D printed, concrete things. There is a lot more to industrial fabrication that people always seem to realize. Hey there, Mine Cozy. And I see what you mean. I'm considering welding, as there does seem to be a lot of demand. Yeah, welding always has demand because like I said, it's used in so many industries, and then also within that, there is actual career progression. More than in a lot of it, like corporate ones, where people classically think, oh, you get into the corporate world, you climb the corporate ladder, and you'll have career progression into different new spaces. And nowadays, no, you don't. In a lot of places, you get a job and then you're there for like 20 years, and you're like, what the hell happened here? Why am I still here? Why is my career not progressing? And it turns out because you don't know the right people, and because you went to school and you learned your crap, but you didn't, go to school to become a manager nowadays. And it's like, well, no, and all the managers are like, schooled managers all think the same, and that's why every company looks the same in the structure, and it's just all going... Sorry, rant. Let's stop that rant before it starts. And I feel like I'm guessing a lot of you who like you said, you work in the corporate space might know why I am a little upset about all of that. And why I need to stop the rant before it starts, because I've had that rant more than once. I'm going to leave you there. I'm a programmer and actually considered to do an electrician's license because I like the wires and electricity. Hey, it's like, that would be a good move. Like, again, just like there's, I hope at least most people know, but in case you don't, plumbers make a fuck ton of money. Because everyone needs plumbers, and you can't automate it. Now, there's of course companies that will try to sell for the lowest price. Again, management gets in the way. Buy services for the lowest price, and then people are competing in who has the lowest price, and in the end, the plumber for large corpos gets shafted. But again, that always then depends on your local, what part of the world you live in, and your sort of local in the industry and standard. But still, plumbers are always needed, and just like welders, plumbers are in increasing demand because a large amount of at least the Western world, And I think, Japan has the same issue for possibly obvious reasons, that the post-World War II industry, because there was a massive boom in industry, a lot of infrastructure was built, because a lot of old infrastructure got destroyed, and then technological revolutions happened, and then they kind of cool, we're done now. And now it's all breaking apart because politicians and everyone else, they want to save money, so they're thinking, should we repair, do all the necessary maintenance? No, we'll push it to the next term, because so that way it looks like I'm making more money, and there's less money going out, more money coming in, so I look good on paper. And now all that technical debt, maintenance debt, is catching up all over the world. So at least I know in Finland we're having that issue. That's why plumbers are needed, welders are needed, and will be for the next decade or so. Hopefully hashtags are so accurate that easily distracted. Oh, absolutely. Yes. I'm very, very easily distracted. And feel free to point it out, If the tags are there, also as a warning and also as an invitation to help me focus at times. Because I do get very easily lost. Now, hey, there's no hypocrisy. We'll always need the trades. Exactly. The tradesmen are extremely unlikely to get automated away. In theory, it is, doable with advanced enough technology, but at that point, it'll take a very long time for it to be cost effective as well. Even if you could build a robot that can replace the tradesman for a while, that robot will be insanely expensive. So just having a tradesman do it is just cheaper. Plus you need actual tradesmen to control or do the coding for the robot and multiple reasons. Me for the vibes, no need to focus on me. For me, well, thank you. But just plumbers and electricians will also be in demand always. And also, it's just a neat skill to have. That's another good thing about the trades. My biggest issue pretty much is just space. But I don't really use this corner anyway, so let's do it this way around. Then we'll have an input coming in from here. We get power from here. Yeah, it'll be fine. There we go. It's this one. I need to make that one yellow, actually. We're not going to be building Stirling engines right now. We got 2 of those set up outside, and they work. We want to expand on that production. Well, that is one of those eventually kind of situations. And when the machines take over, having a human do it will be considered low-skill jobs like milking cows or something. I don't know. Yeah, no, milking cows has been replaced a long time ago, but that one makes sense. You just do a breast pump, essentially. And that is a thing that is a task that is good to automate because, again, growing up in a sort of farm area, my mom had cows, and her hands hurt a lot from doing the milking sort of manually. And it's funny because if we're looking at technology advancing, some of you might know this rant as well, and we notice the fact that there's things like they're not management is trying to replace workers with AI, and they're trying to replace workers where you better be a filtration unit. Oh, thank God. See, for the first, this might be the first filtration unit that I built that did not start out its life as an air conditioner. So I keep on trying to forgetting to change what I'm building. But yeah, so management is trying to replace workers with AI. Now, workers aren't that easily replaced with AI because your low-level worker has to deal with other human beings, and as such needs to have human-level logic and emotional logic and understand what's happening here. Actually, it requires a lot of malleability. And it could be a low-level thing because you don't need that much like know-how and understanding of how the math works and all that. But you know what the AI does really well? It handles a large amount of information, finding patterns that isn't obvious for people. Like we see it being used amazingly in like cancer detection and so on. Now, you know in what level of a company those skills are used the most, or should be used the most? Management. So that is something I find funny. They keep on, management is trying to replace low-level workers with AI. And currently what they're really building is a whole bunch of tools that is really good at replacing management. I'm kind of burned out on building in Stationeers at the moment. Been building my big furnace, outpost, ore silos, and centrifuge. It's taken about 45 in-game days so far. Ooh, that sounds rough, no hypocrisy on the YouTube side. But yeah, that is, I absolutely know the feeling, and that is also why I'm sort of enjoying the whole running around, getting distracted, and changing, tasks midway, and so on. So I try not to worry about it too much, because I will get distracted, and getting distracted is jumping from like project to project helps me, there we go. Helps me stay a little more, let's say fresh. Now we could use this one. I'm sort of happy that I built the Stirling engine. We've had some explosions. And those explosions, ended up breaking stuff that we had in a way that, let's see, we got, have a sort of, should we say, an excuse now to, rebuild stuff. So here we go. So we have the input air coming through there. You filter some stuff out. Then the filtered stuff, which filtered stuff goes out, and everything else goes back. There. So now it's recycling into the same system, and it'll be fine. And all we do, and then we do a passive vent here. The tool away. There. Heckin' perfect. So I don't give a shit if there's nitrogen in here. I just want the nitrogen out of my breathing air. Heckin' lovely. So this one will have nitrogen, the next one will have nitrogen. A little bit. But then eventually, no more nitrogen. Ooh. Ooh, hey there, Maori. Great stream. Oh, thank you. Hope you're doing well. It only means more managers. Well, currently, yeah, kinda. Oh, sorry. Blah, blah. Bad example, all I know. Only means more managers. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. But the thing is, yeah, middle management, a lot of companies I've noticed end up becoming mushroom shaped. The managers grow and they're trying to cut down and lower down. Eventually, I feel that our current trend will go to a point where a slimmer management structure will simply outperform and compete the mushroom-shaped ones. We see a lot of bubbles now happening in many places, and I feel that is a sort of like beginning of that trend happening, where they will either, adjust or be competed out of their industry, or then thanks to corruption, they do what many places do, where they just, I don't know, make competition illegal or something. New rules. Like, how do you ensure your less than amazing product and service can compete, make competition illegal? Happens in many places. Okay, so now the nitrogen question has been addressed. We'll have to live with it for a little while longer in our own breathing air, but otherwise fine. And then no hypocrisy was saying, I do that all the time also. I usually grab enough supplies for 2 to 4 projects. Yeah, that seems like it's the smart way to do. But I keep on like blowing all my shit up. Now, what the hell was I doing? So we did this one because we needed to. Then we grabbed the tanks. So that one was more of a momentary distraction kind of thing. Oh, sorry. And welcome in, Maori. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good time and hope your year is starting out well. We'll put those there for now. And I grabbed a couple of tanks. Oh, we did get some ice. I'm wondering, like, Put those in there for now. Now, our old tanks exploded. So what we could do, and probably should do, is just... First step is rebuild the old system, because it worked. You know, apart from me exploding everything. And that one was caused by me being lazy, and not that the system didn't work. Then... I was thinking I would wall this thing in and put in some... We'll have to do it like digital valves, of course, to control it all. Or move the valves and whatnot. So we'll have our advanced furnace inside essentially a vacuum. We'll see if about trying to automate its use through code and or like buttons and whatnot and dials from afar. And then we'll have... we'll have chutes feeding into it. And that is something we could probably do already with the chutes. And yeah. Well, but step one, we'll just rebuild what we had because that one worked. Because the more I think about this, the larger the project is looking. And we were supposed to do it last time, but we didn't. So maybe this time we'll actually get those centrifuges even mildly automated. Now that is not the one I was supposed to look inside. It's this one. There we go. Are you there? You are. There we go. And inside here we do a little bit of rotate. Do we need both of these? Probably not, but we're going to put them in anyway because that is how it was previously. And I've been like filtering in out oxygen from these ices and everything. And then I had this sort of like brain farty moment the other day when I was realized like, wait, the atmosphere here is pure oxygen. Why am I filtering out through here? I mean, I guess it'll be warm. We don't have to heat it up, but yeah. At least for the like fuel product. Thought I heard a creak. At least for the fuel production. Should be fine. Now, after having living through a couple of these explosions, I personally find it a little funny how sort of paranoid I'm feeling about so many things. Every time I hear a sound effect that is even mildly creaky, I'm like, oh my god, what was that? What was that? All right, so we got the back pressure valve is back in action. You're doing okay. And you're doing okay. All these valves. See, because none of this, surprisingly enough, got destroyed when these two exploded. After I pumped the entire room full of burning super fuel by accident. But now they got power. You got... What? Yeah. The entire system is immediately ready to go. We just need to refuel it. And for that one, yeah, we want to muck about with the... things. The shoes. The shooty boots. It works as a kit centrifuge. Okay, so we have one centrifuge here, and then we have another one there in the room that we need to be disassembling as well. And... yeah, because I want to be able to sort of semi-walk, kind of at least like walk in there. Extreme intense music. I'm trying to sort of like make this slightly longer. like that. Where's the thing? There's the thing. So now we put an inlet here. Outlet. That's fine. No need to worry about that one. Because the idea was to then have a slightly easier way path of filling it up. Now, we do have at least a couple of powered chutes here. Oh, one. Now, the basic one has your input. Right? So outlet and inlet. These more basic shooty booties. Here's your shooty right in your booty. So that would be one way of doing it, but the problem here is, well, there's no security. If anything else flies in here, it'll just get chucked in. So we kind of don't want that. So that's why I was thinking of the powered ones. Because we got digital valve right and left, which means flip-flop splitters, shoot import. Import bin. So that's why I want this one to be powered, actually. God damn you bastard, come here. And yeah, currently we're listening to... Well, that one was from Cyberpunk 2077. There we go. And there we go. And after I discovered that stackers have the loader form, man, I was happy, because then I could just like chuck in freaking cardboard boxes. And it would automatically fill them. Heckin' beautiful. And this is Dwarf Fortress music. In case someone's wondering. I do believe the one is Sisters of Battle. Double check. Sisters of War. So, kind of correct. Even if not entirely. Now, I do believe that ice inside a chute won't melt unless it's inside a window chute where it might be like exposed to sun and whatnot. So we could, in theory, throw in... Try right-click to hot swap two from your hand. I use F and G usually for that one. Whoopa. God dang it, where's the... Oh. See, if I right click here, it just says guess bonk, 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 bonk. And the point is I usually, because I want to make sure everything goes back in the correct inventory. So, answering no hypocrisy there on the YouTube side. Never thought of that, Dana Juice. Don't die. Yeah, no oil here in that way, except for this oil. There's coal, but we don't need to worry about where that came from. So now... Yes, mum. It's cold enough, so the ice shouldn't melt either. So if I want to refill this thing with like crazy hot gases, let's double check. You're closed, you're open. You are... It's a one-way valve. It's fine. Okay, let's see. And it's 2 to 1. So if we do one-way valve, wow, yeah, exactly, hypocrisy. So if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One. Volatiles will be 1, 2, 3. And then turn you on. Yep, nothing has leaked in here. Temperature is nice and hot. Pressure's going down. because the output is pumping it out. Excellent. It's all going in here. There's a little bit of volatiles has survived through here, but there's more than enough oxygen to help them all burn out. So there's inside the pipe there is actual, well, shit's still burning, yo. Okay, so we have our furnace back now, and this thing should help us out. Thankfully, our base isn't heated, or the ice would melt in your hand. It did. That's why we had the massive explosions, because I was lazy and I couldn't be bothered to like bring my actual fuel canister and use like properly mixed fuel gas for this. And I just manually threw in ice, and I wasn't fast enough, so it melted. So that's why I wanted this one so we can have sort of them in the chute as a double safety thing, and in the future maybe have like a refrigerated vending machine. But then you have to worry about the stacking, and that one's problematic because it auto stacks. So that's its own giant freaking logic system. And best to mix fuel outside. Yeah, that is the plan. Fix fuel, and bring it into the in a portable tank for now. So I'm thinking in the future I want even this thing to be outside. I have an ice crusher doing volatiles directly into a tank. Huh. We don't need that one at all, do we? And this one is completely insulated, so it remains nice and hot. But we might need more pressure. There. We do 8 volatiles. 4 oxide. You plump until it properly ignites. Alright. I don't know what I'm doing, so for now that'll have to hang out there. This system kind of works. And I realize if I like snag that one, because we could experiment with this Stirling engine for the automate. God damn, there was a reason for all of this. Bring in some hot gas, bring it. It's getting there. Be very, very careful not to insert the backpack / belt of fuel. Best not to even have it in your hand. That is very true. Also why I wanted this one, so it doesn't accidentally just suck it in. So I do have to push the button. So we got 1 oxide. There we go. Yeah, the place is already heating up quite a lot, so this thing is leaking heat. Pressure is quite low, actually. This thing is closed. The input pump has absolutely sucked the vacuum in there, I'm pretty sure. Heck no. Oh, would you look at that? There was actually a few moles of fuel inside this pipe network. It ain't much, but there's tiny amounts. We could pump that shit in here too at some point. Not for now. That looks like out of void in itself. Wait, maximum maybe? Yeah, maxed out that thing. Yeah, so because that thing would also been good for like an automation system, have the pipe net measuring system that will then equalize its output. You know, to click on a purge, maxes out its output instantly. Whomp. And for the best furnace efficiency, enclose the furnace in a box and control the atmo in the box. Yeah, that is pretty much my next plan is to build a box around here and just have that guy hang out in a vacuum, pretty much. Seems like the easiest solution. Insulated tank. If I activate this, you'll make 2 of these. I'm okay with that. We can do 2. I have this guy here with who's hanging out, being all cool like. We have gotten all the nitrogen out of here, which is A-okay. You know, it's A-okay to the point where I'm going to actually just, you know, do that. Not so much a vacuum, the furnace would lose temp way too fast. A heated box prevents this. Why would it lose temperature in a vacuum? Vacuum is like the best insulator. Oh well. But I guess, yeah, temperature control would also work. If anything else, yeah, I can also, yeah, just keep it in a box, pump it full of, like, nitrogen, which is non-reactive, and then let it just, you know, do its thing. Okay, let's have a look, see, how exactly does a centrifuge fuge? I'm gonna clickety-clack on the palsy here. Advanced dirty ore, present deep miner, dirty ore, blah blah. Sorry about that. Will be degassed. I'm okay with that. Open while powered on. The current centrifuge will enter an error state and reduce RPM 0, then export. Excellent. Can make all kinds of bullshit. Make charcoal. Oh, right. Yeah. Because all of these can be mixed together for the whole mixed reagents thing up. So it has logic things here for power. Okay, open. Yeah, makes sense. Error, yes, required power, import count, name hash, reference ID, on. Reagents. Wonderful. As occupied. If slot occupied, occupant hash, quantity. Stack size of the item in the slots. Maximum quantity class, reference ID 3 slots. Total slots. And radiation and convection are both times of thermal transference. You'll lose temp in a vacuum, which is at 0 degrees. Or nil, rather. Yeah, but is it nil? That's what I'm wondering, like, because temperature would require, so that would be in the form of radiation, so infrared. And it is very inefficient. That is why vacuum is used usually as an insulator. Or air. But I get it. No, game works as it works. So if I just pump it in, keep the furnace in a room full of hot nitrogen, it should work just fine. Reagents. Total number of reagents. Now, if I remember correctly, when it's full, it also enters an error state. So we can use that to determine whether or not we should, how we should work. So once it enters an error state, then we'll click on open. Once that's done, it'll remain in an error state until if open while powered on, the shelf will choose enter state and then release open to export any items. Brother, Volans Leave got a crash. Don't blow up. Hey, thanks for hanging out with Tiger Lily. I really do appreciate it. Nice seeing you around, and I hope you get some good sleep, my friend. Get good sleep, good rest. You got busy days in my winter car ahead of you. Nice chatting with you. Well, thank you, Tiger Lily. Do appreciate that. Welcome back at any time. So now we're gonna figure out the logic for this one, yeah? Now, if I remember correctly, I saw an error state when it was full. So if error, then we enter a loop for emptying it. Because I don't want it to then, just keep doing stuff like, oh, okay, we're done with the error state because we emptied it out a little bit. So once it enters an error state, I want it to enter a sort of purge state where it empties out everything. So we use a read write and make open me say 1. Don't care what's inside. Current quantity in the slot. For the logical slots, yes, import and export. But it can't just be the export. Can it? Like it read its readings. Alright, we're gonna have to do a quick check here. First we do a change from DeepMiner over to configuration. We can't look at that one because that one doesn't have anything in it, so we're gonna have to look at the ones that are like on currently. Oh no, we're falling in. There we go. And whoop, dodge that. Now you are at 198 grams and you are at 318. So this one is getting close to being full because I noticed that above 400 is what it started getting upset. Upset is spaghetti. There we go. So power 1, open, 0, error, reagents 318.8. 0.10. Yeah, 319.1. Okay. So then we can see if once reagents equals 0 or less than 1, then we close and continue working normally. I think that would work. I apparently desperately need to go to the toilet. I've had too much coffee and tea. Oh, no such thing. But I'll be right back. Enjoy the magic of the centrifuge. I'll see you soon.
Hydration critical.
Hello, I have returned. Oh no. We are apparently very thirsty now. We're not taking damage yet, so that's A-okay. Whoop. Yeah. And while I was away, had a quick thought about... Okay, first of all, yeah, we need stairs here. Ugh, so many things. I think I'm gonna have to replace the stairwell with the one that has a door on both. Wait, do I have it on both sides? I think I do. Excellent. So we're gonna put... Okay, stairs there. Wonderful, wonderful. Also, quick looky. Any interesting galactic gadgets? Irrigation. We don't know. We don't need seed mongers right now. Gadgets, I don't think would be too helpful, but they might have money. They might need some fuel. Won't be good enough. Oh. Welcome in. Actually, mount them in and then fuck off. That one charged. Why did it charge? Now, I don't have a fridge down there. So we're gonna go. We'll consume the bread loaf, at least part of it. Celsius in there right now. Too many windows. Whoop. Yep. One. And bump. So we've got a couple of more spot producers and a large amount of... Well, large. And then... more of the... soybean producers. I'm hoping to relatively soon get my shit together. And what? There we go. And move all of the living room stuff from here to the actual living area. And then I kind of want to make this room be purely Harvey based, just to see how we can figure out the automation for the inputs as well. Can they request stuff, or maybe it would be easier to just, they get what they get. So we'll have this one be like, I don't know, the room of potatoes and soy. Should work. When play open sewer. Hey there, eDavid909. Well, I think next time will be after the Bazaar updates comes out, because I had a lot of fun with it, but going back into it was a little... well, a little rough. On account of the whole... the grind in that game. And I say that with affection. I do enjoy the game very, very much. But it needs to be on the... it needs to wait for a little bit. Okay. First we'll check what the trader wants. What hope you're doing well, David. They're selling appliance desk lamp. What is the progress now at Open Sewer? Oh, for me? I'd say very far on many fronts. Story is done. I have upgrade for a lot of stuff. And the... There you go. Let's see here. Quick brain. Brain fog. Oh, wait. The apartment is mostly maxed out, not the heating though. Many of the I don't have every room filled with tenants and so on, so there's still room for improvement, and that I kind of want to leave a little bit of the grind for the post. Okay, let's do this one quickly now. And we need to, get more stuff and build more of these bad boys. We're gonna plonk down our logic chip just here. Sorry, I keep on getting distracted. It is what I do. That'll work. There we go. Are you still sending scams? Oh, that is true. After the update, I tried sending scams again, and even with my maxed out skills, they weren't quite as worth it anymore. And that made me happy, because I was mildly annoyed at these scams being so overpowered, because then it felt like handicapping myself to not do it. So now when I make scams, even if I maxed out skills, they're not all of the best quality. So it's no longer quite as lucrative as it used to be. And I'm hoping for the Bazaar update to then bring more traders, which means some of the really expensive things my dude can create would be, more viable again. So I did like that one. If you want to see my my attempts at seeing what the new update had to offer, it was it's a few streams back, not that much, like last week. The VOD might still be on Twitch. And if not, it's on the YouTube side. I really should, on the YouTube side as well, organize it all, put in the playlists for the different games. Sorry, everyone, my YouTube is just a mess. But one of the reasons for it was also to just have a sort of long-term storage of VODs, a sort of a journal of my life as a streamer, if you will. Proof to the world, I was here. But yeah, I need to reorganize that one. And actually make some videos, because I do have some ideas, and I think it would be fun to just try to make guides to at least something. Now, what am I doing? I'm doing this. Yes. Now, for the code, because we stop time now, so we don't worry about that too much. Oh yeah, still sending scams. So scams still make money, but now there's the for example, making the alcohol should be more productive, and now the mushrooms and everything had quality differences. Yeah, but that is also why I'm hoping. Like I said, I'm waiting for the Bazaar upgrade. I want more ways of making money. I want the more options really. But yeah. Now we have our centrifuge. So we open up our F1 Stationpedia. Here we have it. So here we can see all the stuff we have here. This machine doesn't really need to give a shit. Or anything else. It just looks at centrifuges. So we can link 6 centrifuges to this one, because I'm gonna try to avoid using the batch save command if possible in the future. On account of my rig is not the best, and using those apparently does cause it's memory inefficient. Apparently also even warned by the devs as well, you don't want to go too crazy with those commands. I'm thinking okay, cool, I'm okay with that. Because we can just make code and reuse it in multiple chips and have them working in parallel, and then instead of having everything in one piece of code, we can then have a sort of tiered manager system here. We have one chip just observing the machines, reporting their states, and a manager, a piece of code who is like observing their states, and based on on what it reads, it then issues out commands, kind of stuff. That's at least what I'm hoping to automate the greenhouse more. We'll have one chip would be observing 6 the growing all the growing trays with the data output, and then it saves in its own setting in a binary form a series of flags to determine whether or not the plant has fertilizer, if it has a plant inside, if the plant has reached maturity, and if the plant is seeding. So that's all the detail we need, and based on that, we can then control the states of the Harveys. And also we can use the same series of information for then eventually the Lariat. This I'm pretty sure, because the Harveys can't deal with the fertilizing, and that's okay. Because the observer it is just a plant observer chip essentially, which then has a series of binary flags in its setting. I was thinking we need 4 yes nos, but yeah, fertilizer would be the first one, because that's only a yes no. We don't care about anything else relating to the fertilizer. Is a plant present is the next one, which is the important one we need for determining whether or not we might need to replant. Second one is it mature, which is information we might need for if we say plant switchgrass, because then we don't care about its because then we can just use the maturity one rather than because it'll never get replanted. And then there is the seeding, because I'm assuming we might want to produce more plants, and we might not care about the seeds, so that way we don't wait for that last step. We just wait for maturity to happen, then harvest, and then maybe see if we can, especially for the Larry, because I think the Larry might be able to use its own sort of thing it just picked up, which with the plant, to replant it back in the very last one. I'm hoping that kind of stuff could work out. But that's a then kind of thing. Right now, I'm looking at this thing, having a sip. Making watches and mash is still okay or not? I mean, the watches still work, yeah, and mash is... I never made that much money from doing just the mash. I very, very quickly went to making purely into the alcohol in Obensur. So making the mushroom-based alcohols once you get access to the mines, because there's the red mushroom guy in one of the caves who hangs out there, the guy with the burn scars, and he'll buy anything that has to do with green mushroom. So you can make, and he has a lot of money. So making large batches of like distilled mushroom-based moonshine is a very good way of making money through him. So he was my number one. Watches never, in my opinion, made that much money. No, compared to the effort. I mean, cool, and especially because I maxed out my machining skills and so on. So my watches are too good. So no one has money for. Very few people have money unless I make steel and brass ones. But I would like to find someone who'd actually buy the golden ones too. That is why I'm waiting for the bazaar update. Okay, so for the centrifuge here, we'd have devices 0 through 6 will all be a centrifuge, so we don't really need to name those an alias. We don't care about the prefab hash, because this is purely for a centrifuge. So we'll start with a good old piece of code. We'll call, or like a comment, centrifuge manager all registers will link to a centrifuge. Then we'll have the centrifuge registries there. Cool. Because I'm thinking we'll have a do alias R0 will be our pointer for now. To just have things look at stuff. And we do call you the reset, where we move pointer to 0. Then we do loop, which is we first look at let's see here, alias. I'll call it temp. We'll do L. Fine. There we go. L temp. D. No, we can't do it that way, can we? Yeah, so we do R0. So now we D0. And what are we loading? Error. So we're checking, are we in an error state? Oh, yes, no, of course. And loop should start with yield. So it happens once per tick. So once per tick, we load our error state, which I do believe says here, one if in error state. So if we are in an error state, we do B the BGTC, let's double check. BGTZ. Branch to a line greater than 0. So here, branch to relative branch to a line if if A is greater than 0. So if we are in an error, okay, relative jump to a line to line C if A is less than B. All right, we can have this one here on the sign. So let's see if A is less than B. So if temp is less than 1, jump. And a relative, I do believe, would be from us forward. So 1, 2 lines forward. Because the next one. Hey there, Shifty Goblin. Oh, yes, I love coding in games. I'm glad you like it, Shifty Goblin. It's one of my favorites too. I like coding in general, this sort of abstracted puzzle solving. And I like this thing because the in-game language is so such a low-level one. So I would think about, in which registry, where do we save our outputs and so on. And there's a limited amount. So now we're looking at, if I understood how the relative jumping branching works, it's relative to where that thing is, how many lines forward. And essentially I want it if we are so if it's less than 0, no less than 1, which means we're not in an error state, I want you to skip this shit. But if you are in an error state, that means that we need to open up the device. Which means we S into device, which we're referring to with our pointer, which will be our 0, open 1. How do we then make sure it closes? Ah, yes. That'll be a separate. No, because we want different behaviors in different situations. So maybe it'll be easier to just do. We'll do a volume purge, and purge does that one. So str0 open equals once we save into the open logic the value 1. So open yes, and then we do something. Because this one should now be not be relative, would be LT. The branch to line C if A is less than B. And our C we can use, here are the names of these essentially functions, I guess. These loops we call them jump into purge. The branch into purge, and purge ends with go to loop. Sorry? No, it can't be a loop. It has to be a separate spot where we do jump into end. And the end here is what we have end, and end does we add R0 into R0, the value of R0 and 1, and if branch relative less than, so if R0, our current pointer, is less than 7, jump over the next line where we we don't even know the god damn stupid. See, what we do is we branch if it's greater than. Now if R0, which is our pointer value, is greater than 6, greater than 5, jump all the way back to reset. Because I wanted to bump it into 5, because there is, from their 6 device registry 0 to 5. So if it's greater than 5, you want to reset where we move the pointer back to 0, which would be the R0 here. We'll just do that to be slightly more clear. We do R0 used as pointer for navigating device registries. There. And 10 for temporary here. So start. First time you activate this thing, there should also be a clear DB. Just as a sort of a good habit. Every time you activate this thing, it clears its, I guess it would be the database, but it is the name, the pointer for its, the IC housing itself. Currently we're not doing anything with it, but, it just feels like a sort of good habit to have. Then we start by resetting our pointer back to 0. So every time you sort of reset the entire code, it goes from the beginning. We loop, and we get to the end of the loop. At the end, we add 1 to our pointer, so that the next time we loop, we'll be going through device 1, device 2, device 3, and so on. And then if we are greater than 5, you reset, move the pointer back to 0, keep looping. There we have it. And if we are in an error state, currently, we jump into the purge. Double check branch. If branch line B, if A is greater than 0. So if temp is greater than 0, then it's in an error state, which means we want to purge it. So we jump to purge. Purge may put our open value to 1. And then we need to check when do we close. Let's change this into the RA forms where it remembers the return address or where we jumped into that loop. So BGTZ and AL. So if we have to purge, we jump in here, we mark it as open, and we jump back to where we were. Excellent. Then we check do we need to close. So we load into temp from the device in pointed to by the register 0 value. The logic of reagents. The total number of reagents recorded by the device, which is how much shit we got there. Ah. That is not true, is it now? See, this one I want to happen in here. So we purge, we open, then we load in the reagents into the temp value, and we check if the reagent value is less than. What do we want to do here? Yeah, so we want to purge, it means it's open. I think the error state is the same. Wait, am I like really overcomplicating this? Can we just have our open state be the error state? Wouldn't that work? Because by the time it's done dumping its contents, it no longer has an error, so it'll close and keep on spinning. I think that seems like it feels too simple. Okay, we'll try that out though. Okay, so we'll load into temp our error, and then we save into our device would be DR0, which is pointing to it. Logic type would be open, and what are we're saving in our temp value. What if that's all we do? I don't give a shit about anything else. Tempe, no, just temp. Purge doesn't do anything. You don't do nothing, you don't do nothing, you don't do nothing. Don't need to call in end. We just have the reset, so to make sure that it keeps on going through all of our devices. Double checking here. Alias temp R1. New DB just because good habits. We have a reset. Pointer goes to the beginning. Then we loop. Very last thing we do. And we J loop. Jump to loop. Nope, there we go. And the basic loop. We wait for one in-game tick. We check what is the current error state of our device. And we save that same value to be our open value. So if in error, go open. When no longer in error, close. Move pointer forward by 1. Check do we need to reset. Do the loop again. This feels insanely, stupidly simple. I love it. If this works, I'll be happy. The thing is there's nothing in there, so we click on the export. Now it's there. Oh, before we do this, check on the library. Create new. And it is... we call it the 6x. No. Centrifuge 6x. Confirm. Now, in theory, we could have a lot more centrifuges if we use the batch loading system, but we're not going to do that. We're going to have it like whatever you put in the devices. I don't like the rattling sound. Thank you. Yeah. Then we click on the export. There's value. Whomp. There we go. Need to change the battery on that guy, apparently. Okay. So now if we look at it. Come on. Here. 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 And voila. And our renaming tool. There we go. Ah, I discovered a problem with the code, so it's going to go through all of these, but these are no device, so it's going to give me an error. Means you go back there, go to edit, you pause, and there was a branch to align if device D isn't set. BDNS. Which means we do add here an end. And loop we yield BDNS branch to align A. And our device will be DR0. And our target is end. Alright. So this way, we enter. If the device this is pointing you has not been set, we jump to end. R0 goes forward, maybe resets, and we loop. And we check the next one. So this way, the devices that have not been set shouldn't be affecting the code. We click it in the curve here. Export teams are very hard. Slap it back in there. It's beeping, it's booping, doing its snooting. Now the interesting thing will be to see. Well, eventually. This one's going to take a while. Now, we need more steel frames. Let's see here. One. There we go. I realized I want this to kind of work. I need to build these. Come on. Might as well get the power from here for now. Again, good old, totally not permanent temporary solutions. Who most likely will be increasingly permanent until something kind of explodes. Oh, that's what it was. I'm like, what the hell? There we go. These are all working hard, hardly working hard to say. Now I'm gonna get more of these in here. And I do believe I had one actually. Just lying around. Stupid cable. There we go. We had a centrifuge inside one of these things. There we go. Now did we also have... We do also have some steel frames, good. There we go. Welder. Oh, and then the auto miner needs to be moved as well. God dang, so many things. I should have them relatively close. Oh, to each other. It'll work for now. Wump. Wrench and steel sheets. There we go. And then the welding torch. There we go. They're slightly inside each other, but it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Occlusion manager. Okay. Basic chutes. Some of these are a little confusing. The overflow chute will direct materials to its overflow port when the thing connected to its default port is already occupied. So yes, the overflow main, sure, makes sense. The chute valve will stop the flow of materials when set to closed, and when set to open, like a straight chute. Okay, so it's just an open-close valve. Cool. Shoot the toggle between two outputs. And it sounds like it should do it automatically, right? Sorry. But I feel like I built one of those and it didn't really want to do what I wanted it to. No matter how I look at it, I can't see a... Yeah, last time I tried one of these, it didn't really work. Be easy enough to fix though. But just not using it, and instead going for the overflow. That's fine. So this way there would be a single in between. I brought my second centrifuge. We have 4. Come on. There. And this would be 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. Turn you off. Turn it back on. There we go. Whoops. There we go. One, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And before we go now to the extra sorter, because we did put the overflow valve there, means we need to, break this one down. Crowbar. Oh, they did go there. Oh, excellent. Oh yeah, perfect. Wouldn't have been able to make another centrifuge, would you? Is it you? You can make a number. Well, we're gonna need more than however many that thing can make. Eventually, anyway. So it'll be fine. Whomp. Now, I do believe there's an input bit there. So we can throw the dirty ore back. There you go. Dirty ore thrown in. The hell? Ah, I can't math. Fair enough. And we do a basic shoots and a wrench. Now, so now we'd have. I'm going to move this one eventually at some point, I guess. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we need that 6th one. There we go. Overflow. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, let's also. Anything here we need? Not really. Not there either. From here, we look at this set of tools. Do a little bit of like gentle mining. There we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. The hell? Weird. Oh, I didn't have enough shoots in my pockets. Oh, well, that makes more sense. Anyway, yeah, so then we do the centrifugaloid placement. Do 1. Do 2. Centrifugaloid done. And we'll see, do we have more of those? Yeah. God dang. I have fallen. I can absolutely get up. Okay, there we go. I wanted to sell something to you, but I can't remember what. So, hang tight. I think there was water, at least, possibly oxygen, and then a whole bunch of gold. Which we can just grab from here, yeah? One, 2, 3, 5, 6. Temperature remains okay. That is way easier than having to manually just go there and chuck that shit in. So this should be the last one, yeah? Yeah. Pressure is so low, so we can easily do that. Again, wonderful. Well, got a bunch of centrifuges. Go. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Now, this is more than we need. I still want to bring the extras with me. Okay, so then at least we'll have the whole freaking ice production in order. Now, I would want to say that it was like, I think Bale and Alamein pointed out that it was like 7. Oh, we're carrying this gold around with us for no heckin' reason.
Power low.
No, it ain't. Stop lying to me. There you go. Sell. Gold, once 93. Here's 93 gold for 186 buckaroons. Excellent. So then we get the next deep miner, then we'll have a source of silver as well, and then also we can make infinite electrum, eventually. Now the thing is, we're gonna have to then figure out how much power does having all of these on, consume. What? Please. There we go. Thwomp. We might then, have to put up more stuff. Oh, yeah, for the other deep miner, because I've been sort of considering whether or not I should. Please, why are you like this? There we go. So thinking if I had the other deep miner, if I had the centrifuges over at where it is, and then we just send in the actual ore over. We'll see. We'll start out with this though. We don't look into that one. We open this one. We should have. Oh, I see. We are in desperate need of more steely sheeties. Make a wrench. Well, the booty. Did we miraculously just have enough? It is looking a bit like it. This pleases me. Now. Needs more cables, needs more chutes. Where is McWrench. Yeah, this entire thing also needs to be moved eventually, because, well, I don't like the fact that it's effectively just floating in the air. There we go. Stuff comes in, goes through it all. Everything's A-okay. There. Yeah. There we go. Then we look at how many chutes we got left. Hopefully enough.
Hunger caution.
Perfect. Come on. There we go. Gonna have to do it this way around here. Okay, this will be just, in my opinion, like the most aesthetic solution. So let's see if we can make it work. I kind of like it if they all, like, you know, just pumped up. Oh, not to get a dog. Now they're all linked. Okay. We're gonna have to then wire them up and everything. But for now, we're left with a single chute. So first things first. Centrifuge 1, centrifuge 2. Jump. Centrifuge 3. 4. 5. And 6. No. I did this and I realized, well, I should probably have named them with, you know, starting from 0, but, oh well. That's a tomorrow's problem. Alright, then we make sure they're all wired. Oh yeah, boys. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put a classic, turn it off, in out, reset it all. Turn off all of that on. And then sorter gets back to sorting. Every now and then it should be putting out stuff that isn't a piece of dirty ore. But it does have a large amount of dirty ore to process first. Huh. Because anything else the sorter should be then, if it's not dirty ore goes here, not dirty ore goes here, it should be sent straight on back. This guy's working. This guy's working. This guy's working. They're all working. And then we'll get to see whether or not they'll eventually, you know, catch up and all. If you're now down to 4 of 600, I think these guys should be able to deal with you just fine. Yep. Or cobalt. Maybe I should... You see, I was dumb. I thought this shit would be... have normal ore. No, this one only has the stuff that's coming out from in there. These guys are going straight to the input for the stacking machine. From a loader. And this one has no contents because apparently there's nothing down here deep in the mines. Oh well, let's make a bigger and deeper hole then, eh? Then we switch over to the wrenchy dude.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Oh, and also the nutrition. We'll get there. Oh yeah, I can't get up from there because of that chute that needs dealing with. And there we go, that's the orientation. So we're sort of attached here. And it's 1, 2. There, now its front is here. We keep digging our heckin' joint of a basement. Oh, we don't have enough chutes though to connect these, so... yeah. I think we have a grand total of a couple of chutes. It's true. There. Autominer needs some cabling. Well, that would explain why my jetpack had been all kind of weird every now and then. Stabilizers were off. Now, before I link you in here, I want to know, what is our current power situation?
Good morning.
Well, good morning to you as well, Ugla. Hope you're having a lovely day and a good start to the new year. Potential requires 856 watts. So less than a kilowatt with all of these on. Huh. Now, of course, once I add this guy, it'll be a whole bunch extra. Let's see. Look at it now. A whole bunch of wall lights. Stackers, deep miners taking 500 watts. Oh, okay. Apparently, the APCs and a large amount of wall lights are taking actually a whole bunch of power. Oh well, it's worth it. And then the deep miner is like just directly linked in. We'll get there. God dang it. One. And you know what? I'll leave it there for now. And we look at this guy. You do that. Heckin' perfect. Then our welder was looking a little spent. Not a spray gun. There you are. No, it's not that bad. And drill. And labeler. Angle grinder is acceptable. So there should be food here. 1% on both food and drink.
Hunger caution.
There you go. Good with tasty drink. Drink a little bit more cereal bar. Put the tin can back there. Have a little bit of a shower. So okay, so now we got the centrifuges potentially fully automated. I feel a little silly if that is really what we need to do, because then the chip isn't really... I mean, the chip will just allow us to, with
Power critical.
smaller amount of power to, well, pieces to control 6 separate centrifuges. Because otherwise we could just have a logic reader and a logic writer. Reads the error state, writes the error state into the open. We'll find out soon enough whether or not that will actually work. But there is the chance of it will remain in an error state until it's, closed again. One way to find out, really. Now, we are done with the space. And gases are dealt with. Ooh, our nitrogen filter just ran out. We need a new one of those. Oh, there's a tiny bit of nitrogen still left. Well, this guy doesn't. Yeah, it's all cool. It's all cool. You need iron, which you do not have, in order to make me another nitrogen filter. There you go. might start recycling the air. Hopefully sucking some more of the hotter air and pumping out some of the cooler. Alright. Gonna take a while so we can do another. Except we can't. It's too warm in here now. I think that one needs to be about like 900. I guess I could close you off. Ramp up that input. Open you up. See if there's any fuel left. That might. There should be. Okay. Okay. So it's 2 oxide. There we go. Pump out the hot stuff. And suck out that little corner. Excelente. Muy fucking bien and all that shit. There we go. So now we can make a nitrogen filter. Medium would be nice, but we don't have the constant on us, so we'll just do your basic small one. And there we go. Nitrogen being filtered once more. Right, that is what we do if we need a centrifuge here, though. For, like, you know, waste products. No, we do have, you know, extras. The door, solar panel, ogre. Space back has a whole lot of plumbing. Various bits and pieces. The synth cartridge. Okay, some advanced things and an invar. Solder is doable. So now we have that one. Then I'm wondering, should I look at the whole, trying to figure out a math for making fuel mixtures? That would make life easier on many fronts. How was our pump situation, actually? Because we could also then have a look-see. Good pressure, turbo, digital valve. And one of these bad boys. So now the purge. Under pressure regulator, we have Pressurant. Pumps gas into a liquid pipe in order to raise the pressure. This one could be an interesting one. With the... No, we have one pressure regulator. Excellent. Because here where we built our system for the Stirling engine, which we got to work, and we just need to make more detectors and logic and shit. Because this pipe has stuff in it, but at a very cold temperature. I want this tank to cool down just a little bit, so the liquid, so the water will turn liquid. So, what if we use alright, so what if we move this pump one step this way? Then we can have a separate thingy here. Yeah. Yes, we're gonna have to do that. You're gonna give me that one. Where's the cable? There it is. There we go. And wrench clock. There's some to turbo that pump. Then we look at pressure regulator having the, not the purge, but the pressurant. Yeah, because this way we can then steal all the cold gases and put them here. And then use those to increase the pressure and maybe even cool down this stuff here so we can get the effect we want. And then we need one or more of these, that'll be a purge valve, which we can use to just remove the pollutant and, like, I don't know, inject it to atmosphere. Right now this here PID thingy is doing stuff. We could put a chip in here to control the PID thingy as we try to figure out how to do it, because doing stuff through the memory chip is doable, but mildly annoying. Maybe we should continue with that. Well, this one will remain as a sort of eventual plan when the whole system grows. One more insulated tank, so we can replace this thing with an insulated tank and an ice crusher, and just, I don't know, use the chute to just feed it large amounts of volatile ice. So the volatile gases. Then we need, maybe we'll steal the chip all the way, or we can do it from there to control this valve. Because there is math I was shared, and I need to figure out how to turn that into code that will take into account the pressure and temperature of the two separate gases and adjust those for a good mixture. And that way I'm hoping to be able to skip the whole, caring too much about the, because this is like an eyeballed mixture. So if we have math controlling it, it'll be, we can make a much better one. See, well, we only need the pipe analyzer on that side, because if we have a tank, we can get the temperature, pressure, all that information from the tank itself. This one will tell us the temperature and pressure here, which technically we know because it's just atmosphere. But this thing also produces heat. so it might change. Seeing as it's just a passive valve, it's being sucked in from. So, yeah. And that's the next step. I'm really just happy we got the centrifuges finally done. So now if we automate this stuff, I'll be even more happy. Oh, right. See, would you look at that? I had a fucking tank all ready to go. Can't have him there because of the cable. Do we have enough frames? I mean, I know it doesn't need one, but I want one. I want it to look nice. We're gonna build in space. God dang it, we're gonna make something even at least vaguely nice. So then we'll have an ice crusher there. Which we don't have, by the way. We need to build those. Ooh, we need steel sheets. And an ice crusher. And I want you... I know you... Oh, you don't actually fit inside a grid. Yeah, you want smaller. Okay, so then we can do... That way you should be... Nope. I was wrong. Yeah. We got some of that groovy music. Oh. Now, this way looks sort of central. And this way looks central. Excellent. Few more pipes could be nice, not necessarily full on required, necessary for right now. And for this one, we just need to do some wiring. So let's do that one first because this was what I was working on and I got confused again. Oh, not confused, distracted. Oh, sorry, as is my wont. Now, let's see. Bump, 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 bump. Go from here. I mean, technically, I wonder, could I convince you to build inside there? I think I can. Oh, Pete is angry. Too bad, Petey boy, too bad. See, I can wrench this one apart. There we go. Switch from here to there. Nope, nope, nope. I'll do. It doesn't have to be, airtight. I just like it when they look that way. Here at least I can just get a little bit. Because the first stage makes them solid. Pretty much. Next state makes them airtight. Womp. Here we go. Where'd I put you? There you go. No, that looks like there's someone in the wrong pockets because there's too many empty spaces in there. There you go, you bastard. There we go. And... French. Oh, no. There it was. Found it in the end. There's that other... This one. I think it's... There. For the ice crusher. There we go. Hello there, fluffy buttocks. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. And I hope those buttocks will remain happy and delightfully fluffy. Let's see. Wrong tool. There we go. Him pump. Can't put a cable through there. But we can go through here and there. And might as well. There we go. So that is done. So now we have this guy linked. So tells me, oh no, he has exactly the same as Atmo outside. Neat. Then this one will be filled with volatiles. And then we'll possibly bring our own APC and whatnot to isolate the system. But for now, most likely it'll be controlled from here. But, yeah. Certainly. Ah, glad to hear it. Heckin' wonderful, as they say. Oh no, I fell. There we go. And, yeah. And this one wants... Oh, buttocks. Well, easy enough fix. Pressure valve. Nope. Nope. There we go. You see, you can't have it facing that way because in that, the next grid for the cable would be where the actual tank is. Can't build through that one. So then we'll look inside the red space back. The first large cardboard box. We still have some cable. Wild. I'm actually running out of cable. There. We'll start with that one. As it slowly but surely empties out that one. Oh, you this fine day. Hope you had a wonderful New Year's Eve. Well, thank you, fluffy buttocks. My New Year's Eve was nice and comfortable. Pleasant enough. Despite the horrors that the dogs went through, they don't like the fireworks. But we all survived and had a very nice and calm and pleasant evening indeed. I hope you had a wonderful New Year's as well. And then I hope these first days of the new year are treating you kindly as well, my friend. I'll see you. So, pressure here is cool out tank. Huh? Oh, right. So we have achieved our goal, which was to get this thing vacuumed out. That guy's vacuumed out, and this one's vacuumed out. Perfecto. So, we've been collecting the liquids in here. Except then they, ended up having less pressure, so they started turning the gas again. And now I'm seeing, can I turn the water? Okay, so how exactly does this thing then work? Pumps gas in the liquid pipe in order to raise the pressure. Like, do I give it the target value? Luckily, my family dog doesn't mind the fireworks. He's more annoyed he's not allowed to join us outside. Oh. Well, it's better that way. Our old one is now so deaf, so he barely heard what was happening. And every time he heard something was happening, I kept on streaming and acting, normal. So he just, okay, I guess we're just chilling. Oh, okay, cool. My other dog is she's very, very stressed, and has like war PTSD kind of vibes, just shaking and being suffering so much. But she's doing a lot better now. Has calmed down. That's nice. Thankfully, it's only one. It's once a year when that happens. Rest of the year, fireworks are quite illegal around here. Now, I'm assuming that'll be the target pressure. So we got 800 kilopascals in there. Oh, right. We should probably add a pipe in there onto there before we, explode a device. And yeah, this one needs to be painted yellow. Inside here we do have, yes, small amount insulated pipe. There we go. So, double checking. This pipe network is 890 kilopascals. It's insulated, so it shouldn't be getting affected, except if this thing is... Yeah, ain't doing it's doing nothing. Pumping it from here. Pressure now at 966. Which I'm hoping... Not really doing it. Hmm? 600 kilopascals. Oh, looks like we've achieved our goal. I'm going to turn you off.
Hydration critical.
Man, our stationeer is such a thirsty boy. It's 1000 kilopascals. Seems to be an acceptable amount of pressure we want to aim towards. Temperature wasn't too affected. Oh. See, you've stopped. Pumping in some more cold air. A gas. I'm hoping there will be a sort of a critical moment. Or the pressure and temperature gets just enough so the water will just finish turning into a liquid. Because then we can have a purge valve, be one more connection here, which will then remove all the gases. And then we can, filter out our pollutants and whatnot. It's in 4. Okay, looks like we might have reached that point. We'll see how far this goes. Yeah, the other option is to remove this one completely and then have an attached cooling system. You could just cool it a little bit further, because our Stirling engines were cooling down the water and the steam, and then we had our condensation valve grab stuff as they started turning liquid. Now, if we had a higher pressure here, we can maintain a higher pressure here, but eventually, yeah, we'll have what happened here, and then we end up with water and pollutants. Now, the water, I think, seems to be turning liquid. Is apparently turning liquid before the pollutants, so that's nice. And that way, I'm hoping to then, within the tank, let the water turn into a liquid, and then we can use the purge valve to just get rid of the pollutants, because, we got a bunch. I don't think we need much more right now. But yeah, we need to build a water crusher so we can fill this thing with pollutants, and then, yeah, do the code. And we could fit, more Stirling engines there. We'll get around to it, eventually. Oh, and while we're at it, did you guys keep on forgetting to check what else we could sell? So I'm not selling any of my silver right now because we don't have quite enough. You would want a little bit of water And a little bit of O2. So, we can do a... I need to move this thing. First we do... up into landing pad. Oh yeah, and the weather system. I got no idea when the storms are coming. They just, you know, the storms, they happen when they happen. And we either have a good time or a bad time. Mostly, lately, we just have time. There we go. Let me sell you some water. Oh. Stupid frames. Oh, we're taking health damage. Alright, fine. Come on, give me a quick sec here. I'm just gonna... Landing pad is empty. Put us some oxygen.
Hunger caution.
Good job, there we go. Then you'd buy stuff I don't want to sell. Cool. Goodbye, my friend. Put it back inside the tank. We'll run back inside the greenhouse. Do a little parkour. Oh, yeah. And... yeah. There we go. Drink a little bit of water so you're no longer taking damage. Like directly. Finish your cereal bar. Ooh, you didn't even need to finish. Alright. Squeeze in here. Enjoy the showers. Oh yeah. Nice and clean. So fresh. So clean. Empty our mouth farts. Change out the battery. Our oxygen tank. Well, we'll keep on using this one because we are trying to minimize the amount of nitrogen in our existing tanks, and I don't have enough.
Oxygen low.
Whoa, no.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
Ah, there we go.
Critical. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
I forgot to put my helmet on. I'm really happy I actually had it, though. That scared me. That scared me good. I don't like that. I know, sir. Yeah, there. Anasadera, or 2060. 2260, over on the YouTube side. Yep. That was a funny fuck up. Ooh, thankfully, thank God it didn't go too much worse. It could have gone so bad. Okay. Need some basic shoots. Oh, good. Hey man, how you doing? Hope you're having a good one. We need some shoots for the ice crusher thingamabob. You are... no. Yeah, finish the stack. Oh, excellent. We can make more ice crushers. Easy enough. Good, good. And... we do 1, 5. Open up this one. This one. Close that one. It was green. first box is where we have our chutes. You do not belong here. You belong... Ah, stop it. I only need the one. Then I'm gonna need... Well, again, need is a strong word, but I'm gonna want a couple of spray paints. Some of the yellow. And I want the red. And this is... Yeah, I got yellow. Good. Good, I hope you're warm enough on Europa. Well, Europa and Europe, yeah, both are cold. One's a minus 140. Here we are at just minus, I don't know, 10-ish. So, you know, could be worse. And we're surviving. Hey! But I don't want to steal these from here, because we're actually, you know, this is my... It's been my gas processing facility. This is my, like, main... This is where I've been, like, mixing fuel, but we're gonna figure out a better way to do it. In just a sec, if we do this, and we do that, and I do believe I put it in here. Wrong one. There we go. No more of these. Now we're gonna try to do it all sort of on-site mixing using logic. We'll bring the backpack with us though, because that one's full of volatile ice. How much? Let's have a quick look, see. An acceptable amount, I'd say. The oxide in here. Grab a few more of these volatiles. There we go. That'll do. Can hang out there. Alright, so now we're gonna have one empty backpack we can hang out with us. This one is filled with ores and coal. This one just gold. Yeah. And you're empty, so we can turn these things off. This one is something we might get rid of eventually, and this one is our hot waste gases. So we can reuse in our furnace once we eventually then also rebuild all of this post-explosion. Right now we got it rebuilt enough to so it functions as it used to, but we are gonna make improvements. And I say, morning, hey there, Bailey and Alamein. Hope you're doing well. You know, I had a realization, which might be completely wrong, about the electric centrifuge. You see, when it's done centrifuging... Ah! See, because I was thinking, what if I just read the error states? Because surely when it reaches its error state, then the error is 1. So what if we make the open equal its error state, right? Yeah. Come on. There we go. So we're gonna have to add another check. Sort of if error state equals 1, we check if internal reagents are less than 1. If so, close. Hey, machine go burr. Exactly. So, the good thing was that that one was almost completely full. I mean, so this one was about to get done. So this one essentially was my test machine for my extremely simple code here. Because first I made it more. I was trying to make it more complex, and then I realized, well, what if we go through all of our registries by just looping through the BDNS, making sure that if I don't have a device on every device registry, it'll just keep on moving forward. We won't get an error. Then we read our error state and we save that as our open state. Excellent. And now we'll have to have a second check where if open equals 1, okay. Yeah, there's the entire end logic here. Because here we jump to end. So we don't try to do stuff with a device registry that doesn't exist. And DR0. Oh, device registry 0. Because in register 0, we are just using as a pointer. So first it's D0, then we add 1 day, then it's D1, D2, D3, D4, D5, and so on. So we're using a pointer. So similar to writing RR0, for example, if you want to go through multiple registries, this way we're looping through all the device inputs 0 to 6. Because if it's greater than 5, we jump to reset instead of the beginning, and we make the pointer back to 0, and then start in device 0 plus 1, then device 1, device 2, 3, 4, 5, and then at 6 we reset, and that way we keep on checking through every pin. Yeah. Device in a stack? No, it's just the device pins like normal D0, 1, 2, and 3. It's just the... See, we have centrifuge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So it's going through these pins. That is D0, D1, D2, D3, D4, D5. So I'm just changing the numbers. So it's D, whatever the value is in R0. So first is D0, then is D1, then is D2, then is D3. It's your classic loop kind of thing, but instead of using... So, it's because the language does have pointers in a stack, like a stack. Similarly, yeah, I guess. But that's the thing, because you said if I place them in a stack, I'm not saving them as is. I'm just going through the existing pointers, pretty much. I mean, the device links. Because, first is, it's just your basic D0, then it's D1, then it's D2, but there is no D6, so that is why we jump back to D0. Now, I did a similar thing in another code that I, for the Christmas lights, where I had, RR0, where it's registry, because in the different registries, I had saved the different color values, and then we had then like 0 or whichever it was going through those color values. So load. So when in our loop, when the value inside here changes, then it's D0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So like I said, yeah, it's a pointer logic. So D and whatever is values in R0. So in this way we're looping through all the devices. Gotta pause so we don't lose too much stuff. Now at this point in the code, we open temp. Had no idea that existed. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, glad to help you learn something, yeah. Because I'm trying to, because yeah, as we saw with the Christmas lights, my machine can't really handle too many batch load saves happening at the same time, so it's a large amount of things. So I'm trying to now like cut down on using those and try to do everything using the device registries. And so this is a very nice simple loop of logic going through every pin. And because we have the BDNS branch to line if a device D isn't set, so even if we can use the same code for any number of centrifuges between 0 and 5 for this code, and it will not flash an error, because if the device in the pin is not set, we jump to end, and then we move our pointer forward by 1, and we look again. So it has 1. Hi, fun to see you. Well, hello there, Cheeseburger. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. I knew RR0 did exist, but I never knew its purpose. Well, yeah, exactly. RR0 and RR1, RR anything is essentially, because first you have your registry. Well, which registry are we looking for? Well, registry, whichever value is inside this registry. So this way, if we move the value in R0, we are looking then at either R1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And I was assuming the same thing worked for the DR0, and it did. So that's nice. Lurked before on Twitch. Hey! Yes, I do my dual streaming. I really should organize my YouTube channel thing to be a proper YouTube channel, because mostly I've been using it to, multi-stream, and to then have that as an easy way to save the VODs for the future, because it is, historical archive of everything I've been doing now in the past year. But yeah, so this is how we can look at multiple registries using a single loop by having the pointer that we're using, essentially a pointer here, move. So we move in the value inside R0. First I call it used alias pointer, and then because we can't do an R alias, because it was the alias temp R1, so we can't do R temp. It has to be RR0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 56, whatever, number. And that way we can have a set of preset values, because instead of just having defined ones, we can use then aliases for the various registries to save. Like I said, for the Christmas lights, what I did I had the different colors saved. And that way, whenever we change colors, we just use the next value in that array, essentially. Red, and then the green, then the blue, and yellow. And then once you went, and then we detect when we're out of bounds, we reset, and then we go through the loop again. And that way we could always have this be, for example, RR0 plus 1 for one form of the loop, and so on. With a bit more code, but with that logic. And that way we can have we're looking at multiple points on a sort of continuous stack there. Wow, I didn't know the game was so in-depth. Oh yeah, the game is wonderfully in-depth and allows for really cool stuff. And I really enjoyed the chance to use such a low-level language for coding. Because it's a good example, in my opinion, of how constraints are really good for creativity. Because if you give it a Python-esque language, you just do the thing, and it does the thing, and it's magic, and neat. I didn't have to solve much there. But for this one, which is based on MIPS, an actual a real low-level language used to code things, for example, like the Nintendo 64, we have to think about, okay, we have a limited amount of memory. We have a limited amount of registries where we can write code and route. So if we do math, 1 plus 1, but where does the output go? Where do we get the numbers? And okay, it equals 2. Cool. Do we want our machine to? Where will our machine save the output, and so on? So we have a limited amount of memory, limited amount of inputs, but there is also an inbuilt stack function, and so on. So you have some inbuilt complexity, which I haven't really messed around with too much, because I do know there's command for saving in your target device's stack. And I'm thinking that is the kind of logic that will make sense for when I start working, for when I build a Larry. Because then I can have these singular chips, which are following the states of the growth, the freaking planters, where the plants are growing. And then we have a manager checking those, and then when it detects something it needs to do, it just sends a command to be added to the stack for the Larry. And then the Larry has its own chip code, which is then following its own stack and reacting to things as they come, which is sort of what I'm hoping to achieve here. And I wonder, we could have because we can pop stuff off the stack, And I'm pretty sure we can hopefully add stuff to the beginning of the stack. Because that way we can have a, first in, last out kind of logic to it. Because otherwise, whatever is the newest thing will take Larry's attention, and then, tasks that have been waiting for a while will never get done kind of thing. Okay, for this one, we wanted a logic, so okay. Where we check our error state. Now, the thing is, we're gonna want we're gonna use temp there. We're gonna use an alias here for, let's call you contents. Put that in R1. Sorry, no, R2. Content. Can't write for shit. Yeah. Lovely thing about winter and really cold, it's really dry as well and breaks your freaking sinuses. Got a nosebleed today earlier from just being. Gotta love the cold air. But anyway, so we're doing the clear DB just because I'm trying to use that as a sort of a, good practice, if you will. Clears the stack memory of the provided device, and the DB would be the stack memory of the housing. And Bill and Almain, I don't know if the Larry has its own internal memory like a printer, but for a planter, Larry will mainly use the proxy slot 255. Well, thank you, Bill and Almain. But yeah, no, I was thinking the Larry might not have its own stack memory, but whatever controller I code for it will. So that's what I'm thinking. The controllers will do the talking and the stacking and so on. And then we'll have one controller, which is then controlling the Larry itself. And that way we can have the various managers, which are looking at the states of the hydroponics, will be then adding things to the stack for the Larry manager as sort of requests. And then the Larry manager will then go through the requests and act accordingly. The proxy slot is the arm hand. Ooh. I'm gonna try to remember that one. Because if I remember correctly, because that is the slot of what is in the arm, so that way we can have a logic of when it grabs the last farmable, it can then replant using what's in its hand. And that way we don't have to burn through seeds or have a looping system, inputs and outputs, but the last output will be the input kind of thing. And that way we'll have, hopefully that logic would work. Okay, so as we are now looking at what do we set into the open states, so now we have contents. So we load into contents from DR0, no, not DDR, DR0, and Cruel centrifuge. Correction, the proxy slot is what's below the arm. Ooh, thank you. I'll get there eventually. One of these days. First we gotta make. At least I'm finally working on the centrifuge. I've been meaning to do this for the past multiple streams. So total number of reagents recorded by the device. And this is what we got inside. So here we just do reagents. And what was it? What's SLT? Register equals 1 if A is less than B. Let's see here. Now if A is greater than B, it's a 1. So let's see here. So if contents is in the content we say that value if contents is less than 1 or greater than 1. We'll do 1.0 even. because we're getting a floating point value. Now we're comparing floating point values. Then when we have essentially a binary output. That is mildly annoying in this sort of like MIPS-based fake language of, oh no, floats and ints are the same. I'm like, no, they're not. You can do funny shit when they're not the same. Like rounding, you know, it's an easy one. You just add up plus 0.5. And then you turn that back into an integer. And then whatever is left as the, you know, after the decimal will be cut out. Because, you know, 1.4 plus 0.5 is 1.9. Cut that point decimal out, you get left with 1. See, perfect rounding. 0.5 turns into 1.5 turns into 2, and so on. Don't have to do any comparisons. Then we're now if content is less. I think with the binary and both bits are 1 instead of 1. Now if error is 1 and contents is greater than 1, and we AND that back in the temp, that should work, right? Yeah. So we AND and we save into temp, temp and contents. There we go. Now if they're both 1, so error says yes. Content is still above 1.0, remain open. If content is greater than 1.0 but we're not in an error state, well, we AND that to 0, so remain closed. If yeah, and then we're in error state, but we have gotten the content below 1.0, and that's a 0, so AND them, that's a 0, so we close. In theory, this shit should work. Now we save this under the centrifuge x6, overwrite, confirm, put you in there, click on export. There we go. Now I shouldn't have manually closed that was my mistake. That one still has a lot of time to go. You know what? That's fine. Processing 2 dirty ore. Wait, that means this silo has been emptied, so 6 of these can absolutely handle 1. Huh. And once they're finished processing with most of these things, it'll take a while for them all to really calm down, because there's an X amount of ore now in here. We'll see where it balances out. Question: what will cause the program to pause so the centrifuge is fully empty? Well, an error state. You see, when the insides are completely full, so it goes above 400 grams, it enters an error state. That means error equals 1, and its content is greater than 1.0 for the reagents, so that's 2 1s. Ergo, its open state should be 1, and it will remain in an error state until the error state gets fixed, which can be done by closing it, for example. And then, because it opens, it vents out its stuff. Error remains 1, but now the content will go below 1 because anything above 1 will be ejected when it's finished. And then we'll end up with a 1 and a 0, and in an and with an and comparison that equals 0, which means closed should be 0, so open should be 0, so it'll close itself. That is how it should work in theory. Because it pauses itself when it enters an error state. You know what? For shits and giggles, I think this will cause an error state. So then we'll see, can it return from the error state? Because that was the issue. It did stop once it got into an error, and then it exported, and that was fine. But the problem, I didn't get it to return from the error state. So now we'll see if we just wait. Will it return from the error state? Oh, try to go, my warm drinks are gone. Heckin' works. Nice. Because also last time when he didn't want to return, he had like 0.3 or something still inside there. That's what I was thinking. Well, I don't want it to look for an absolute 0 in the end for fixing it. So that's why we must be less than 1.0. And then by using the lesser or greater than, then the output will be a 1 or a 0, which means that the binary AND will work. So, nice and dumb and simple. Well, let's get this bad boy back in action as well. We didn't because we ran out of chutes, which we should have in here. There you go. Diggy hole. Building a deeper basement. Yep. But yeah. Things are, I could probably get completely rid of this SDB silo. I mean, obviously, I already can, because, well, it's empty. Also means, yeah, this entire chute system needs to go up by 1 step. This guy probably needs to be moved and all that jazz. And at the end of the tunnel, there's a place where I'm going to put another deep miner. So its dirty ore will come through here as well. And then that'll go... Yeah, if we dismantle this, we can move it down by 1, so it'll be not floating in the air. Well, that'll be nice. I don't think using the error state will work out well on the gas centrifuge, because it won't error if running. Then you open the van lever. Ooh. Thanks for the heads up. I'll keep that in mind when I eventually get there. Keyword eventually. But yeah, this shit worked. This thing should be working. How far have you gotten? Alright. No. I think 900 kilopascals seems to be actually seems to be enough. Just guess if we can keep it there, and the steam will slowly turn liquid. Yeah, because everything went through these. They cooled down enough. Stuff turned into liquid, went there. Then when the system wasn't really working at all anymore, then this one was filled with cool gas, and we sucked in the cool gas into here. Now we're using the same gas as the pressurant to help the steam that was left in here to turn liquid. 895 a liter, come on. And it stopped. So it wasn't the pressure as much as it was the temperature, I guess. So pressure at 900 kilopascals, 511 Kelvin. So at 900 kilopascals or less, temperature of 230 1 to Oh, right. Temp at 233. Was just on the edge there, so if we increased it by that's weird. According to this, you should pretty much be doing it. The pressure like 2 or 3. Yeah, exactly, Baylane. I'm just like more like trying to figure out what is there. Can I find an exact number? But yeah, apparently it's 1 or 2 megapascals. I returned. Well, hello there, Space Andrew Gaming. Did anything explode while I was gone? No, sadly, no. I mean, maybe it's better it didn't. But we got on this thing pressured to 900 kilopascals, and with temperature of 233 is right on the edge there. So if we increase it by 1. It'll take a while to get there. $903. Whoop. I'm assuming the pit behaved. It did things. I have no idea how well it has behaved. I haven't touched it since the last time we were here. Right now we need to build something else, which is the ice crusher. The centrifuge is working, finally, so that's good.
Air tank low.
Wrong one. I put it somewhere close. Remember when the water phases into liquid, it's no longer being added as pressure. Yes, I know. That is why I have the tank with the gas that was left over, and we have the pressurant valve, making sure we can remain at that pressure. Yeah, it's turning liquid. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping to like use everything that is outputted from here to maintain a system where this will keep on turning liquid. And pressure based on the amount of gas, mole versus volume. Yeah, see we got here. We got a few kilomoles worth of random mass gases. And looking at the moles of gases in there, it should be enough to maintain that pressure for quite a while. Especially once I start, making more. So, yeah. Now let's see, we've got a weather station that has still... It's waiting. Like, one of these days we'll get that weather station up there. Trust me, bro. One of these days. For real. Absolutely. It's gonna happen. Trust me. I trying to get all the water out? Pretty much, yeah. I just wanted to turn into water. Answering again to Bailey and Alamein over there on the YouTube side. I know I didn't put him in here. Sensor, sentry... What? Centrifuges? Ooh, they need to go. I had more of those than I knew. Now the beta there is a liquid filtration unit, I think. Neat. I was just thinking because it seems like we can get the water to turn liquid and get everything else to remain a gas, and then we can just use a purge valve to then empty it out, everything else, pretty much back into the gas canister, and then we can, you know, drain water from there. Is what I'm hoping will happen. Oh yeah. No ice crusher there. Electronics ogre door. Mining insulated cardboard. Medium radiator pipe vent. Insulated pipe. Where did I put that silly old ice crusher? Is it... No? Stackers, Delaware, weather station sheets and consoles. Yeah. It can't be in there, and it wasn't. Well, here we have this one. Logic. And apparently a bunch of centrifuges. Stacker, stairwell, weather station. Did I leave it behind? I mean, it's not impossible. It's here, in it. SDB silo, hopper, basic chutes, stacker. There we go. Icy crushers. Much ice, such crush. On the black pack. Ooh, well, thank you, Space Under Gaming, for the hydrate. In game as well, but there we go. Gotta refill my drink. Good old peppermint tea. It's a bit splashy. There we go.
Air tank critical.
Nah, it'll be fine. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, of course. Cheers. Oh yeah. Wasn't it a... Oh, just cable coils. Alright. Well, first, put you away. Then I'll put you away. We close everything. Oh yeah, I was supposed to bring paint as well. Alright. Gotta run. Things were slightly more dire than I thought. You stupid bastard. There we go. If I die from passing out,
Oxygen low.
I'll be annoyed.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
There we go. Fixed. That'll be okay. Ooh. Wasn't even worried. Now, our friend here does need to have himself a little bit of a drink as well. Nah, I'll be okay. Yeah, we need to really deal with the whole
Hydration critical.
getting a proper water station over the living area. And then have a proper Harvey-based greenhouse in this room, and then we'll have a separate space for the Larry. Because guys, I think it could be interesting to make something a bit more, well, something based on these bad boys. Because their output is simple enough, and then we can have a separate input system that will then give them all. We'll have like 2 rows, which sorts their outputs into them. But for now, they're all working. Here we have some more mouth farts, and I'm out. Ooh. Here we go. We need what? Chutes and a unloader and a sorter. Sorters mean nah, we'll just have to do it manually, I guess. Matters. A Larry arm will work upside down too. Do plants grow upside down too? Oh, a Larry arm. Sorry. I was thinking of a Harvey. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. That is pretty neat. Yeah, because I've seen like that the rails seem to go in multiple, there's all kinds of directions. So I guess you could have an output input that grabs from a chute in the roof, goes down and plants and that. Yeah, I like that. Plants don't grow upside down. Yes. But that was my assumption. That's why I was momentarily confused until I reread that information on over the YouTube side, and that it was in fact mentioning the Larry and not the Harvey. Now, yeah, it's fine. Whee! How you doing? 9.24. Latent number is moving. The temperature hasn't really changed. You still have a whole bunch of moles of air in you, gas in you, so let's make that 5. Just because I'm sort of... Oh, see, okay, yeah. Now the liquid increased. It just feels neat to be able to find, like, the target point, if you will, for the pressure. Okay, so let's bring in some power. And hope we have enough cable. We should. We have a decent amount of copper, so we should be able to make more of these soon enough. I mean, we have to. Oh, yeah. No. God damn it. Now, where do you freeze? Negative. In the negatives, okay. That's good. And 274 is 0 Celsius. Yeah. On another note, on this Europa run I'm doing, I'm going to use a regular furnace as a power-free ice crusher this time for space ice. Ooh, cool. Yeah, I was thinking of just doing a chamber built completely out of frames with like a chute going inside, and just dumping ice in there, and then pumping in warm enough gas to make sure it all starts melting, and then, you know, removing high pressure shit. Oh, and also during a storm it gets extra cold down here. Not that I know I need the extra power, but technically this would be like the time to like run your freaking Stirling engines, I guess. And seeing as I don't really need to worry about the storm currently. Wrong one. Again. Move you there for now. From you to you. To you. To this. Where's the inlet? Ah. Now if I drop this, it'll just be flowing around with the wind. Ooh, it didn't. 1, 2. Nope. Nope. Tragic. Very tragic. Well, needs more shoots. In the meantime, we can manually do this for a while. Especially because the stacker sorter, excellent. The output doesn't need to be warm. 114, it's excellent. It's A-OK. Last one. Thank you. Okay. You go back. You go back, we close you, close you, close you. You have that one. and you guys get to live there. Excellent. Now, next idea is work on that code. What's your starting location or home court? Starting location is the Bulgatin Pass. Home chords currently are, let's see. This one. Mine is 1081, Y77, and Z is 475. There we go. I'm gonna pause this one. And I don't know if I remember to save this one, so before we get rid of this, we'll save this one over the centrifuge times 6. And we'll clear this one. Now, tell me, my friend, a gas mixer makes gas mixer, which has context specific value depending on device to 0 to 1 base ratio. I'm assuming this will be for a gas 1. Input 1. Yeah, so just find input and input 2. And should be able to build big tanks at some point. I think could be fun. Oh, so far the small ones will do. Now I don't know anything about the ratios and things, but what all I really care about now, I think, is pressure. Alright. Let's try here. So we'll start with an alias D0. Oh, other way around. Volatile tank for D0. Then we have an alias. Will be the oxygen analyzer on D1. I was thinking like, wait, no, that's too funny. If you want, write this chord down. Look down 30 meter radius. Okay, sure. $15.98, $7.58. Thank you. We'll have a look at that then, I guess, after the storm. Okay, so the volatile tank. Then we'll have a alias for. Now, no, these aren't the devices, so this will be in snake case. Or is it camel case? Can't remember. Volatile pressure will be R0. volatile temp is R1. Alias pressure. It's R2. I'm gonna have to stop shortening temperature to temp. So I use the same one then for temporary. So this will be then in R4. Now, if we look at the old math equation we got from Bailey and Alamein so long ago. Let's see if we can remember this one. And it's minus 1398, not plus, it's SSC from you. Yeah, minus 1398. We'll get there soon. Now I'm gonna write this one down so y'all can see the math equation trying to figure out here. So we'll have the N1 times T1 divided by N1 times T1 plus N2 times T2 times 100, where N1 was ratio of gas 1, T1 gas 1, and N2 T2 same 1. Now, let's see if that was the correct one. Oh, let's hope for the best. So, what's the pressure of the ratio? There, Baylane. I think you're the one who gave me this equation back in the day. Let's see if I can figure this one out. Is for the H2O generator fuel mix? Yeah, pretty much Space Andrew Gaming. Because, I mean, it should be like normal fuel mix. So then if this worked for this one, I'll use the same essentially code for just my other fuel mixtures as well. Now I'm just trying to think about how do we, make all of this work here. Because we can then, make the other versions of this where we measure from tanks or pipes and so on. Now, of course, I think the volatile tank wouldn't technically be the correct one. I should have an analyzer on both pipe systems. But again, for this system, it doesn't need to be perfect, but I want to at least get a functional form first. So if we'll then have the... So ratio of gas 1 and gas 2. So gas 1 would most likely be, in this case, the... in both the script, you need to adjust your needs, though. I mean, if you want to, but I'm just trying to figure out more like if I got the points here correctly. So we'll have the ratio of gas 1, so it'll be about point. So it'd be like, 0.33 times temp divided by 0.33 times temp will be 1 gas, and the other one will be 0.67 times temp times 100. If I'm reading this correctly. And they have to do it this way, but the way I dealt with it was using a PID to control the mixer and a sort of a buffer network for the fuel mixing process. This was when it's... And then when it's good, turn off the mixer and send the gas through. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea there, Space Andrew. But I'm just trying to figure out just the math behind it first. Then we'll try to make a script here. And if I understood it correctly, that would be the way to do the pressurization. Because we can just, floating points numbers. The mole by multiplication. So we can define ratio 1 is 0.33. Define ratio 2 0.67. And then in mole R5 ratio 1 and the smaller is the oxygen, right? Yeah. Oxygen. And I'm assuming it'll be a div into R5 with R5, because both of these are the same with N1 times T1 divided by N1 times T1. So there we have the oxygen. And then we mole into R6 ratio 2 with in the disk. Thanks, Baylane. I feel like I'm doing it completely tits up here. You okay, Doggo? Do you inhale your own hair again? I bet he did. He does that a lot when he's gnawing on his own ass and or legs or thighs. Main important parts are the move N1 and move N2. That's here you set your ratio of input 1 to input 2. Ah, okay. Where's my heckin'... There we go. Whenever you want software to work quickly, it doesn't. It's wild. I use things and they work just fine. And then when someone's like, oh no, gotta use it quickly because, don't want to be too embarrassing. And then like, nope. We ain't gonna do shit. Mixer, input 1, input 2. Right, yeah, the ratios, yeah, okay. So my okay, use of the 0 following. Alright, so let's have a look see here. So you have your mixture, you have your input 1 in the input 2. So this will be the gases, right? Then your alias in N1 and 2, in this case alpha into R10 as 11. And your ratios are 2 and 1. Yeah, because it's 2 to 1. And then you divide N1, N1 by R15. So 3. Right, I'm going to write this shit down here so you can see what I'm saying here. So okay, first we have your input 1s and 2s, okay? The device 1 and 2, and they will be... Oh, they exist. And the mixer. Don't really worry about that one. So then we have first for the N, we can do a define N1 with 1. Oh, 2 in this case. Because why not? So we define N2 as 1. So those are we define our... So this is the ratio of input 1 and input 2. I'm adding the ratios together and dividing them by their sum. Yeah. And then we have a... You're doing an add. You're using, for example, yeah, in your code an R15 and with, yeah, N1 and N2. So this equals 3. In this situation, and then you div into okay, yeah, because that's what you're doing. You're not doing defines. You're doing moves. Okay, so if we alias N1 into say R10, alias N2 into R11, change those to moves. So this is what happens when he starts happening. And we're dividing N1 by itself. N1 is... God damn, why do I keep on forgetting to push shift here? N1, and we're dividing that with... So, R15 in this case. Then you divide... with the R15 here. So, we're dividing both values by 3. So 2 divided by 3, 1 divided by 3. Okay, so essentially the same thing as I just put these like directly. Okay. Sure. Then you have your start for your loop, and then you have your yield, that's one should. Then you load the temperatures, but we have those. Then you multiply Let's see here. Essentially, yeah, this is leads just having the 0.33 and point this same sheet we have here. Okay, cool. Then we have the start. We have a ratio 1, ratio 2, and when you divide N1. Oh, that happened there. Load R1 input 1 temperature. We have that one here. And input 2. You had 1 is, in your example, the volatiles. So just the somewhat similar. Note if you input 1 of the mixture is O2 and not volatiles, N1 becomes 1 and N2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm sort of like just mucking about here. So it's 2 to 1. Yeah. 1 is 2, 2 is 1. Alright. And it was more volatiles than oxygens. You know what? No. Not 22. Right, we can use an internal like division system for get like the really like larger numbers, but this will work for now. Because if we use this shenanigan, it'll work. Now we get your start. We do our yield. Multiply into R5. You're loading into N1 by R1. Ratio 1, size temperature. Same here. Then you add N to N. Jesus. Don't just move 100 at the end. Make sure you use decimals, not whole numbers. I was wondering about the whole. That's 100 would make. Felt a little wild. So we have our multiply, then we divide, multiply. Then you add into your N2 and N1. So you multiply these two. Then you apparently add them together, which was there. Let's see here. So the was in this case would be you add together into say R7, R5, and R6. And then you divide. Note dov, we divide R8. N1 and N2. Which would be so R6 and R7. And S into our mixer, which doesn't exist currently. into its setting. All right. Now, because you're using the N1 and N2 in that piece of code, both at the beginning and then to save into as you work, aren't you continuously overwriting the ratio? Give us a quick sec. Alright, I returned. Now the issue with the example and what I'm looking at here is because I'm now just saving these into like new things. Because if we look at the exact example we're giving, see, because we do the, let's see here. So here's our setup. Then we start. We do our yield, right? And then we load in the temperature from input 1 and input 2, but we already have those. Then we multiply n into n, save into n1, or n1, which is the ratio, and temperature. I like to rewrite registers if possible. Yeah. I mean, that's not the thing that's confusing me here. So I mean, that's why I'm like looking at this thing. So here we multiply, and your R1, which is your temperature for the first one, which for us would be the volatile. And we move into N2, the value of N2, and oxygen temperature. You add into N2, N2, and N1. So you add them all together. And you divide into your relative like temp setting of R10, which I mean in the current example is freaking. Okay, we'll do R16. Where you're saving the value of dividing N1 and N2. Then you save mixer setting R16 J start 2. Oh, there you go. So this is the core of the code here. I keep on like overriding N1 and N2. So when you come back here, then the N1 and N2 will not be the same as you were when you started it. So I'm just wondering, like, how is this not going, like, skewing further into... Yeah, it's constant? What to lower the temps of the gases? No, it didn't. See, volatile temp, oxygen temp. And, oh, right, yeah. It's in the code. Okay, but cool. So we'll do L. On the volatiles tank. Temperature. Right. So let's walk through the loop here. Before the loop is done, we use some math shenanigans to get the 2:1 ratio into a decimal form. Cool. Then we load in our temperatures. Then we multiply our ratio with the temperature from 1 and 2. Oh, it's not an and then we, for the oxygen ratio, which we did the thing, we plus it together with the volatile, and then we divide them with each other. And that's the setting. We'll start. But now, these are now the values we just calculated. So these are all kind of, they're not the same ratios they were. So I'm just wondering, like, am I like, how stupid am I here? Because somehow I would have thought that you want them to, your ratio to remain the same. And not to just be an ever evolving number. Like, this will work. We'll keep on like going into weird places, right? Because N1 and N2 will be a different number every time you start the loop. I mean, if it works, it works. I'm just trying to understand why it works. And the equation is ratio times temperature. Yeah, but then you overwrite your ratio. Ratio is known only the very first time you go through this loop, and then you re-enter the loop, then the ratio is no longer the same because they've changed. And you do that with the temperature as well, so you'll be pushing it further into whatever direction you were going. Because I would understand this if your if this was a sort of defined constant value, so it's always the ratio times temperature, and that output is used. But the ratio of, say, 0.33 is true the very first time you go around, enter the loop, and the next time this is no longer 0.33. It is whatever output you had saved here last time. Hey there, puppy. How you doing? Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good time, my friend. And the YouTube gods give us knowledge. It is very true, Space Andrew Gaming. They are the more experienced people. Yeah, and this is an example of me. I sometimes get stuck in these things because I'm trying to just run through the logic inside my head and using that to try to figure out what am I missing here? Because I feel like I'm missing something. And like I said, I'm not questioning the fact that it would work. I'm just wondering, like I said, why does this work? I like to understand why things work, not just do they work. So in the N1, we overwrite 0.33 with whatever we get from dividing that with volatile temperature. We overwrite N2 with whatever the ratio of 0.67 with whatever we get from oxygen temperature. Then we overwrite that answer with whatever we get by adding N1 and N2 together. Then we divide them from each other and add that to R16 and make that our new mixer setting. We start again. Now the ratios are not the same. And that's one of those things that is just like, it's messing with my brain. Especially the N2 would, if I feel like there's an and there in between and everything, I feel like it would just, blast off into space somehow. Well, that is wonderfully weird. Let's try it out. So I never used, I never learned this. Or maybe I did at some point. That's cool, learning how to calculate this kind of shit. Sounds like the kind of stuff you learn in physics class. We're not using those. We're not using these. We don't give a shit about those. A volatile stack, volatile oxide analyzer, and mixer. So D012. If you want, you can not overwrite N1 and N2, just overwrite the temps. And why? The temps are... But if I don't overwrite these as I go through the loop, the output shouldn't that be completely different? Because if we have our ratios as constant, we want the same ratio, and we keep on overriding whatever temperatures we get, that'll be fine. Because we override the old temperature with the new temperature every time we go through here. But if you overwrite N1 here, then next time we enter this, it'll be just some other weird numbers. I'm assuming this thing... It feels like it should skew away, but if it doesn't, that'll be neat. So, let's see. I'm not doing anything completely insane. There's defiance. There's stuff here that's not doing anything, but nothing is in contradiction with itself. Thinking about it, that would be better, because the temps are the variable. Exactly. And otherwise, because you'd think... I just want to see what this does, if nothing else. So I'm going to confirm. We're gonna look inside a pocket. Oh, I need to go out soon because it is getting dark and the missus wants to go walk the dogs before it gets really dark. So I'm gonna have a small break and then I'll come back and we'll continue with our shenanigans. Oh wait, no, wrong box. This guy has a chip. There we go.
Time for a big stretch.
Oh, story amended. Nice. So volatile tank is D... Right. Oh, of course. Now, before we do that... fuel gas mixer. Oxygen pipe analyzer. It's at 671 bytes. It ain't empty. It says empty there in the top right, even though you've changed its contents. When you mouse over it though, then that one says the value. It's weird. But we go rename the thingy bobs. So 0 is volatile tank. One was oxygen analyzer. And 2 is mixer. $1 to 99. So that's what I was assuming. Like input 2 would just blast off. because we keep on adding to it. So every time we go through the loop, we're changing the ratio that was.
Hunger caution.
Okay, that was neat. So 0.5, 0.5%. And we got it to work with 10 to 90 with the previous one. .548 is where it keeps going into. Now this thing isn't that warm, and this is input 2. Mold-wise, that looks all kinds of fucked, though. Happy New Year, Steger. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm sorry for Space Headers Gaming for that lack of the stretch. You with one is Oxy? Ah! Yeah. So that should fix it. Wait. What? Isn't it 2 to 1 more volatile than oxygen? So is it... Input 1 is the inline side of the mixture? Yeah, but... Steger helping out to Space Center. Happy New Year to you too, guys. Alright. Do some stretch. Now, in our example here, the N1 is supposed to be 2, right? Alright, okay, 2 to 1, so... There, getting that stretching done. It's actually being input 1. 1 to 2 to 2, not 2 to 1. Yeah. And so sort of like, assuming that might have been the issue there, yeah. Because if we just put a value in setting, then it's like, oh, okay, so now we need to know what number 1 is, and it's okay. So 2 to 1. Yeah, so isn't it like just this? Wouldn't that do it? Well, that looks more sensible. And it should be 1 and 2, 2. Yeah, but that doesn't change anything, right? Don't change those around. Then we have to change these 2 around. That doesn't matter in which direction they are. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. The problem is, though, but then the temperatures are wrong. See, we flip those. Right? Then we're reading our temperatures. That means we need to flip these too. Right? Because we want the ratio, the temperatures of, the gases to be correct, right? Which means nothing has changed. Or do we want to divide our oxygen temperature with so now volatiles is 1. Oxygens is 2. It's the ratio of input 1 to input 2. Alright, see what happened. Perfect music. Now it's at 1.8. Okay, still pretty much the same. And nothing, see, I got the same temperature difference by just changing the division. So, because if we're dividing one by the other, if we change their positions in the end, isn't that just the same thing? Is what I'm wondering here. But this is N1 to N1, N2 to N2. And this one only matters the very first time we go through this. Then we're just, going in wild. If we divide N2 by N1. Or am I... Yeah, wait, I fucked that one up. And we confirm that change. Now it's back to 0.5. See, went up very slightly. So if N1 is 1, shouldn't we be measuring, dividing that by the oxygen temperature? You know? It's quite cold. Alright, so that was not the answer. It's at 1.08 Celsius. Okay, so let's go back to how it was. So now N1 is what is because isn't this the only thing that affects the ratio? Because everything before this is just we're doing oxygen to oxygen, volatile to volatile. This is the only place where these two numbers actually interact in a way where the ordering matters. No. It was 2 to 1. And R5 is not being used. So I don't think the R5 thing is the issue here. So make sure you input the then N1 name. Then it's 2 to 1. And R15 we add N1 and N2 together. Then we divide into N1 and 1 by the 15. So this is where we get our initial ratio. Then we look at the yield. We load in our temperatures from input 1 and 2. But that doesn't matter at this point, which one, because like I said, volatile temperature and oxygen analyzer. Currently, volatiles, there should be more volatiles than oxygen. So N1 is volatiles and 2 is oxygen. And then we add them together. And here we do a division. So this is the only point where these two numbers interact, where the ordering matters. That's why I'm assuming. Okay, so now we sort of reset the thing. Turn that one off. Turn it on. Interestingly enough, it aims at 0.5, right? So this is sort of where we started out from, okay? Then, what if we then just change the ratio here from 1 to 2? What? Come on. Interestingly, nothing changes here. Odd. I did do that. I did save it, right? Yeah. So that achieved sort of fuck all, as they say. Double check in. Yeah? Doing the math by hand, it comes out to 0.187. Ooh. R5 is ratio or percentage. Hey there, Nick, my man. It is... I can't... I honestly, I don't really know. I'm following an equation I was being given.
Hunger critical.
So, okay. Balen Lemaine says doing the math by hand, it comes out to 0.187. So our current 0.5 is wrong. And at one point it was close to 0.187, and that one was apparently then correct. Okay. The gas mixture setting is percentage. Make sure you do a setting a ratio. Yeah. Now, that is what we should be getting here. Yeah, percentage. So here, top equals 0.33 times 1 to 128 equals 42.24. Bottom, 42.24 plus 274 pi times 0.667 is 224.998. Divide top by bottom, 0.189. Yeah. So this one should be 2, which should be 1. And it is divide top by bottom, like you said. So it is the division. It's the only thing we should need to change. God dang it, wrong button. Oh. What the hell happened there? It's in 0.189. The thing is saying 1.189. So we have 2 volatiles, 1 oxygen. So we divide ratio in 1 with the volatile temperature. We divide and multiply N2 with the oxygen temperature. Then we add them together for N2. Then we divide N2 with N1. Because if we do it the other way around, whoopa, is what we did first. And that's when we got 0.5, which is an odd one. 120K, 128 Kelvin or minus 45 Celsius for the O2, so it's off by a little. That's O2 temp changing. Yeah. That's one feeling like this one is an odd one. 131.9 Kelvin. 132. Which is 0.5. This is volatiles. Well, the volatiles. We do the volatiles. Well, like you said, yeah, divide, top, div, bottom. Yeah, so the oxygen divided by the volatiles. Because this should be the only thing we need to change, because this is... this one too. There we go. Ah, well, what's your shit? Wasn't that then? So N1. For your example, 0.33 being the volatiles. Oh no. Yeah, no. Oxygen. Yeah, no, your example bottom here, and I'm assuming bottom is the Alright. I'm getting a little late here. So if N1 is volatiles, N2 is oxygen. That's all we really care about. For the division, because we want the N2 to be the big one. But yeah. So then this one should be the volatile. Then we divide. Nah, this is wrong. I'm gonna do it one more time. Because we got it to work there for a little bit. And then I broke it. Oh. Well, that's all fucked. Oh, in your example, you're saying here, maybe let me say, seeing if the top is the 0.33. So that should be the oxygen. Oxygen. The bottom is the volatiles. Bottom is the volatiles. And you add stuff. Oh, but yeah, if you add stuff, then there'll be 2. Then you divide top by bottom. Divide oxygen. I really messed this up.
Hydration critical.
Alright. My dude's about to die from hydration, nutrition, and the power's low. But like I said, I'm gonna have a like a 15-minute break. Gonna walk the dog goes quickly before the sun goes down completely, and I'll be seeing you soon, my friends, and then we will continue trying to figure out how I've already broken something that's a simple equation. So, see you soon. Hello. Out of town. Ooh. New mobile one to click my card part now. So setting a ratio. Like you said before. A magical formula. See my error. And I look at my code right now. Setting a ratio right now, not a percentage. It needs to be a percentage. My main F up. That's what me. Still doesn't solve the problem of it climbing to 0 eventually. Be a rounding error maybe. Post a screenshot of the code I use and you rewrite the temp variable and multiply by 100 at the end. Multiply since game I only applies up to the third decimal at most, but I see 10 math, but that's more. You know, to warrant this. Sometimes to respond by pressure. Europe air information there's enough O2 ice to use, so my gas temp are much closer. Well, this works, then in theory the temp shouldn't matter, yeah? Well, yes, the temps are 146 deg from each other. Math error somewhere, the causing issue is on the bigger differences, I don't think so. It's theory. It's made. So I'm gonna scroll up here on the YouTube side. Oh yeah. There is N1 and N2, there should be constants. Yeah, that's what I was assuming as much, because it feels weird for the ratio to be floating, because that means it'll just be completely lost. So I'm gonna do rewrite here. There. Sorry about that. And then there. And we'll rename these as well. So it's 2 to 1. There we go. Rewrite the temp variables, move to 100, and add in an additional pipe analyzer. Turn the mixer on off to keep a set pressure. Yeah. Ratio 1, ratio 2. You add into your ratio 2, which would be your volatiles. New div. Ratios 1 and 2. Color ratio. Except it would be then the vola temp. And oxy temp. And you're using R5, so he would be a mul R5 100. All right. All right, I'm gonna have to go and get my dude something to eat. A little something to eat and a little something to drink. And it'll be fine. Then we'll have another look-see at the code. Consume the bread loaf. Yep. Let's go get ourselves a little bit more to drink. And this one time we have all of our stuff on, like actually and truly, not just kinda. And you're all doing okay. Wonderful. Alright, so we have our input 1 is the oxygen. And we have volatile ratio, oxygen ratio. Volatile ratio 2, oxygen ratio 1. And we add them together so that they're 3. Divide volatile ratio into volatile ratio by 3. Oxy ratio by 3. So divide them by 1. So then we have the, floating point numbers we want. Then we have the yield, we into the vola temp, from the volatile tank, we take the temperature. Oxygen, we get the temperature. Then into the volatiles temp, which can be temperature or temporary in this case, we save the multiplied value of the ratio times temperature. Oxygen, we do the same thing. And we add for the volatiles. Ah, wrong ones. Or we just our outputs from here. Then we divide oxygen by volatiles. And multiply the output by 100. If I'm remember correctly, let's have a close at the existing code that actually works. T1 ratio 1, for you the ratio 1 is that one. And for you would be the T2. So you add into the volatiles. Yeah? Vol oxy. There the order doesn't matter. And you divide into your T1, into your oxy. You're dividing oxygen by volatile, yeah. Then you multiply that output by 100 and set it to your setting. Okay. So that should, in theory, hopefully, somewhat fix. Multiplying by 100, it goes here. So we had it pretty much correct at one point when you had the 0.19 and so on. Hello, Zakira. What you do? We're trying to make a fuel mixture logic here. Got the volatiles, got the oxygen. We can add more logic eventually. But now, I'll turn this on. Because this is just in between here. Later we'll add more logic to, control all the other things. Including, making sure we don't make more than we need. Turn you on. Too many volatiles? See, now it has a perfect ratio. 33.3 to 66.7. So yeah, we fixed the math. Multiplying by 100. That did a lot. And figuring out what gets divided by what. Heckin' wonderful, friends. And that is now keeps on automatically shifting. The ratio remains perfect. Go team! We got it worked out. Heckin' wonderful. What is the matter with temperature? Sorry for mistakes, but perfect. No, hey, no worries, Baylane. I mean, thanks to the having small mistakes, I had to work through the logic many times, and it is the way I like working with things when they break. Is just going step by step and understanding why it's supposed to do what it does. And I'm like, okay, cool. Yep, and the temperature was because outside here is minus 141 Celsius. Inside here is 1.08 Celsius. So the gases are different pressures. So we mix them to make sure the ratio actually is proper. We need to, do some math. And yes, I don't need to fully understand the math, but I need to understand enough to understand the steps of the process, and we got that worked out heckin' perfectly. That is beautiful. 33.3 to 66.7. We're making a perfect fuel mixture, which is this machine is burning in a very controlled manner, producing, because it's hydrogen and oxygen, and producing H2O. So we're making water, mostly steam. And the temperature is so nice and high. And also a large amount of CO2 and some pollutants, so that's also a-okay. And this machine is sucking them out. Oh, you should be maxed out, actually. Because I noticed when I was trying to let them just go through by themselves, they kind of got stuck here, and this thing radiates heat, and it being so cold out here, they started cooling down way too fast. So I want them to be removed from this machine as soon as heckin' possible. Which is why there's a turbo pump. And through this insulated pipe, into this here insulated tank. And the temperature is at 2000. Heckin' okay. Temperature will go down a little bit as the tiny amount of water there evaporates into steam. And thanks to the magic of the pump, once we run out of volatiles, which will probably take a while though, there's 15.1 kilomoles. And double check it. Yeah. Oh man, that's magic. That's what that is. Holy butt nugget, that is magic. Because now I can use the same code in all of my fuel production, essentially. And thank you very much, friends, for helping it out. If you want, the H2 combustor has an IC slot, so you can control that mixture from the H2 combustor. God dang it, Bailey and Elamaine, you are absolutely freaking correct, aren't you? Because I was wondering, I might want this to be sort of localized, because I like things being sort of, compartmentalized. Alright, so once we have enough, because this thing has a maximum pressure, and it is actually increasing quite rapidly, which is quite nice. So we can have this one. From this lovely little slot. One device would be... But, you see, here's the problem. We can only link two devices. It's mixer, analyzer, and that guy. We need three connections. Also, the cone may be used to greenhouse gas 19.1 CO2 N2. Yeah, I see that, Bailey and Elamaine. Yeah, so essentially, yeah, because the code and the math it uses because it takes into consideration the temperature of the gases we're mixing, which means we can essentially mix different gases without having them to be at the exact same temperature, which will make, as is we see here, the fuel mixing a lot easier, and also then making other gas mixtures. Like you're saying, a greenhouse gas mix of 19 to 1 CO2 and N2. I was thinking of doing just 80-20, and then into that mixture goes through a second fuel mixer, gas mixer, where we just put in some oxygen. Then again, we don't need to, because the greenhouse would be producing it. So all we need oxygen for really is that initial burst if we want our intrepid hero to be able to survive in the greenhouse without a spacesuit for a bit, which isn't really that necessary quite a lot of the time. But yeah, we're already at 10 megapascals. And which means, yeah, so we want this entire system to be controlled by the chip, which is then also taking... Oh, right. Before we do anything too insane, I'm going to open you up, close the game, and I'm going to save it as is into just good old gas mixing script. There. I have a copy of this one, because this is, yeah, currently with these ratios and all my, It's an ugly piece of code, but it does the thing. It's ugly because it has excessive things. We could clean up, remove things, be all neat. The H2 combustor has the logic pressure input. For more devices, use the device IDs. Captain, shall we turn on the engine? Well, why not? There we go. Now we can turn this, but ooh, how are these guys doing, by the way? The liquid really isn't. Well, we can deal with that by pumping in more shit. Yeah, so we need a piece of code here to check what is the pressure in here, and if it wants more stuff, we'll do that thing. And see, condensation is happening in the pipe. Stress of 1.15 is going down. Now it's a very small amount, but technically I guess you could snag some of this water into a liquid pipe here on the side through one of these. Huh. But yeah. Well, this thing can still fit stuff. There's 21 moles of volatiles in there. Not enough oxygen. Tiny amounts of oxygen. Interesting that the volatiles and oxygen aren't burning really.
Those poor moles.
I know. Hello there, Dogging Garland. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. But the water would be superheated if you did that. I mean, it is steam. That's sort of what I want. And I was thinking, yeah. So if we have like, I was just thinking of just essentially a sort of evaporation chamber. Because there is condensation. I want to make sure the stress doesn't really become an issue. It shouldn't. And even already it's about evaporating, so it's kind of fine. But if it does the evaporations in a separate liquid pipe, and then we purge the steam back in here, it should be fine. And yeah, it would be cool if we could get that script to run here, but the problem is, like I said, yeah, we only have 2 inputs.
Hello there, Hanu. Good explosions to you.
Hey there, Knapzor. Hope you're doing well. Miraculously, we are not getting explosion. We have technically a continuous explosion because it's burning. But we got a magical fuel mixing script to actually properly work. That is just beautiful to watch. 33.3 and 66.7, even though there's such a humongous temperature difference here. 13, and there's so many kilomoles. Yeah, because even though there's not that many moles of gas or anything in here, the pressure is really high on account of the temperature being over 2,200 degrees Celsius. And, Pale Element on the YouTube side, sharing more deep dark knowledge. The H2 combustor has the logic pressure input for more devices. Use the device IDs. An example, load R0 $AB1345, device ID found by the configuration card pressure. Current pressure reading of the device. Okay, cool, but what am I supposed to do with that? The pressure reading of the device? I don't really care. Now, the volatiles and oxygen and their superheated state. enter here, well, there's nothing in here. This thing is void. But if they enter this area for fun times, there's enough oxygen in there, hopefully, to at least... volatiles if they go in through here. No, there's volatiles in... there's oxygen here, too. And we'll see how hot they are when the time comes. 20 megapascals. And there's still so much volatiles to go. Jesus Christ. And infinite oxygen. Oh man, I'm so happy. Jesus Christ, I'm so happy with that. It's like a serial number for that thing, and they're all unique. Wait. Infinite oxygen? Yes, see, because it is an atmosphere of minus 137 degrees Celsius oxygen. So it is infinite because it is the atmosphere of the planet, and it will absolutely kill you. And turn most things liquid, or freeze, actually, most gases. So yeah. And now, thanks to the power of mathematics and measurements, we can make a perfect mixture with the correct amount of moles. So, Bailey and Lamaine, YouTube side. Are you telling me I can use the item ID, the device ID that is unique, and you can check it out with a configuration card, and I can just load that in? As long and then hope it's on the so similar to like batch loading by name and so on, but it is for an unique individual item. Replace it with a $D. Dollary dues. Okay. That is very cool. Another quick question. Does that cause the same sort of potential slowing down as the batch loading and saving? Because I'm trying to avoid the batch loading and saving on account of it, because it slows down the process a bit, because it like go through all the entire registry. And when you set a pin on a housing, you're actually setting the device ID for the pin. Ah! The $D saying this pin as far as I know. Ah! Thank you, Space Andrew Gaming, and thank you, Bailey and Lamaine. Awesome. Well now, that is very lovely. So then I can have a chip here and use the device ID pretty much in the logic, because I just like make a... because the code we have is just nice. Then I can load in like... make it like specific for this situation by loading in this one, that one, and that one, even though it only has 2 pins. But if I use the configuration instead, I can have multiple device inputs, even though it technically only has 2. I'm just really excited about that thing. Okay, and the PID was absolutely not working though, by the way, last time, so while we let that thing go on for a little bit. I don't think I gave you a name, because I think you exploded. No, I removed it and it exploded there. So we'll do a renaming. We'll call you Steam Input. Steam Input Tank. And then into D3, we load in Steam Input Tank Pressure, pretty much. There you go. Now if we need to debug the PID, then... Ooh. Yep. Now if you disassemble and reassemble an item, you have to reset the pin on the chip. Special note, device ID will change if disassembled and reassembling the item, like with pins if you remove the item. Ah, yes. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Because, yeah, the device ID is generated when the item is sort of... well, comes into existence is my understanding here. It's just so neat. But we know it works. We don't need you. I can turn you off. And then you will just burn through whatever is left. You'll... There we go. Vacuum has been achieved. There. So now this place has been... Because I don't want to like forget that thing on and have this thing explode right next to me, because that will happen. Now. And these things can be a bit sensitive when you're dealing with such a small control value compared to this sensor input. Oh yeah. Okay. Now we do power up this guy. Because we're gonna do just steam input tank. We're gonna do a nice... You know what? No, we're not gonna do this thing because, well, we manually turned you off for it. Let's look at this PID. Can we figure out how to PID? The PID. First we do the P, because we can't actually... Whoa, don't steal your own... Because we can't do this. This does fuck all. So I need to do it through here. Which means we need to change out this one from our tracker to our configuration so we can see what the actual values are for this thing. And we see its proportional gain is now 0. Integral is 0.1 and derivative is 0.01. So we want the integral to go smaller, if I understood it correctly. We don't want P, since it would be too extreme, I think, for this thing. Yeah? Now... Let's start here. Loaded memory into the PID controller. Integral gain. The reference ID at the top is the device ID. Yeah. Thank you, Balen Alamein. So now you see the integral gain is 001. Now, we want to set this to a 1. And we look at a value here called reset. Wait for it to, do the thing. I do believe it's done the thing. So that one has now been reset. And these values can be as small as a third decimal. Certainly looks like it. And now... Well, you're on, it should be fine. Now your input is PID control. Your output is... Input turbo volume pump. There. And what it's controlling is purely the volume here. So if I clickety-clack there, you're at 90. Set the out var. What do you mean the Space Andrew? The out. Oh, the bar. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. It's setting, I believe, yeah? Because right now, it's 70. Went to 100, which makes sense because there's a vacuum in here. We're trying to bring it to 45 megapascals. Oh. And you are now... You can turn yourself off. And I guess we should turn you on. I can do... And you as well. Ooh, it moved around a little bit. Jesus Christ. Pressure is way too high. Okay. Now not the pitch chip works, but the one I know for is volume pump cruise control. Yeah. Too slow, eh? So I guess we do want that p-value after all. Especially in the beginnings. I guess once it has more gas inside, it that is, and, you know, remains kind of cool. Okay, now we got that 1000 degrees Celsius pressure. Oh, they're producing a lot of power. Eight kilowatts. Nice. Not that it's not enough, it's more of it's too slow to respond to reaching its target. Yeah, that's what I was assuming. We want the p-value to go up now. Now, let's see where it is. There. How about 0.5? Just have to see what it does. Logic memory, bit controller, proportional gain. Then reset. Then beat controller 2, come on. Input. Setting. Go. Why do you keep pumping? Damage from an overpressure event. Set your set point 25 MP. I mean 40. It is at 45. There, set point 45,000.
Hunger caution.
That's why I was wondering, like, why did it keep pumping? So should the integral gain be now higher? Again? Alright. So P was 1, so 0.001. Let's put it that way. And we'll turn you off. Logic memory. PID controller. So proportional gain to 0.001. Integral gain 0.01. Your derivative is at 0.01 as well. And come on. Reset. Go. There we go. PID controller. Input. Setting. Go. Quick little suck out of the stuff. So now it reacted, but it reacted a bit too late. Do you want the PID I use? Oh, if you want to share the code on the Discord, that would be amazing. Bailey and Alamein. But currently I will also just try to figure out how the inbuilt PID chip works, because it seems fun. So. And proportional was 0.001, so let's make it 0.01. .01. Logic memory. PID controller. Proportional. And reset. Input turbo volume pump gas. Why are you maintaining at 49? Okay. For some reason,
Power low.
it felt like it kind of worked, but it was at a weird number. So with 40, 1, 2, 3, 40,000. I'll change your set point. Change that to 1. Where's that reset? Come on. I feel like it could react a little faster. But because of the set point, it goes up to 45. At least the first time. It overshoots. Now I want to know, because the external is... Okay, then it maintains a nice even 40. Okay, so it works. It just when it's empty, it'll overshoot. So 40 gave us a nice even. And external is just 46 kilopascals, so there's enough of a pressure difference with the outside world, so that's working. How's this tank doing? The temperature is going up. Temperature here remains at around over 1,000. Now if I leave this on, eventually... Yeah, you can see this. The temperature is going down. We've gone 10 megapascals. There's multiple kilomoles of CO2 and H2O still in here. Now the pressure is steadily going down. Now, I'm gonna have to build a couple of more valves. One more one-way valve to properly separate the input and output. Currently, the input and output they're all the same because of, well, I need one more condensation valve here, because when this starts cooling down, I want the input side and the output side to both have a way out for the condensation. And then we're gonna want a one-way valve. We'll move this connection further that way, so we have one-way valve between the output and the input, so they'll be separate. So then that way the input won't be instantly cooled down too much by the output. Well, that's a-okay. Shit seems to be working. We can leave you on. You are maintaining a nice and even 40 megapascals. Lovely. Now what the issue now is the control value is extremely small compared to the measurement. So even a small amount of P can have extreme effects. It's maintaining that pressure freaking beautifully though. Heckin' A. Nice. Alright, my dude's about to have problems with the hungries. And this wasn't really necessary right now for the whole power generation part of it all. We're doing okay. We have 9.61 liters of liquid capacity for 6,000 liters, so... yeah, it's going to take a while for all of that to start melting. And the pressure is in the kilopascals, so... wah, 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 wah. Eventually there will become more water will leak in here. Most likely some of it will be surprisingly hot. which I'm assuming will then lead to, again, more production, more steam. The pressure increases. Then the condensation point is reached. So I'm just going to leave this here. And eventually that tank will be emptied. These have run out of stuff to pump. And these pipes will be filled with just gas. Most likely 40 megapascals or something. Well, not H2O, because it'll slowly cool down and condense into there, as will the pollutants. Posted. Thank you very much, Baylane. I'd call this a pretty appropriate winning music. And I think these guys are all working. Now I'm gonna go get killed by a car or something stupid. Not a carrot by hunger. So we've automated fuel production. That will make life a lot easier in the future. Especially because now we can make our own fuel for the whole furnace thing as well. Heckin' beautiful. Seeing as I need to run in here to eat, to drink. Automating the cooking would be a good idea next. Yeah. There we go.
Power low.
Vent the mouth farts. Change out the battery. You guys are doing okay. Out of interest, how's my water situation? I got... Okay. Shit, should I be worried? I guess I should be worried. I need to go hunt down ice water or some shit. Could I use the command rgas? It's constant like pi. It means... Oh, yes, the rgas. The gas constant or whatever it was called. Yep. Right. Okay. We need to have a quick little look-see here. Six liters of water left. Ooh, and it's heating up thanks to the whole pressure issue. In other words, I need to go on down some ice, though. Well, don't I? It's a good thing we got that old shenanigan working. Now, where might I find water? I don't think I've been this way for a while. We'll see what there is to be found. You're gonna need the tracker and deep miner. Oh right, we're also supposed to look for that one spot that Baylane mentioned. The minus 1398. Nitrise won't help much. Well, it's in the opposite direction, so I guess I'm doing this now. That's oxide. That's coal. 5 is more than 0. That is very true. Hey there, Depot. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day, my friend. Nice seeing you around. Oh, that's the base. That's gold. I don't need I got an infinite amount of gold coming in, so it's okay. I'm all golded out for a little while. But I do need these places to produce more iron. Oxide won't help me.
Filter low.
That is. Nah, we're good. We'll be fine. A little bit of nitrogen. There shouldn't even be that much left in there. Also, the wrong kind of ice. Oh. Someone's been here. Who could it be? I don't know. Some mysterious. Eh. Yeah. That looks like water ice to me. And we... do that. That. Nothing else. We need this to just, cool down the... to produce water for our plants and also cool them down a bit. I guess my automatic farming has just been like, blasting off for quite a while. I guess we'll keep grabbing the iron too. Why not? Noise and safety. And I guess I should have my eyes open for some kobolds, since we're, mucking about around here. Still haven't made any of the fanciest gear. The magical glasses that can show me what ore is where. Oh yeah, we burned through all our volatiles. Now we're gonna need more of these. And copper is also something we go through a lot. This is a fun. This is actually quite a nice little, lovely little deposit. Now mining these by hand does make me think about the whole fact that I should probably also have another look at the whole coding of Amy, a silly little robot. See if I can figure that one out. What does she actually do? Oh, and the weather control system, because we're gonna want to have some sort of warning system for her, so the storm doesn't steal her away. Yeah, more copper, why not? At least the lights will show me home. Ooh, we do need more of this. Little bit of a mining adventure. You know, another funny thing about the hydrolyzer I also sort of realized is we can also use that. Another way to cool down that gas would be in a furnace, wouldn't it? You have a hydrolyzer, get your gas mixture just right. And use your hot steam to melt your metals. And once, you know, it starts getting too cool, well, then you just, I don't know, start turning into water and other things. Alright, we're not going to touch those for now. So I'm pretty sure I saw some cobalt. Oh, there it was. Weird blue turds right in the snow. Heck in my bacon. Heck in my bacon. Oh, yo, boys. So I think I have a little bit of everything. And with our brand new code, we can make our... We gotta make a fuel mixer inside the base as well. And even there, we can just suck in the oxygen from the outside and save the warmed up oxygen that we have for our atmospherics, pretty much. You gonna check out those cords I sent you? Yes, Bailey. I will, once the sun comes up. And we've dumped off a little bit of water ice for our plants. They were starting to feel a little cool. I mean hot. And also, no. They're not thirsty yet, but they're getting there. Well, the hydrolyzer, we now have more ways of getting more water. Then we need more filtration systems for filtering out volatiles for use in said systems. So I was thinking I could use the... Because we made a whole bunch of hay and stuff, and the idea was to pretty much just turn that into charcoal or whatever, or we can use that in a composter to make fertilizer for more extreme farming, which does require a lot more water. It requires more volatiles. But yeah, we need to make one more deep miner so we can do it for the... Because our ogre has found the spot that had silver and gold. So now we gotta... Because currently we have infinite gold supply. A slow but steady infinite gold supply. So then we'll have an infinite gold and silver supply, which means we can get even more gold and some lovely, you know, silver for the electrum and other things. Now we just need essentially a steady supply of freaking iron would be enough. But yeah, iron and copper at least. Preferably other things as well. I think there was nickel not too far away. Also excellent for, you know, the alloy production. Now on that code, you can make the perfect super fuel mix too. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Because as far as I know, storing super fuel is kind of impossible, very difficult on account of its auto ignition being at 50 degrees Celsius, which I learned when I exploded the portable scrubber, which is also below the point where nitrous usually turns liquid. So you have to then, I don't know, figure out pressures or whatnot. But if you mix it as you need it, I guess we can make it more interesting using the gas mixer. You have a higher chance of making that work. So I'm wondering, because if you make liquid fuel, as in super fuel for your for the rocketry, once I get there eventually, I was wondering, can the mixing happen like on the rocket, or do I have to have a tank of pre-mixed fuel? Oh, stuff's going in my pockets, which means... Okay, sun's coming up from that way. Is it? There's base. So that's my tunnel that goes inside the mountain. Those lights are shining at me from inside the mountain. Oh, there we go. There we go. Will the rocket be liquid or gas fueled? I got no idea, man. I have no idea, Balin. I haven't touched the rockets at all. All I know is that they exist. So we'll figure it out when we get there, which will not be today. And liquid NOS rocket is actually really easy. I mean, that would make sense, because if the liquid NOS would make, you know, getting it into a liquid isn't that hard. It's just really tricky. So you want to store it as a liquid. And then... would you then... wait. So it has to be really cold, right? So we could even have... could we have the liquid volatiles? Yeah. We'll figure it out when we get there. Yep. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, well, now there's 44 liters of water, so that'll keep them going for a while. Temperature has gone down quite a lot. So they should be fine. Here we go. In a pumped liquid engine, the fuels are mixed into one input, correction, pressure fed. Pumped, separate and easy. Pressure fed, mixed, much harder. Pumped is separate and... okay, cool. That makes sense. Then that would be the way to go, I guess. There we go. We got nickel, lead, copper, silver, and a whole bunch of gold. Now, I think we got the astraloy. Was the waspaloy the weird one? Silver, nickel, lead. Temperature kind of low. Pressure kind of high. So we do 50 silver, 50 nickel, 100 lead. like also. $50, $50, $100. $50, $50, $100. Yeah. You stupid. Okay. God damn it. Oh no. Here you go. So now if we put one lead, one and one. There we go. So the big miners, I should get them. Oh, the heavy mining like drill? Absolutely. I love it. It's amazing. Gives me much joy. Close the output. No. There we go. Put a little bit of hot gas. There we go. Now things are melting. There we go. $400K. Ah, wrong one. Between 400 and 800, and between 50 and 100 megapascals. So, yeah. So throwing like you have a whole bunch of oxygen. Temperature's going down a little, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, we still have our second like ice tank here for the other shit. And getting above 40 megapascals is gonna be creaky. Gonna hurt. pressure is going to go in the red. Sorry, 50 megapascals. Oh, that is like explosion range. I'm throwing like freaking random shit here. We're maintaining an acceptable temperature by sucking in air from here, which... Oh, we're running really low on that too. We might not be able to make this. This is pure carbon dioxide. Yeah, temperature's getting a little too low now.
Power low.
One more oxide. Ooh, I'm nervous now. I have like no memory of what it was about. You're not ice is cold or gases, lots of CO2 and pull. Ah! Thing's terrifying me. I don't think we need to bat in anything more for now. There's NOS in there. I'm afraid the temperature will go too high. What's that sound? Well, we're in the red. Our advanced furnace is mildly unhappy. And I wish we could, like, take one from a stack inside the thing, because... Okay, the temperature is happy again. 1 to evolve will be fine. Well, I can't do it inside the room because it's... I don't want the atmosphere to turn into super fuel again. Once was enough. And if someone can tell me how to separate these into individuals inside a backpack, I'd be happy to know that. Okay. 44 megapascal. I think it melted before we got there because it's 30 degrees Celsius in here apparently. So let's just open all the doors. We can split stacks. Yeah, but I'd like to know how, because every time I try to do it, my dude like either picks it up in his hand, or if he doesn't have space in his hand, he throws it on the ground, and it's very annoying when you're trying to do something very specific in a space that is too warm for ice. So I'm trying to like figure out how to do it. So you have to do hold on, alt, and then what? Okay, see, that did that instead. I'm not entirely certain what the hell happened there. Between 400 and 800 Kelvin. So we're okay, about 50 megapascals of pressure. We have a bit of pressure there still, so we can pump in more input, I guess. I think it'll be safer this way. This is very, very scary. I'm afraid. Ooh. How does somebody reach 100 megapascals? I thought the limit was 70 on the furnace. I think it might be, yeah. Oh, it's having a neat beat there. Oh god, no. Almost there. Pressure, temperature is okay. Pressure's increasing. Slowly but surely we're getting there. There's liquids inside. They're evaporating. We have success. Let's just output a little bit. There we go. We stop with the inputs. Ui saatana, as they say. So now... Now it's probably warming up a bit. So I want those liquids to also have a chance to properly evaporate in there while we pump them out. Yeah, temperature of our waste gases is now a little low. So now we're gonna have to... Yeah, let's see here.
Hydration critical. Hunger caution.
There. So pretty much want to make sure my waste gases get heated up a little bit. Pressure of 14.9 is completely acceptable. Euro closed. Excellent. A nice. Good thing I can, everything going nice and cold in here. Our nitrous freaking froze. Hello, I respect you on your stream, but thank you, Antonionza671. And I respect you, my friend. Thank you for coming by and saying hi and being so kind with your words. I really do appreciate it. It is very kind. In-game, though. Let's see here. I really need to get these seeds out of here and put them somewhere else more sensible. Okay, give me some spuds. Spuds. And then we'll go here. And hopefully it's not too cold. Come on. 24. Okay, cool. So it's cooling down. It might get a bit nippy for the plants. But they'll just have to survive, I think. And if I'm gonna grab both these.
Power low.
Unleash my mouth fart upon the plants. Change the battery. Ooh, we need a new nitrogen filter again. And the furnace can have liquids in it. It'll be just fine. If you want the liquids out, connect the liquid pipe to... Yeah, I know that. But it's just because I don't have a liquid pipe. So I just want to make sure we don't, because they need to evaporate, you know, we lose temperature and all that. So I just want to make sure everything heats up nicely and we get to save our waste gases preserved in a, you know, adequate manner. But yeah, we successfully made the wasp alloy. We need to make more things. Still alive? Yes. Yes, I am, Tiger Lily. How you doing? Hope you had a good sleep. I wonder what's going on here. I was making a nitrogen filter again. Another tip. Oh, no. You know what? Might as well do that, I guess. Clean away those volatiles that got unleashed here. There we go. So we need food. We have 20 milliliters of oil, 9 empty cans, and a loaf. Well, it's getting warm in here, because apparently one radiator here isn't enough to deal with too many windows. The loaf is mighty and powerful. Got the suit completely for a while for now. We bake ourselves a few spuds. Come on. Definitely need to make a the automated kitchen. There we can go. Make 2 more. Oh yeah, these are your rations? Yeah, for you wouldn't run out of bread. Yeah, glad to hear that, Tiger Lily. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I've only made bread once now, and it's apparently very powerful. Let's see here. And have my sponge hanging out there with it. One of everything. Yeah, 'cause there's the refrigerator vending machine that I got. So that one maybe not that much for the extreme automation, but to get one of those could hang on to a loaf of bread for quite a while. And the idea is, yeah, to then have much of that here. But all of these, we could have a nice automated system that is like just cooking up some nice canned French fries and edamame beans and putting them and pre-packaging those into cardboard boxes, because we can sell a lot of this shit to traders. I don't know if I've seen anyone who wants to buy French fries yet, but they bought the edamame beans. Some people want freaking cake. We'll figure it all out. Also, I was watching Hazazah play this, and I realized that apparently the ground is atmosphere proof. So I can build a cave and have it be atmospherically safe. So I think I might have to build a chicken cave. Just like this underground cave with like glasses as a ceiling. You look down and you see the wild chickens just roaming. Temperature controlled, all that jazz. And if anything goes like really bad, we can almost just, run back down there and then I push a button, suck out a vacuum into that place. There we go. So now we got some food here and some water here, and we got some of these cans we can take with us to the greenhouse, so we can continue surviving for a little while longer. Yeah, temperature control in here definitely needs some work. Now, I have a large amount of various alloys. Let's have a look, see what... Oh, they're unhappy? That's probably because it's too cold in there, is my guess. Grab the empty cans. Oh, the machines are unhappy. Cool. Yeah, this code sometimes gets stuck in a loop. I'm not entirely certain when, why, or how, but it does do that. Oh well. And they murders the plants by just overexposing them to the fake light. And I really wish they didn't bring in the burger. It should have been a chicken. That would have given a better reason to have chickens. I know chickens exist. I've yet to see them. I know burgers exist because some traders want to buy them, but I do not know much of the secrets of burger. So, let's see here. We have the thing. The lens. What all do we need for this one? What? Inconel. Steel, nickel, and gold. Pressure's not too insane. Well, that seems like a relatively safe thing to make. I don't have any steel, though, so let's make some steel first, I guess. In between here, let's do this. There's not much fuel in there. Let's grab what we can. And listen, guys, the chicken revolution happens when we implement the air evacuation system. Absolutely. Yeah. And the bread, I've only made the one piece of bread, and apparently it's quite powerful. So I want to make more bread, but we'll get there eventually. Breading along, eh? Wow. Yeah. Yep. Let's go. Run away. And we have the gold. Then it was it nickel? Got that. We don't have the steel. Yeah, occlusion manager being unhappy. Bread IMO is the best food in the game. Easy to make and a tier 4 food. Well, it seemed pretty powerful now that I made one. I'm like, oh, I see. I guess I should start farming some more wheat. We'll get there. Now we wanted gold. So we do 50 gold. I'm doing it, might be a slightly larger one. So 100 gold, 50 nickel, and we'll need 50 steel. Oh, thank God. Might as well make a slightly larger piece of steel. So we do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Minus if Inga now you can make a nuke bats with astral. Oh! I can? Holy shit. I think I had some astrolabe there. So if we do 100, 100, and 200 gold. That could work. So left with making the heart. Yeah, I most likely do, yeah. Let's see here. 100, 100, 200. Double check. 100 steel, 100 nickel, 200 gold. There you go. I'll make a slightly larger amount. It'll be fine. Before the Trojan update, that entire IC-10 network, you could say a mainframe of sorts, one place in the base to 90% of the work, while some IC-10s that weren't there handled communication to say the greenhouse applied the changes. One hell of a debug though. Ooh, I can imagine Space Andrew Gaming. And yes, the Hardsuit jetpack is worth it. Oh! Make it better jet? Oh, thank you. That is exactly the kind of tips I want to know. And there. So now we need a pressure of about 23 and temperature above 600. Temperature is already good. That one's actually acceptable. So we just snag it that shit and pump it in here. I do believe it was 23.5. Nice. So now I got this shit. We got Stellite, Astraloy, Hastaloy, Waspaloy, Wabambaloy. Start with these. They want steel, silicon, and the incontinence. Nice. First personal best. How long did it take to make the lenses? 276 days. Closed. Pressure going down. Temperatures. I might actually open this because this is actually kind of cool. So I might vent this to the production floor. Stop it. Ooh, just in time. So in a battery and a sensoring processing unit. Whomp. This battery. The T-ray and the ore scanner, Electrum and the Waspaloy. Personal best for sensor lenses, day 4. Yeah, I remember. I was here, you were very proud of it. What the hell is a celestial scanner, though? Oh, I'm glad that they explained, very well explained what exactly it does. See, the T-ray scanner explains the scanner sensor processing unit can be inserted into the sensor lenses to show an overlay of pipes and cables. A building behind walls and other structures. Alright, cool, yeah, but I don't need it right now. Or scanner also explained the sensor processing unit can be inserted into the sensor lenses to reveal underground minerals in a HUD. Wonderful. Celestial scanner. It exists. Deal with it. 4 days is not a lot of time. Yep. And for sensor chips, the MES and GPS are worth printing. Titan mod by Merck. Took me 21 days to get the lenses. Ooh. MES and GPS. I'm assuming one of them would be the ore scanner. What's the MES? So MES and GPS. Is the celestial scanner some kind of GPS system? Oh, there was MES. And then the GPS. The GPR. Well, the T-ray scanner isn't that much of an issue just yet, but I can see it being worth it. But what is the CEL then? What does it do? It won't tell me. We need to run back here and stop and see, I do believe we had some silver here. We do 50 silver and 150 gold. Now, what exactly did the Electrum want? 600 Kelvin and 800 kilopascals. Our pressure's too high. Temp ain't getting there. A little bit of fuel. And I got the temp. Then we pump out the pressure. Come on, we're 4.7. Sorry, chat, I'll read you in just a sec. I just gotta not lose the pressure too much. Man, Electrum. Making it is just electrifying. Yoink. Then, whoa. And then it shows you the name of the planets in the sky. Oh, that's cool. If you want to know what CES chip does, make it. That's very true. And GPR and GPS, yeah. So we'll start with the GPR. Good old Gipper. That is a humongous little SIM card. How the fuck does that fit inside my glasses? We don't ask questions around here. Magic. Alright. The Heartshot jetpack. Needs stellite. So make that one. If nothing else, I'm pretty sure it'll have just more inventory space. Then turn them on. Oh yeah, Baleen Element. I know sort of what they do. But we're gonna build things first.
Jetpack critical.
Oh, that's a lot more space. That is very nice. Wump. Now, what else was I? Now I got most of the hard stuff. I don't want to use my small amount of stellite on this thing. And what else could be worth making here? There's stripes. Portable work in progress sign. Portable barriers. Working cones. Demo charges. Flashlight as a tool. Mining charges. Are you using the Infinite Paint mod? No, I'm not. No mods. Pure vanilla. I don't even have any DLC here. So I have been using my spray gun for when spraying. Well, let's find out. What do we need for the good old nuclear battery? Inconel and incontinency and astroloys.
Hydration critical.
Ah, go nuts. It's gonna make me 2 nuclear batteries. Quickly run up here to just dump off my empty cans. Have a chomp of my loaf of bread. And oh, that is true. It is a tier 4 food. It took me a while to realize the truth of your statement there, friendo. Which means our hydration can go extra high as long as we have our tummy full of bready. That's amazing. Yeah, because a tummy full of bread takes, like, a lot less. A common thing is that people would print off the hardsuit backpack and fill it with paint, also known as crayon box, and keep it on them. Yeah, I see that. The new hardsuit backpack holds 20 slots from up to Jesus Christ. Maybe I should make that then. I mean, should have. I'll make one later. I have enough inventory space management issues as is. And if I add to this, so that instead of having large cardboard boxes in my pockets, what if I had 2 hardsuit backpacks, and then inside these I had cardboard boxes, and inside the cardboard boxes we'd have more backpacks. I could, who needs a base? I am the base. I can carry all the resources I could ever need. Yeah, we're fed, and we're extremely hydrated thanks to the magic of bread. So what's next? Let's have a quick look-see at how the sensor lenses work. And we'll also have a quickie looky at how our... Oh right, we're supposed to check those freaking coordinates. Coordinates? Ah, well, it's getting late. Turn on. Ooh. O2. So that'll be oxite. That looks like copper. Something very handy. Very neat indeed. Now we do... Five, 3, 2, 5, 3, 4. Okay, so Z was 758. Oh. Oh. It seems like the hard jetpack is also... It feels a bit more powerful, I'm just saying. I'm flying here. So I was thinking these fields here are relatively, open. So if I'd make a little outpost here with, I don't know, solar panels, which is windmills, I guess, would be safer. We don't have to worry about how they all survive. Battery or two. And we'd just have an outpost to host our dear friend Amy. And then she can roam these lands, munching up all the delicious ores she can find. It's up there, I guess. Minus 1398. And 758. And it just shows you the name of the... Oh, that was that one? The MES tips is for building. Oh yeah, the seeing through walls one. Where you can see wires and shit. Yeah. Ooh. A lot of neat ores here. There we go. Ooh. I gotta say, the terrain does look pretty cool once you go out exploring a bit. Use the DM card. Oh, the deep miner, right, okay. 1352, and it was still 754. Northwest Highlands. Gold and silver. $754. $13.98. Yeah. I have a tunnel to this area where I can put a deep. Was planning on putting a deep miner. Was this what you wanted to show me, Bale and Alamein? There's 758. 13. $98. Whoop. Silver, nickel, lead. The Northern Trough. ICS, SNL, and gold, silver. Those cords are near where 3 different regions combine. Oh, okay. But ICS as well. Iron, copper, silicon, right? Still haven't found that one, though. So SNL, Saturday Night Live with silver nickel lead. If I can just find that iron one, I'd be really happy. It was there, you missed it. Ooh, is there a way to see the deep mined regions other than the tablet and the rocket map? I have no idea, Jack1678. There, oh, iron copper silicon. There we go. Northwest range. Jesus Christ. So iron copper silicon. ICS. Northwest range. Northern Trough. So it's that way for the ICS. So I'm on the ICS. So unless I'm completely okay. ICS. Silver gold, ICS. Okay, so ICS on this side of the mountain. $400 that way, say. There we go. You're in it, lol. Nice, yeah. What I do when I'm at kind of conversion board like that is place down frames or cladding different colors so I can see the border better. I was running around and got confused, I guess. I just want to see where my ogre tunnel is in comparison to that one, because I got right to the edge of this one, the Northwest Highlands with the gold and silver. There's one I can continue the same tunnel, because I think that'd be neat, and then I can have all of those being shooted back home. That's my mountaintop lamp with the theoretical solar array, which hasn't really been finished yet, or just continued on. There.
Power low.
There's the base. I thought I would be like that point for an OP, mainly ICS and SL mix. Yeah. Pretty much what I was thinking. But yeah, because, you know, I built my underground tunnel to the Mountain of Gold. And then we have our... Let's have a look at deal with those batteries first, by the way. Have I run out of power in between here or something? Why have you stopped? No? Why did you not make the battery? Did I walk too far away or something? I'm confused. Oh well. Please try again. Ah. So making these things takes too much power. Good morning there, Diverted. Hey, how you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful morning, my friend. Hope you get a good sleep. Okay, so if I activate you again. No fires. The wires are being busted. Pushing the power weight balance limits the new capacity. 6,000 energy. Okay. So if we do this one, we do this one. And put these here. Right. Okay then. Not bad actually. Gotta finally switch up the sleep, man. So the last couple of nights I've actually gotten pretty decent solid sleep. Way better than the last 6 months. Getting 2 to 4 a night. Ooh. Nice. If we only try again, printing a buggy and try to pull more than 5 kilowatts when making those bats. Well, now it's working. So yeah. Just needed a better cable. But it was weird because nothing like burnt out. A-okay. Now we go here, we do go here. There we go. Nice and nice. Busy looking in 2 places at once. Yeah. Glad to hear that, diverted. Glad you're doing well. Let's see here. So many of these freaking leftovers from how things have been. Things shouldn't be. There you go. A little dumb, but it kind of works. And that's all that matters in the end. Does it even kind of work? Are you though, good sir? And thanks for always popping in to say good morning when I'm streaming at night. Well, it's a delight whenever I see you on there. Have a chance. Ooh, 1.21 gigawatts. Craft a nuclear battery. Got ourselves a heckin' achievement. I'm gonna stick it right there. And then we do a exchange. Bonk. So many gigawatts. Heckin' noise. But I'm doing quite well. Having a nice enough day. Things are going well. Dogs are already walked. And yeah, I had a day off tomorrow, so we're streaming today. But then tomorrow will also is reserved for some more family times. And Sunday back, we'll do the game jam. And on Monday, we'll have to then officially start the long-term game project. And Jack on the YouTube side saying, been working on my first PCB with just 3 lights and 3 resistors, and I'm trying to wrap my head around Ohm's law. Ooh, cool. Nice. I don't know much about that. I can help you with that one. But I appreciate, you know, what's the word now? Going for it. Trying to achieve things. Learning new things are always cool. That sounded like an explosion. It's not here. Don't worry about it. Kind of ice. Nothing there has died. Plants still exist. Oh, I saw you, carbon dioxide ice, trying to hide in the corner. I think I know what... I might know what they are. But no, they can't be. So that sounds like... I think a sensible place to chart. Plants are doing okay. Nothing here has exploded. Nothing here has exploded. I guess the Stirling engines might have exploded. Wire pop, found it. Near one of the lights. Ooh, thank you. I think it can't be here either, because, you know, there's the fuses coming out from these, and then there's transformers, so these guys should all be safe. Two wires popped near the lights in the main room. Well, thank you, Space Enter Gaming. There it is. And there's the other one. Thank you. Yeah, I guess it is this one pulling in too much power into the same network, because they're all like behind this thing, because my wiring here is very dumb. But hey, we got our nuclear batteries now, so that's neat. Ooh, they're charging slow. But they're getting there. Let's make a nuclear battery charger with a 500 watts linkage. Kilowatt linkage, the super heavy. I could. I won't though. Let's see here. Then number 5 in our right hand pocket, we find the red. There you go. Mystery solved. Yeah. Oh, here's the third one. Yeah, need to have a separate grid for, you know, lights. Separate grid for
Air tank low.
the machines. There we go. Make that 3 for a third one. Yep. Use the MES chip. Oh, right. Let's see. You'd like some power, would you? What a greedy little machine. This one. Now.
Power critical.
There we go. Fixed. Okay, that is kind of cool, though. That is very cool. You will see the tubes for the filtration systems here. All my bullshit wiring. There's my batteries. The green is my Christmas lights. Oh, we see the vents as well. Neat. But only the passive ones. Okay. I was wondering, like, why do we only see some of these? We don't see actives. But we see passive vents.
Tank caution.
There we see some chutes, and we'll look in here. At that machine. Very neat. Well, god dang. Celestial. The last one. They will all 3, and we'll find out what the heck they do. Seems very selective what it shows. Now for lights, you can use a battery-powered one and use wireless bats with a charger to power them. Well, god damn. It ain't that clever. There's Callisto. Oh, that's neat. Oh, look at that, guys. I found Uranus. Nice. Right there. Beautiful. Now, I haven't done it yet, but it's on the to-do list also, using this math to just build a sort of like some big old sundial, using lamps in a specific order and will be then, depending on the sun's vertical number, will be then progressing through an array of which one gets lit up, and then when it moves to the next one, then the old one will be changing from like white to yellow kind of thing. So we'll have a sort of like, you see the rotational direction and all that. At least that's the plan. I haven't got around to it just yet. But as we saw, the sort of oh right, we should do a quick check here. Tiny little bit of nitrogen left. You know what we need? Assisting to purge these back into that thing, so this one can get rid of any of the excess nitrogen, because this thing's done. Only took that little, because it was sucking in the air from around here. Hmm? Oh, hunger! Roll it, yeah. Yeah.
Why don't you have a
Jesus
drink?
Christ! Thank you, Space Andrew Gaming. Scared me. And painting cables and pipes will become more important now. Yeah. And that been so far, because the yellow, this is like my generic orange is, temporary. This is closest to how I want to have everything. And painting cables, absolutely. Ooh, why is my game lagging suddenly? What am I doing here? Why? I'm guessing it might be the PID card. Let's find out. Now the hard back needs astraloy. We've run out of astraloy. Very tragic. Try it again next time. Yeah, there is some lagging happening, and I'm assuming it is the pump here trying to maintain pressure with things it absolutely does not have. All that's left here is O2 at 1. What? So everything else has turned into a liquid already, is my guess. Okay. We get a vacuum here. Now this one has essentially coldest possible overpressure. Destroyed due to liquids or gases freezing. Right, yeah. It got too cold. 47.2 liters of water. And with the extra pressure and that temperature, yeah, water remains water and the gases have become gases. Fair enough. So now we do this. We this one. Ooh. To 19 moles. It's only 15 moles. Temperature inside here is above 1,000 Celsius. 902 moles of water in here somehow. Oh, right, yeah, because I did do that a few times. There. You got a vacuum back in there. Okay. Now you have 8.59 megapascals. There's not that many moles of shit in there. Gonna pump it in here, actually. I'm gonna cool it down a little bit with the Stirling engines. Gotta get ready to turn off the pump. There's a decent amount. Okay, so now the Stirling input pipe analyzer can also be used to count that temperature. Oh, look at that! It's trying. It's trying. Oh shit. Thank you. Is the PID causing you lag? I think it might be. Oh, that is very true. I was supposed to test it. So if we... You're off. I'll turn off you and you. So I was wondering if it could be that one, because it is the only one that is like the most different from what I've been doing, like, you know, previously. Something like, have I changed anything lately? And the closest I can think of, well, is that PID, and that is doing like extra math, which might be happening on the processor level, because other than that, you know, this one is just using these. And currently it's doing fuck all, because that thing isn't on. I wish there was a way to see what's taking up your CPU time in-game. Yeah. That is true, because it really like depends so much on the game, like whether or not it's like a GPU thing, CPU thing, like RAM thing, what exactly it is. And because sometimes some things it is, you know, because some in-game logic is very like CPU intensive. So what is a good number of where we stop these? And look at the temperature here. They usually, well, 200 Celsius seems like a sensible enough point. Most things we want to turn liquid have to turn liquid then. So if we add this script, we are following volatile tank, pipe analyzer, fuel gas mixer. Then we have 3 devices we could control. Because I know Logic I/O doesn't update constantly, rather only update when the input changes. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was wondering, like, the PID is the one that seems like it would be trying to do something faster than every tick, almost. Which could then be causing us issues. Yeah, water remains at steam. We can start pumping in some more hot gas. Well, I'm gonna leave because hydration critical. That's 18%. Nah, it'll be fine. Alright, so.
Hunger critical.
Nah, it'll be fine. Now we're measuring the... Okay, actually this one isn't doing... So if we also added into this chip, then the code for we check this one. And if the temperature... In fact, what we're gonna do is exactly what Bailey. See, okay, now we still got the lag, so it's not, it can't be the PID, it's not on anymore. But okay, so this one, which is currently just controlling everything that happens there. So what if we instead then move that one into this device, and from there it can control the fuel manufacturing. And it can be called upon from, you know, another place. And this one would then control, well, these bad boys. It's not constant lag either, it's random, it seems. Yeah, so it seems like there's something happens. Okay, at 300 degrees, we start having water in the pipes. With the current pressure. And then when it turns liquid, this guy is sucking them in here. Which isn't enough to raise temperature, I guess, too much. And the pressure is high enough to make sure it all remains. Yeah, water remains water. Heckin' perfect. So I'm thinking I kind of want to probably use this to maintain a pressure, not of 900 kilopascals, but even higher. And then we might turn off our Stirling engines at the lowest 200 degrees Celsius. There isn't that much water left in here, so that's okay. So now I can turn you off. I can turn you off. Is there anything else in my machine? Nope, nothing. I haven't like activated anything. I haven't done anything. Maybe it was the Stirling machines? No, it shouldn't be that either. It's weird. It's like after I made these chips. Okay. And then, you know, the cheat, we drink first because we still have the 4 stars of maximum mega food power. And then we eat some dirty lesser food. So we got the hydration up, and we lost a star afterwards. Otherwise, game seems to be doing pretty okay again. Plants are surviving.
Waste tank critical.
Waste has been tanked. There has been a small amount of errors every now and then happening, so something about occlusion managers and whatnot, so there might be some memory leak issue as well, which might be causing it. It very much always feels though that when we start our adventures, we're doing a-okay. So that is a very small amount of nitrogen. My nitrogen filter is also doing quite okay. F3. Update attempt 1. Achievements update successful. Update attempt. Today starting auto save. Saving. How do I? After atmosphere cleaned up in 70 milliseconds, game tick paused. Unpausing game takes your last world data. Exception: occlusion manager object reference not set to an instance of an object. Add system environment gets stack trace. Console to print error, occlusion manager, try third work. We have that one. Let's go all the way down and see what our newest times here. Autosave game tick pause for 339 milliseconds, 20 milliseconds. Zero lines world data 590 milliseconds. And file created and zipped in 544 milliseconds. Preview images in 333 milliseconds. No idea. What is this? It's a debug log thing. You press F3 and you see your events. Autosaves are not visible while playing, so it could be doing it in the background. Yeah. Very true. I mean, most likely it is, yeah, doing the autosaves in the background. Hey. Okay, so you guys are charged now? What's an important tool I don't want to run out of power? I guess so the suit would get a nuclear battery. And one of these would be handy for using the ogre, I think. Speaking of, let's go have a look at the ogre boy. The total save time. Can we see that one starting autosave by Purdue? Got world data in 28 milliseconds, unpausing game tick. Serialized world data in 665 milliseconds. Serialized terrain and veins in 76 milliseconds. File created and zipped in 505 milliseconds. Yeah, so there we saw a little autosave happen. Did it start a new one just now? It did. It, started and ended. We saw it there move. All of these need dealing with. Oh. You're giving me an error, which means you finished digging another hole all the way down to the center of the world. I think that might be. Yeah, one step forward, I guess. For that one. And then to the side as well. Not for now. Centrifuge be centrifuging. Fuge be fuging. You're not processing anything. Nor are you. But you are. Okay, which means the 6 of these are more than enough to deal with that one guy there pumping out pure gold. If we go all the way into the end of here. What are you doing with all those centrifuges? That's the ogre spit reagents. The ogre spits actual ores, which are going through here, same as the auto miner. And this and same as the centrifuge outputs, they all go here to this chute, which then goes through here into a loader similar to Stacker, where I have on its loading side it's these hard mining backpacks, and it's putting all the ores inside the mining backpacks. And when the mining backpack is full, it'll spit it out on the floor, and I'll be like, "Hey, cool ores." Mostly gold currently, and whatever these guys happen to find. And what they're doing is dealing with oh, you're also kind of empty, so we can just leave them be, because the point is after they're done, we have a tiny bit of code here checking them. See, dirty ore, last one. See, empty these, and then it just went on. I mean, technically, I guess to save power, if there's nothing inside, they should be off. We need to add that to the code, actually. Yeah. Yeah, the deep miner The deep miner mines out similar to the space miner curve once you eventually get to like building a rocket. Because all the way over there where we have our music room and the elevator, there's one deep miner mining out dirty ore with 0.3% efficiency of having gold. Then there's a stacker, and then he sends it through the chute all the way here. And then he enters this silo, which currently is empty, because these are all done, so we can remove the silo currently, pretty much. And it could be feeding it directly into here. There's a sorter in between, because there was... because I was also putting like other ores and things the auto miners mined way over there into this one. And well, now there won't be any. So a lot of this structure here can be completely removed so that we have just dirty ore coming in and being fed into these centrifuges, which then once they're cleaned it up into actual ore, will be sent back into base and currently just being loaded inside mining backpacks. And the idea is to do a similar kind of outpost here at the end of this place. Well, hello there, Neff. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. We have finally got ourselves lenses. It only took us 279 days. It's close, but you know we couldn't beat Baleen Alamain's record of 4 days until the lenses. But almost. We also have gotten nuclear batteries made today, which is nice and nice. It's a whole new world, huh? Yeah. You see, now I can go run around for the mining. And look, oh no, look at that. Ores. I see ores. I see ore people. But that's for when we get there. Oh, this guy wants the nuclear battery. It is very hungry. We'll get there eventually. For now, though, we need to do womp, womp, and womp. Tracker change is to deep miner. Change that one. See, here's the edge here from our poopy little lead area, which I might have to make a deep miner for just, you know, collecting lead for... Why not? We might want some lead. Oh wait, no, but there was the other one who also had lead. So you know, but here is the... where we can start collecting with a deep miner ore that has a composition of gold and silver, which would be nice, because, you know, electrum is used a lot. Now, if we look at the cords where we found some cool shenanigans, which were... this way was what, 1398. So here's some ores. We got cobalt. This actually does look really cool. I gotta be honest. It's very neat. Ooh, copper. And because of a fuel mixing script, you can upgrade to gas centrifuges. A portable tank at 18 megapascals will last one centrifuge for 7 IRL days. Well, thank you, Baleen Alamain. That will be the next challenge then, wouldn't it? I like my little setup there. So 1398. We're pretty close, actually. Then next is just to go that way. So yeah, we're gonna rebuild the ogre right here. I wouldn't happen to have the ogre on me. Let's check my pockets. I love the fact that I can fit the ogre in my pockets. There we go, it's an ogre. Now this is my piping box. It's funny because you can't put a backpack in a backpack, and you can't put a cardboard box inside a cardboard box. But you can put a cardboard box inside a backpack, and a backpack inside a cardboard box. So as long as you go back and forth, you've got infinite pocket space. So you got these two are in my jumpsuit, my orange jumpsuit. My left side, I got a large cardboard box, and the right one, a large cardboard box. And then, no. Things start happening. See, I got so many cables, so many things in here. I got so much stuff I've even forgotten what the fuck I got. Remind me, I was supposed to... the elevator music. We made the music, but we haven't, you know, gotten the elevator to work just yet. And what difficulty are you playing on? A normal or station? I'm playing on Stationeer. I started out on normal the first time on the moon, and then when I entered here, I said, well, if you're gonna like increase the challenge, I might as well do it properly. So we're playing on Stationeer. What the hell am I doing here? White ogre. And there we go. Oh, nice. So if you survive another while, you get an achievement. Yeah, let's hope we get to go there. Think around here it can still dig. Partly in the earth, but it's fine. Oh. Now let's see, we do womp, 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 womp. And is it a welder you want? Yeah. First, and a piece of electronic bits. And then we go into box. Space pack. It wants iron, and then it wants steel. Boom. Okay, ogre has been made. Oh yeah, then we can bring the an APC and the nuclear battery to, you know, keep the ogre going. I can probably donate the one I got on me. Just grab one of the large ones I got. But to do that, we're also gonna have to open this one, and from this, open this cardboard box, and we have nowhere enough heckin' chutes. And this time, we're gonna start building the chute correctly, because it needs to be at this height, so that once we put down the floors, which, see, in my pocket, in my backpack, in my pocket, in my backpack, I also have all these floor pieces. For literally no special reason, just because I want to. If we're gonna have a large mining tunnel, by golly, it's gonna have decent floors. Now this one won't get the ceilings, and I'm gonna leave these ores in the walls just because, you know, it looks neat. This is like an exploit to me. It might be. I'll agree to that, but then again, I don't get any like mechanical benefit other than just quality of life improvements from being able to carry more cable on me or floor pieces. So that's nice. It is. Yeah, it is very true. And I see, but the way I see it, in this game, you have advanced as a species to bend space and time to make infinite volume in our pockets. It's very true. Alien element. We are no mere, you know, what's the word now? Astronauts. We are heckin' space wizards. That's what it is, and that's how it is. It's actually pretty intentional. This game is based on Space Station 13, where pocketception was even easier. Ooh. I wouldn't use it, but it's an open word to as you play with as you wish. Yeah. And if it's intentional because of the sort of like reference to the pocketception thing from a previous game, that is actually kind of funny. Because, I mean, to be honest, to make that kind of thing happen in the game has to be done intentionally. I'd imagine with like current coding practices and engines and whatnot. Gotta build myself an auto miner now. Tomorrow? Yeah. And the auto miner is fun. It goes straight down, all the way to bedrock. So the auto miner, and it does in a 2x2 grid, so it's better than the ogre in many ways. The ogre is just neat for digging tunnels. And you get some stuff back, which is nice, but it's not anywhere near as amazing as the other one. So stacker, then we look here, we do not the stacker, we scroll, not the unloader, but the loader. I wish the inputs and output arrows were of different color than the rest of the green stuff. Because sometimes it's difficult to like tell like which way is this thing facing. And yeah, that should work. Look at our loader here. And it tells us these secrets. Loader will take objects from the left slots and put them in the available slots of the object inserted in the right slot. Excellent. Perfect. And then I realized I can't make it happen just by as is, because I need, well, I need those chutes. Do you have a light? I had my light on, okay. Because I want chutes to go here, and then I put my cardboard box there, and then I'm going to fill a cardboard box. Yeah, I have empty ones here at the ready, because I might have done this before already. Push button. Push corner, and there we go. So when this thing gets full, like that, it'll go in here, and then it'll put it automatically in the cardboard box. Heckin' love it. Automation. It's a beautiful thing. So that will make a relatively ridiculous amount of those, and I realized my mistake. I needed those. Well, I guess I could do this just in between there. You see, we throw these on the ground. Cardboard box back, and that one. Because I need to add 2 chutes, and then the inlet. Because my chute hellscape must grow, which means we drop these cardboard boxes. There. And now they're in a queue for when the first cardboard box is filled out, then the next one is already there. And we wait on those. So I'm just going to use these to go and work on the ogre. And I do believe we in here had... There we go. I got 1 nuclear battery waiting. Stack your chance too fast. Okay, so whatever I feel like then. Oh yeah. But yeah, but also like my auto miner I built on top of a mountain, built all the way down. It found a lot of ores, and usually when you find an ore deposit on the ground, there's a lot to be found. And like I said, because it digs a 2x2 like grid like this all the way down. See, this one I first dug there, then I moved it forward by 2, and then I dug again. And it's a pretty big tunnel. And you're more likely to find like ores this way. It looks like I got unlucky. Maybe there's just exactly where I start there isn't that much. Oh wait, see, I forgot. I can check now. Look through the walls. Wagga wagga wagga. This one says there's ores beneath me, but that's beneath the bedrock, so they don't count. But yeah, see, there's a bunch of ores there. There's ores there, but nothing here like too close. But I'm doing this also to like just have neat walls and build a giant basement. We're gonna have to build a chicken cave and such eventually as well. I know there's a vertical shaft mounters would be great for making a huge cylindrical silo-style underground base. Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. Or as I believe, was it Monoway who mentioned, like building an underground like missile silo for your like a rocket silo where it launched up from, like built into the walls and so on. You can literally hollow out a mountain if you want to as well. And I think with Auto Miner too, you get like 4x the normal yield. Very true, Balen Elemain. I don't know about how much, but both the Ogre and the Auto Miner both have the thing here like, wow. Note that the Ogre outputs more ore than a conventional mining drill over the same area due to more efficient processing. So the same sentence is said with the Auto Miner. And there's modes for, mining, returning, depositing ore, and finished, and so on. Yeah, I think this one is better because it digs all the way to the end. Whereas the Ogre only digs... It says X amount, but it seems... I haven't nowhere found, like, how could I change... Can I, like, affect what is X? Doesn't look like it. And on Mimas, I launch rockets from an underground silo. Yeah, ooh, that sounds cool. I haven't gotten to the like whole rocketry business yet. Which does remind me, we were supposed to move these, so might as well do that one now. If we're doing things, it's going to take a little time, so we do that, we do this. Yeah. And we walk back. Wrench in hand. I kind of want to turn that tunnel into individual rooms rather than it being world, but I also enjoy the fact that these lights are visible from too far away. It looks fun. And if I, you know, if I turn it into an actual room, it'll no longer, you know, allow for that. Because we can't see indoor lights outside. And right now, the game is of the opinion that that is a part of the world rather than being a room. At least that is how I've understood things. And then placing these can be really awkward compared to like other things, especially these like 10 by bits. Come on. Yeah, I wanted to move these higher up because I can't walk beneath them otherwise. If I have the floor tile here. Keeps on like trying to like attach itself to like weird shit. Like why is it? So that's fine. There we go. So we're doing a chute to make ores from miner go into box of any kind. I mean, it'll output and it'll just vomit its stuff on the ground. You can just pick them up. That is what I did with my first one. But chutes are a way to, you know, automate the system. And because I have an automatic loading system, that's why I like using the chutes. And like I said, I have my deep miner very far away. I could have my centrifuge systems happening at it where it is as an outpost. And then I could go manually pick stuff up and bring him back home. Or send the cleaned up ores back home. But well, I'm doing it this way right now. Because. So this might change. We'll find out. I usually place the long chutes against the tip of the last one. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do as well. But sometimes, because even if I look at it, it just seems to think like, you know what, nope. You know, it's... See, like here, like, oh, close the tip. Like, oh, you're trying to put it inside this thing? But you can't do that. Like, I know. That's why I'm not trying to do it, you know? I had the same issue with the long cables. And it's nothing too bad. It is mildly annoying sometimes because some of these things feel like they're really good at logically finding where they should fit. But I feel like chutes sometimes really don't want to, like, behave. Come on. No. There we go. Yeah, so on top of the mountain, yeah, so we have the elevator, we have the gold deep miner, and one of the ideas was to eventually, yeah, turn that into a solar power production facility. That's why I don't want to do that again. Also because all those cables got really expensive, so for these deep miners, we're going to have, you know, local power production. And then have the logic transmitters, you know, measure what is happening, isn't happening, and then we'll have a sort of like control room, I think, where we can then easily see if all our outposts are doing fine, what's going on, do I need to intervene, and so on and so forth. Especially because it would be interesting to then try to figure out the gas-powered miner, centrifuge, because we now have the scripts for figuring out how to make perfect fuel mixtures and whatnot. Really want to play around with that one. Come on, you got this. There you go. Ooh, we have reached the end. There we go. Yeah, I want to get those chutes ready before I, activate the ogre, so it doesn't like vomit all of its goodies all over the floor. Wait, I know. Are you refilling the stack of chutes in your hand when you place them? Is that a mod? Or am I stupid? You just realized you're dismantling them at the same time. Yeah, I was dismantling because I was moving them, so I dismantled the previous one, looked on up, and then it just rebuilt it like one step higher up. Because look at that. I can walk beneath them. Miraculous. Absolutely stupendous. Because previously, I could walk beneath them, but this put the floors, and then as you can see here, I can't walk underneath this one. I'm too tall, and I cannot. My knees do not bend. I cannot crouch. But here, see, there's no floor piece, and I can walk underneath it just fine. So that's why the chutes got to move. What is this? You ran out of iron before the box got filled? Oh no. You're all full of copper. You're all gold. You're ice. You're ice. Man, I keep on running out of iron. That's 1. 2. That's 100. 200. 300. Oh man, using these chutes and things is just making life so much easier. Because now I don't have to go like manually feed it. It'll just eventually melt out one of those. So, how hot are you? You're not hot enough, actually. See, it starts getting processed, degassed, but it doesn't like properly smelt. So I can open up this one, which should have... Sorry, fuel. Then we wait for these to finish. Temperature should be fine.
Hunger caution.
I think that's the last one. Yeah. Then I empty that one. I close that one. Taking the last that got stuck in the input. And pump it all from here back into the output. Oh yeah, I was supposed to... Well, we'll deal with it eventually. We can do it. Quick little... Yeah, should be fine enough. And we'll deal with that eventually. Nice. And the gas engine will be a challenge program for you, especially if you set it using the internal chip versus external. The external chip is more efficient. And I know, press ESC, settings, game lay, first person helmet. Settings. First person helmet. Oh, thank you. I mean, I do appreciate the helmet there, but sometimes, yeah, when I look straight up and so on, it does feel awkward when I'm like just seeing inside the suit and the helmet rather than what I'm trying to look at. And it has been very annoying with the little ridge there when I'm trying to look at the tablet. There you go. Now you can make 30 more stacks. Wait for that one to get finished. Yoink. I was hoping for more. Chucked it in there. Man, I do like those stackers. Oh, before we run away, let's go have ourselves a little munchie. A little munchin'. Ah. And hello there, Red Fogel. How goes the station? It is going quite well, actually. We've only ignited the atmosphere once. And it was, at worst, a mild nuisance. I've made a loaf of bread. Keep on consuming parts of it, but it just never ends. Which is A-okay. Loaf of bread is freaking OP. I need to get water to come into this place. And a better cooling system. In fact, I should just maybe cover up the windows. Put up shutters and shit. Would probably help a lot. Helmet, suit, uniform, everything back on. Good. And bring the shower in here. I sent a picture of the utility shaft I mentioned yesterday. Ooh, enjoying the absurd complexity of the gas physics. Ooh, I am, yes. And Stationeer General. Well, thank you, Space Andrew. Let's see, have a look here. What? I like the red lights. That's very cool. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm aiming for a similar logic, yeah, for the basement here. Once I eventually get to it. Then I really should make those better freaking powered vents and an actual airlock here. But we'll get there. Right now we got centrifuges. And they can more than handle whatever the fuck is coming out of there, so... Yeah, we're gonna bring in more stuff. Huh. So if we add another deep miner, hopefully they won't be too overwhelmed. I know I've got a good ogre time. Well, thank you for hanging out, Snapstore. Time to eat then foods. Then stream investing. Ooh, nice. Thanks for hanging out, Knapsor. I do appreciate it. I'll be seeing you around, my man. It's funny because of the portable light is inside our suit, so we see these weird shadows of our hands. Because if we put on the first-person light, we can't see it. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're seeing the shadows of our hands. Oh, it just looks so clean having these floors like this. Who knows, maybe I will go a little crazy and build an actual ceiling to this place. We'll have the dirt walls, because that's cool. Maybe we could use these. Oh, actually, we should probably use the same stuff as a ceiling. Because then you can see through it, and it could be neat. And who knows, maybe we'll end up connecting them all with giant power cables. Very unlike, oh god damn it. So I was so focused on running around and having a good time. Having a ball, that I forgot all about building those heckin' chutes. Where do you have the light? In your uniform? Yes. If I open up my uniform and I look inside my left pocket, there's a large cardboard box, and inside there is a portable light. And 3 centrifuges, apparently. A bunch of klaxons. There's a lot of stuff in my left pocket. Not as much as that's the right one. That's still quite a lot. Alright, now we do this. And then we swamp. And then we swamp. I can almost yet not truly see the ogre here. And then at some point, yeah, we're gonna have to dig a hole in the side, make a deep miner. Because yeah, where the ogre is, we're digging for the even more deep miner areas. And man, I could have worded that better. Well, see the insides of your hands, which has no inside texture, which is why there's rings in your hands. No worries, Space Andrew. I understood exactly what you're saying. Next, I'm pretty sure it is because see, if we run like this, we're not seeing them. See, we have the portable light in our hands. And And if we put it in here, now it's inside our suit, and the hand, because the hands are animated in front of us. And so that they get like illuminated weirdly sometimes. Not too weirdly right now, apparently. Well, that's nice. And yeah, so if we put up the deep miner, then this will have to change. But for now, this is the ogre system. Where, you know, when it's all ogre now. And then, yeah, like I was saying, I don't have a utility shaft per se, not just yet, but we have just a big old hole. I have to move this thing in front now, not two. Maybe we'll do two. We'll have a giant hole all the way from here down. And then maybe a little bit that way as well. And we'll have a giant pit right beneath the base. And we can fit so many things in there. Eventually. God dang it, you bastard. Let me through. You know, whatever is causing lag, I do hope it is like a memory. Like, oh, beautiful. Oh, it's done. Give out whatever you haven't all gathered up already. I'll close you. I'm gonna put you in. See, can't put a cardboard box inside a cardboard box. We'll deal with those eventually. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, then we automate the fuel production. Now it's very most likely I will be playing some of this off stream as well, and then I'll probably try to use the fuel automation system to make automate the fuel production. We'll have tanks in, you know what? Yeah, we'll have to build a separate room with, you know, because I like redundancy. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna build a new room outside the current furnace room, which will be pretty much purely for a large and an insulated tank in there filled with just fuel. And that one will be fed by, you know, as in a separate tank full of volatiles. Again, with either a, god dang, I ran past the thing again. The ice crusher would be a decent way to start. But another idea I've had that has been sort of like stuck in my mind is, what if we like used chutes to feed a lot of ice underground? Or not? Wait, wouldn't that work? So I was thinking of using frames, but technically, can't we also just use a cave? Oh, needs more chutes. So I don't think dirt has a pressure limit. And then you just, you know, wall it up using frames. But I think we're still going to use frames because, you know, it's neater that way. Gives us the control we need. Control we crave. And anyway, so the idea was to then have that room and then have vents leading in and out, and then and a chute where we can just feed in ice. So we have like an unloader just chucking in all this freaking volatile ice in there, and as it melts, pressure increases, and we have a vent. I think we could use the air control chip for this one, because it has the mode draught, which I do believe means that it has linked into two active vents. One of them is blowing, one of them is sucking, and they never turn off, but they try to maintain a pressure of around 100 kilopascals. So if it, you know, when there's too much, the excess gets, you know, sucked out. And as the input gas, we can just have some volatile gas we use, for example, from a crusher, and we just warm it up enough to be at, say, you know, a temperature above 0. So to make sure it's nice and gassy, and then we keep on like venting that through. We can actually, yeah, we can have a little like pipe warmer in between, so it just cycles So all the excess gas, because it will cool down as the ice melts. And then it keeps on pumping in like new warmer gas in a constant stream, and that way it'll constantly keep on like melting stuff and getting rid of it. And that way you have a sort of automated ice melter. It just gave me the idea to make a volcano of liquid volatiles. Dude. And frames don't either, but frames make 100% sure you never dig out into there. Exactly, Space Andrew Gaming. Yes. And also, they look nice. It looks more intentional. I think we'll instead of like having a high pressure cave for volatile smelting, we'll have the cave system will be saved for chicken rearing. We want underground cave chickens. When we eventually get there. Oh, right. Oh, I see it. We need, what, 1, 2, 3 more stacks. You know what this game needs? We have the elevator. Where's the monorail? I want to build a little, like, slidey thing we can just sit on. It could even be like just like, you know, those motorized chairs for the like elderly infirm to like that raises them upstairs. A similar system, but you know, a lot faster. And it's a rail that goes like swoosh to the front. And I really wanted a monorail mod. I might still do it one day. Yeah. A half-life style monorail. No. Yeah, I mean, that kind of thing would be fun. Especially when, you know, it's interesting and fun to build like this, like outposts far away from a sort of central base. Then to have a sort of mechanized, controlled environment, like way to like move back and forth there. Now 7 might be enough to move this one to the front though easily. So let's do that one in between here. And we change over to the wrenchy winch. Yeah, we're going down too. It's happening. Now, is it electronic parts? That is. No, we're not going to deconstruct. Is it welder? Then the iron sheets. Then the steely sheets. There we go. Auto miner done. Ready to go down. Well, once it's powered. Then we look at our wire cutters just in case. Looking at the large boxy, good the red one, leftmost one is normal wire. Also, that's another thing I love about the auto loader. I mean the loader thing, because that means we can use those cardboard boxes to like just fill it up with, say, cable or the chutes, and then we can have, you know, nice, good, like collection of all of our building tools. We can just carry with us wherever we go. And I posted a suggestion on the Stationeers disc of a train system that can be used to move stuff from OPs to home. Yeah. Gas propulsion system. Press the red button, get blasted down the tunnel. It's extremely dangerous, but I love it. Yeah. That does sound like the right kind of crazy. Now these are 5s, which means we can recycle at least a bunch of these into bigger stacks. Although that one looks closer to a fiber. Only butt nuggets it freaking fit. Heckin' 15. Heck yeah. Push that button. Yeah. No! There we go. Jetpack saved us. Yeah, we'll have to manually remove the top bit. If we want to, that is. Heck, nay. Like in Satisfactory. Yeah, but I mean, that could be really cool. Because the chutes are cool, but just like in Satisfactory, yeah, you have your freaking, not the escalators. It's the lines, they move, they carry the things. Those things. The chutes are essentially the same, but yeah, for large distances, you can do what I'm doing here, with just building these giant freaking lines of chutes. Wait, why do you not have anything in you? You can't be that efficient. Something's wrong with the deep miner. But a train would be really cool. I like that there's such a strong light at the end of the tunnel here. Well, let's go find out what the fuck's wrong with the deep miner. It could be that I myself have in fact pushed the button. At some point. I didn't think about it. The first one is exactly the right length. Oh, that's a little dirtier than I intended. Oh, it sounded just right. But a lot. Morning? The hypocrisy have been saying they need a train ever since I heard about the deep miner situation. And look, I wonder why didn't you use a vending machine or a silo to collect ores? I am using a silo. I've used silos in many places. It's just, where's the silo? And vending machines, I think, like currently my only vending machine is I have a small one for the trading system, and then I have a bigger one. Oh no, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. No errors. Okay then, I need more miners. Music room is musicy. Oh yeah, we need more of these heavy cables so we can pull one all the way up to the top, and then we can add the whole... Because currently power is coming from the base to here. The idea is that it should be going the other way around, where the top solar array, powers this bad boy and also sends it all the way back. Now, yeah. And why I don't have... Oh, you meaning like with the ogre? Why I don't just set up a silo next to it or a vending machine to gather everything on site? It's... Yeah, well, the idea is because I eventually want that connection to, in the future, also will come all the way back to the base. It's the closer we have it to a train system. Well, now I have to run all the way. But yeah, if I could have built the train system, and then we, when it's full, send a carriage full of, a container of ores, which is most likely what you'd be moving around, that would be pretty damn cool, now wouldn't it? Or a loader with the mining backpacks. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, that would work. But I like building the infrastructure. Well, that's why I'm doing it this way. I'm doing it the difficult way because I kind of like it. How about you? Void Ventures, building. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, certainly it looks faster. There you go. I'm using ore backpacks and large boxes. Fill backpacks, then put those backpacks in boxes. Then 2 unloaders in my garage and a reloader for the empties. Holy butt nuggets! Yeah, you're goddamn right. You see, I was legit proud of like, hey, you look at that. I'm using a loader to put my freaking chutes inside cardboard boxes. But man, I should have been putting ores in mining backpacks. Which leads to then just the next loader, which puts those mining bags in cardboard boxes. You can have so much. But yeah, that is where you know if you want to be actually practical. No, we ain't doing practical shit here. We're here to build random shit. We want oxygen, a burger, box of chocolates, steel, solder, consistent electrum, invar, auto lathe, mod. I mean, that is something I guess I could do. I can't do a box of chocolates. Because I don't have the stuff. I could sell him some oxygen. Why do I have that much money? Oh well. Oh yeah, I sold the guy a bunch of gold, that's why. And on the buying front... Well, I do need steel frames and sheets. So 100 of these is $75. There we go. And the black one gets the steely sheeties. There we go. Apparently we need a cardboard box here. If you need money, building is the best. Can to make and sell some alloys. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like that way. I need to go mining. I was hoping to because I wasn't sure what they have, and that's why I was kind of hoping they might have some. Whoops. I don't know, mine. Okay. No. But yeah, I need to go and just make steel and alloys and things. Which, I mean, it shouldn't be that hard now that I've got my fancy glasses and shit. Where's that? There it is. And here's this one. Then there's just a whole bunch of gold in there. Buy those. don't know if I need to get walls right now, but yeah, okay, those are pretty okay prices here. Constantin, Electrum, stuff. I don't know how to make, especially once I get the deep miner that gives me silver. And I went on this Europa run. I'm going to use a rocket to collect from my OPs. Now it's actually a little complicated, but at least it can actually be automated that way. It's not that hard if you get it done with this. I'll sell the upload to the world. To this and Chewie's disk. Holy shit. And so I can finally have filtration systems, but I run out of pipes to connect nitrogen and carbon dioxide to my greenhouse. Oh no, Sankira. Very tragic. A fate we, too many of us find ourselves in. Running out too soon. There we go. And open up here. I'll put you in there. I forgot how you stacked. There we go. Now at least we got a whole bunch of like normal pipes as well. I'll sort those. I love the sort button. I love games that give me a nice proper sort button. There we go. We bought all the stuff from him. Now we can just need to sell the shit for him as well. But he wanted oxygen, didn't he? At least we can take care of that one relatively easily.
Filter low.
Once 12, able 12. Here you go. There you go. So get back in. We're good on that one. What the hell was I doing? Oh, we need chutes. In order to get chutes, we need things. We need iron. You need to get iron. We need to go mining. Oh yeah, that's why we called him down. Then we just sold him some random shit because I was hoping that he might have had iron to sell, which he in fact did not. And if we look in here, we got nothing. Okay, let's try again. Let's go here. Whoopa. All right. Start with you. Might as well do that too. And we close these. We look at our this one. Wow. And of course, Balin uses rockets for his outposts, yeah? Well, I mean, if it is a vehicle that can carry... Oh, man, look at this freaking horror-scape that I've made. Feels bad, man. Maybe we'll have to turn this into an outpost and move somewhere nicer. Where the terrain is less ravaged by yours truly. Alright. That would be autumn, gold, iron. We need iron for the Oh no, I dug into my own heckin' tubes. Oh well, we'll fix that.
Waste time critical.
Put that one there. There we go. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. It's from like so deeply inside the tube. Oh well. We'll find our way out. Train tool fix up the land. Nothing left in the snow. Yeah. Train tool is friend. When I play Stationeers, I'm very unproductive. Not sure why. Just am. I wander around my base just for most of my playtime. Well, if you're having a good time, that's all that matters. I love rockets. I mean, the rockets do seem very cool. It's undeniably true. And I'm looking forward to learning about those. But all in due time. No rush. There's so much to do, so much to automate. Oh, right. Can't jetpack. Gold, that's carbon, nickel, silicon, O2. Nickel. Oh, yes. Argentum. Silver. We do need that. I mean, once we get the deep miner going, then we'll have a nice constant feed of this. Well, that's a then kind of situation. Right now, we need this for, you know, Electrum. That's nitrous, carbon, water ice.
Filter low.
I mean, I did kind of like just get rid of all my nitrice, but that's okay because we can make nothing we need it for. Silicon, though, we do kind of keep on needing. Especially here because we have to, like, you know, insulate everything. I see you. Iron. Okay, this whole deep mining thing is pretty neat, gotta say. There's nothing the deep miner one, but being able to see underground. Oh, look at all these delicious things. We need them. I need them all. It does mean though I might have to pick up some more some coal after all. And eventually, yeah, we'll find the time and make more steel. That's one. Sorry, I got distracted by the shiny lights and I forgot what I was talking about. Here I can absolutely mine greedily and so fucking deeply. No ores are safe from my sight. Oh, yeah. Feels a little nuts. It's also way better for the environment. Okay, so next time, so Bailey and Almain got to freaking these goggles by day 4, so I'm gonna have to make that also now an early game freaking goal and get to these ASAP, so we can mine all the goodies without destroying the the visuals of the environment too much. Because we just dig in deep into the ground and keep on oh no, if I keep on falling into holes. I feel like a fool. I didn't understand how freaking amazing these things were. Rockets are fun, also very dangerous. Many fun things are very dangerous. And many things are very dangerous that are indeed very fun. I also just realized what the error was earlier. The error was about the game not being able to tell if a random object was behind a wall or something. Yeah. I was guessing it would be something like that because it was an occlusion error. So I had to do it either with lighting or visibility. Now we need a little bit of coal now because we've got a bunch of iron, so we need to make steel. Holy butt nuggets, if it ain't goddamn coffee, then cold. Hey, hello there. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Okay. What were you up to, my friend? You up to software and game dev? You working more in your Twitch integration games? We're under attack. Oh no! Hacking Raiders. Raiding in. And welcome in, Raiders. Hi. Those who don't know me, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer on occasion, an extremely amateur game developer. And I do that usually on the weekends. On the Sundays, I take part in the game jam known as the Try Jam, where, as the name sort of implies, you have only 3 hours to make a game. Now, mind you, we have now also made a commitment this year to finally start a long-term game project, which will be starting it next week. Let's see here, we do that. What's that? Cobalt. I have no idea how deeply and greedily I've dug here. I'm just gonna go straight up and hope for the best. I found snow. I found snow. We got out. Oh no! I just as I got out there digging it, they're pulling me back in. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh man. Deep underground mining is amazing. Man, I love these sensor lenses. I feel like such a fool for not building them earlier. Yeah, currently we're adventuring good old Stationeers. And also got a new modeling plater for the fish. So it's nearly ready for him launch. Ooh, lovely. I got the gesture system redone for the tank game and tweaked the slam and fire breath attack redeems. Cool. I could run for a 1 p.m. estate planning conference with my family. Also, I'll be lurking. Hey, no worries. Thank you for the raid once again. I'll be sure to try to be as entertaining as I can for you people, and I hope your conference goes well. Meetings are meetings. I'll keep on trying to press J for like jetpack. Oh, there we go. But I was wearing my mining pack. Womp. Alright, so we do to smelt large-ish amounts of iron. Contents are empty. Oh, right. Before we do that, plonk that there. And our fellow here needs to have himself a little bit of a snack and a little bit of a drink. So we'll go upstairs here and do that first. And they 4-hole shit, yeah. So, Hunter Jr., how do you like the lens now that you have them? Yeah, amazing. Absolutely loving the lens. Temperature here's at 39. Oh, right, yeah. One of these days I'll remember that I need to build shutters for these windows. Well, I desperately try to consume this loaf of bread before it rots. And the good thing is, like, flour doesn't go bad. So wheat is very overpowered. And then, when you run out of bread, then you make it the next one. And you're good to go. Just need to bring in more water. That's the reason why I tried pushing into making them. Yeah. I can see that. But at the same time, I'm glad I didn't, make them too early, because it's having to have lived without the glasses, mining by hand, by sight, seeing what I can find, wandering far to, get all that shit done, has been fun. And now I feel I can really appreciate why these lenses are so freaking amazing. Alright. Now the maximum is 500, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the pure iron. Do we want to make that much? Let's make so 300 would be 10 stacks of shoots. Yeah, let's make it 500. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost. And the tablet ore scanner used to need the ground scanner, which was even worse, but realistic. Cool. Let's see here. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And this one. Yeah, seems good enough. I'll open you up. Close you off. Suck. Jeez. Turn you off. There you go. We activate the suck, and then it starts smelting them ingotos. Heck yeah. You can go in there. You can go in there. And that is 1, 2, 3, 400 grams of steel, which we will most likely just sell all of that. So that's one. Half a kilo of iron. Considering it's only 500 grams, it's actually kind of huge. Yeah. It's one. It's two. Then we do these. And I do that. And I do this. Pumping out some of the gases just to deal with the pressure. That should be more than fine. And low. Ah. There we go. Or not. There we go. Those are both closed. Let's pump shit into the output. Again, keep on forgetting. I should just vent that. Okay, you're good, you're good. Everyone's good. Yeah. Make me some shoots, boy. I got shit to send. Oh, and I think I have some solder here. No, but I did what? I can't remember. Did he want Invar? I remember he wanted solder and steel, electrum. We can make it. I did just bring a whole bunch of silver. Let's make a quick cheeky little electrum. Cheeky little electrum. You know, we got the time. We got the dime. We got the dime. I mean, yes, we do. We got them golds. Alright. Temperature is good. Bring down that pressure. We gotta get it below 2.4 megapascals. Then we got ourselves a nice little hunk of chunk of electrum. There we go. Imagine if they would eventually do multiple planet bases for ores and gases. Bela would be in heaven. Who wouldn't? I mean, very much like the game. I like that all the ores can be acquired from relatively close by, but at the same time, it would be pretty neat if there was, you know, something that you can only acquire off planet. and so on. Oh, you bastard. Ah, it's fine. It's just a bit windy. See, we go whump, and we go whump. Hello, sir. Sir, I have brought to you 150 grams of steel, 100 units of electrum. He did want some in tomorrow. And then one auto lathe printer mod, which I don't think I think I have one mod that I accidentally made. But I don't believe I have the other one. Swamp. Sir, can I interest you in 95 units of Invar? Apparently I can. Lovely. Ooh, that would be interesting. Yeah. It's hard to imagine what it would be. That would be like purely off-planet. But it could be like even... Oh, fudge. The hell is this? I can't be out of boxes. And yet it seems like I am. I do hope there's some silicon in here. We need more cardboard. The bastard. Alright, we need a minimum of 4. There we go. Yeah, so this one is my mining backpack filler, which is very slowly but surely filling them with gold. And whatever the ogre finds. And the auto miner should it find anything. So we got the chutes we need. We could try to make more alloys. Oh yeah, but now, okay, now I'm also then finding a need for, you know, kind of like Astroneer. I don't think I've ever played Astroneer, but it could be interesting in case if you had like off-planet production things, like you have to do like certain casting methods for some objects can only be done in a zero-G environment, and that's why you can't do it on planet. You have to send up a rocket and do like some foundry business in a zero-G environment. You know, that could be interesting. To make these like, I don't know, there's at least like this one sort of theoretical one where you can cast a sort of like metallic foam essentially. You love Factorio, Sankira. I do love Factorio. I started streaming. My first game I streamed was Factorio. So they weren't many streams. Then I ended up playing Valheim because I got invited to that one. And, you know, rest is history, as they say. But I have been meaning to return to it because I never did properly finish my the post-space updates game. Because I played through it, you know, when launching a rocket into space was the end goal. So now, you know, I want to play more of that one. And Astroneal controls are kind of janky. And circle hell. Pom pom pom. Yeah, from like the 0G like metal casting production thing, that was more like, that was a book I read a long time ago. I think it was a book by I want to say Neil something, but I can't remember his name. A sci-fi author brought like, was it the Unity series? I think they're called, this series of books in this far-flung future. Yeah, but one of the things there was in his sci-fi books that there were like certain production methods that were only possible in 0G. It has to do with, and like any like hard sci-fi writer, it's at least partly based in reality. So you take that idea for like I was saying, you can make porous metallic castings and other things where, you know, materials behave differently when you don't have to worry about things like gravity and pressure in that sense. So there could be some production method, and through that, like alloys and things you could only make in 0G, and that way you could have only like purely off-planet production. Maybe the different planets you begin with have some resource that is not just accessible there, and you have to go into space to finally get it. You know, it could be interesting. I was hoping to like put down some shoots, but I've been on for 10 hours. It's 8 p.m. I'd love to keep on going, but I might have to like consider raiding out soon. We'll be back to the day after tomorrow. Was there anything else we could make with our more advanced shit we just made? We checked out the tools. We made the advanced tools. We've looked at we made a couple of batteries. I mean, other than automating what we already have, I think the next big challenge probably will be... Oh, Amy. Part 1. We already made an Amy, so now we just need to figure out how to code her. But I think we are actually approaching rockets, aren't we? Because we can, you know, make flashing lights and all these other cool fancy things to just improve what we have. Including then a gas fuel generator for emergency power, which actually would be a really good... Which would probably be smart to do, especially because, like I said, we have infinite oxygen here. So, and with the script we have, we can make infinite fuel. So having your emergency fuel generator, easy as pie. And then there's Larry as well. The first thing Hando's going to do when he gets to the orbital layer is build chutes all the way up to it. Yes. Absolutely. And plant genetic. That is very true as well. But before we get into plant genetics, we'll have to first also then build the Larry and our next greenhouse. The current one needs to be just, you know, needs to be a Harvey. It's a happy little Harvey home. We'll figure how all that shit works. Because I want to build a larger one and then have the Larry run around there. I think it would be fun. Oh, we have some Inconel. So Hastaloy and Astraloy. Now, did we not... I think Astraloy is what we have run out of. Oh, and also, yeah, more traders. Oh, yeah, we definitely run out of... Oh, that's what it has to be. Chuck it in there. Rockets. Did I hear rockets? Yeah, that I'm thinking like that will be the next like large challenge here. Because first I've got to finish my outposts and get the furnace. But I think the next big thing we'll be doing will be ramping up towards will be rockets and the rocket logic there and so on. And Balin being his meme. There's nothing wrong in knowing what you like. And rockets do seem very cool. That's also one of the reasons I've been trying to like stay away from them, because they seem exactly the kind of thing that might also really suck me in and never let go. I won't lie, rockets are a thing. They have their own printer. Yeah, I know. That's why I haven't built it at all. It is a very intentional choice that we're not even like putting a toe behind that line just yet. And the power transmitter Omni is also the Omni we have, but the big one. I built a rover on the moon, and that was neat. It also seems like a handy way to move stuff between outposts if you have, because you can put the containers in the back. It worked just fine. Oh, and the freaking with the weather thing would probably be a good idea. And I have no idea what the point of the telescope is. The trigger plate we can probably combine with I did one because I didn't want this thing to make too many cables, so I had the loader dump its cardboard box here. So when the cardboard box came out of the loader, landed on the trigger, the panel, the trigger plate, it turned this thing off. And that is how I made sure I didn't make an absolutely insane amount of cable yet. Oh, to start them, you'll need about 1,000 grams of steel, 1 kilogram, and 500 grams of copper, gold, and all T1 alloys. Lovely. Don't start with liquid rocket engines. You can't tell me what to do now, hypocrisy. I'll blow us all up if I want to. The good thing is, if I understood it correctly, though, we at least will be able to build a silo for the rockets and maintain a certain distance as we push the button to make stuff happen. Have you done any programming on crafting machines with outpost codes yet, Hanu? No. The only coding we did today was for the fuel mixer for the... this should probably not be on. God dang it. There we go. For our Stirling engine. And... did we code anything else? Oh yeah, and then the our centrifuges. Yep. Yeah. But our centrifuges, which are now currently all outperforming my stuff here. So this one is it's full of gold, but it's not getting any more dirty ore. This one has a little bit of dirty ore. So yeah, because they're all having overflow. So once this one has a queue, then that one starts getting in that one, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that needs dealing with. Bigger greenhouse. Stirling engine system could do with a bit of an expansion. But we did get our fuel mixer to work heckin' beautifully, absolutely perfectly. I am just so happy with this thing. Just need to do some tweaking so we can move the chip from over there into here, and then it can control all of this alone. You don't need to measure the... That is pretty cool. And then automate the production of steam through this system to maintain a certain level, and that way we can have this system running. Got any steam left? No? Excellent. Because then we have this, which is where we got the pressures and all that in just a lovely state. And I think that's 20% H2O. I'm gonna need a separate pump to put it back in here from there, pretty much. You can craft the payload packet and send it to a crafter to craft X number of items. Ooh, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. And programming language in the Stationeers is kind of fun. Yeah, I don't think I've done much of the coding in Stationeers because I I mean, oh yeah, Stationeers. Sorry, I mixed up. My brain had a function, but yeah, I like the coding in this game. It's absolutely delightful, and you could have another engine just to get the rest of the heat out of the water. Absolutely, Space Andrew Gaming. This is just because I set up to, because I had to when I began. But you know, look at that space. It looks perfect for a Stirling engine. And I do have another one, so we're most likely gonna have one here as well. So we'll have 4 Stirling engines, or one here, all linked together. It'll cool down faster. We'll need more of these condensation valves. Essentially, yeah, the whole thing needs a little bit of tweaking to become more elegant. But if nothing else, I have very much, at least in my opinion, proved the theory works. I can make it work. That'll fit one, and no, the 4th one will go here because I don't want them too close to the extremely explosive fuels and all that nonsense. And then we'll essentially use this to just produce power and cool down and make water. Now, I kind of feel bad of doing that because that means I need to find something that constantly uses that much power. I guess the deep miners and whatnot will be making use of that as well, so that'll work. If that fuel tank blows, that distance is not far enough. Yeah. But that's why it's not a fuel tank, it's just volatiles. Now, of course, mixing with the air, it'll become sort of fuelish. The fuel only exists in that tiny pipe. But it's not that bad. And it's not that full either. You know, it only has 4.6 megapascals of pressure in it. But the idea was to just use that as a sort of like to generate steam, water, and in cooling down the water we get some electricity. Need to build more batteries, build more things, build more centrifuge, build more deep miners. Get it all freaking just. Always work platform, yeah. Iron walls can be used as flooring to walk on. That is very true. Yes. Pro tip for rocket building: iron walls. We rebuilt the Stirlings after the sudden malfunction. Oh yes, yes they have. And now they work perfectly. They work beautifully. Even though, you know, the pipes have burst a couple of times. It does need a little tweaking. The system is far from perfect. At least I know how they work now. And we got the pit to work. Kinda. Actually, no, it's kinda. It just freaking worked. So yeah, that's what we need. An automated system to measure the pressure here so it can sort of request more steam from there until it says no thank you. And that one will turn off this guy. And wait, you're not the one causing all these problems, are you? I mean, it could be. See, there's lag. Okay, I guess also the whole rendering. Whenever I look at my base rendering madness, I guess I should also remove the Christmas lights because they might be messing things up somehow. But yeah, we got power production. Maybe I should try to build another proper base further away. Abandon this place. Leave it as a, I don't know, freaking production site. Heckin' holes. Who could have done this? God dang space gophers. Digging holes in my lawn. The turbines are nice though. Because when the storm hits, they produce like so much power. And the heavy cable that we got should be able to support 25 of these. I'm gonna like rip off all the small ones and use them to at least partly power an outpost. Am I trying to sell you anything? Oh, right. Well, like, didn't I just sell you all this stuff? And then like, oh no, yeah, no, I didn't. Cool. Yeah. Yes, you were. An autolated mode, yeah. One of these days I'll remember. But right now, we gotta go look at Harvey. Look at all those smiley plants. And be all happy about it. Could be the amount of blades, yeah. And the pit is good enough for your use case. Oh, absolutely it is. And I've been having a blast, like experimenting with all the bits and pieces in this game. And put more yields in your short code. IC chips are notorious for causing lag once you have enough of them in a short proximity, like say your main base, of course. That is, thank you, no hypocrisy. That is actually good advice, and I will take that into consideration, especially for stuff like this one as well. For example, this one doesn't need to do things every tick. It doesn't even need to yield. We'd have a sleep command. Wait 1 second, then check. Should the lights be on? Should we deal with these? Once we've dealt with all of these, sleep for a second more, and so on, rather than doing it every tick. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be good. But that will be another day. Because like I said, yeah, it's been over 10 hours. I'm getting a little tired. And yeah, and iron walls for flooring to walk on. That is a very good idea. Except I don't like using iron for that. But you know what I can build? I have all of those flooring pieces I made, so we're gonna use those, I guess. Thank you for the stream, mate. Thank you, Red Folk, for hanging out. Thank you, Nev. Thank you, everyone. Let's do it like properly. Let's save the game. Save and exit. Thank you, everyone, by the way, for helping with the code, debugging all the issues we've been having today. You know, with our build, and getting all the wonderful stuff off the ground. Now, if I scroll on up here, we can change scene. We'll snooze that. We don't know ads. We're about to get out and switch to the correct music of drink and industry. And sleep is for the weak. Yes, but the IC chip is a weak chip, especially apparently because of too much. Because, as I've said before, I do not have the newest rig, you know. I'm happy with my GPU. It's the good old 1080 Ti. That's what I'm running with, and, you know, acceptable processor. I do have 32 gigs of RAMs now, but, you know, it is what it is. That's none of my graphics are ultra, and whatever, and many games there's a bunch of lag. 1060 here, nice. Hey, if it works, that's all it needs to do, isn't it? Now let's see who's out there, who is out, and who's about. Now what are people doing? What are people playing? We'll check the... Anyone I know here? Answer is no. I got a 580. Lol, I'm on Stationeers in 2K. Hey, nice. And it is funny, yeah, because you notice that Stationeers is relatively like resource heavy, like in its math, because it starts slowing down a little bit, especially when I stream, because of course the streaming coding also takes up a bunch of those resources. So when I play the single player on my own, the game's a lot smoother, but still a fun one. A good one of y'all. Hey, thank you, Bailey and Alamain, and No Hypocrisy over there on the YouTube side. Same as you, with Jack as well, and everyone. Hope you had a good time. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. And let's find someone to raid. I'm having, again, just difficulty choosing. So many people playing such cool things, and what? You know what? We're gonna do something we did not too long ago. We're gonna raid heckin' Knapsor. He's playing something called Synergy. He likes the automation and logic games, so this seems like a very interesting thing, especially because it sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah, we're gonna go surprise Knapsor. He just started like 8 minutes ago. There you go. Have a good one, y'all. So, hey, thank you, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good one. I'll be seeing you around. And I hope you all... And hey, there, Akihiro Sugiyama. And I hope you all give Knapsor a wonderful, warm greetings I hope you all have a good time. And like I said, tomorrow will be no stream because, I need to spend time with the family. Day after tomorrow, it'll be game deving, followed by either Stationeers or Vintage Story. We'll see how it goes. So, it'll be Try Jam on Sunday. Until then, my friends, stay awesome, have a good time. I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and ta-ta.